Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see third part, what if Harry Potter died old and was reborn with all his memories. Here is short summary. After living a long life, Harry Potter dies at the age of 73, only to awaken again in his infant body with all his memories intact. Armed with decades of knowledge and experience, Harry now has a second chance to change his destiny and reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Alright, quick lunch, shower and then down to the village. Harry summed up as they walked into the castle. I wish Dumbledore would let me take everyone in the court. But you got the two best, right? Tonks fished with a smile. Of course, Harry replied immediately. But I'm the best of the best. Hermione said mockingly arrogantly. HMPF. Tonks frowned and morphed until she had the shape of one of the models from one of their fashion magazines. Then she made a face at Hermione and started laughing. Tonks. Hermione laughed. Not to be rude, but dirty sweaty rumpled Quidditch clothes don't really go with that look. Not to mention that they're the wrong size now. Tonks went back to her normal form. Yay, but that wasn't the point. HMPF. Hermione replied and blew a strand of hair out of her face. Okay, you two, don't make me turn this car around. Harry chuckled. What? Tonks asked confused while Hermione blushed and laughed. Hey, don't laugh at me. Muggle joke Nim. Hermione gasped. If you don't already know, we can't make it be funny, you know. Yay, okay. Tonks nodded as they made their way over to the Ravenclaw table and joined the others. Hey guys. Susan greeted as they sat down. How did it go? Hannah asked as Harry started applying cream cheese to 2 slices of pumpernickel. Alright, Harry shrugged. Nim definitely made the team. Ginny did really good too. Of course she did. Fred boasted. She's a Weasley after all. George nodded. Quidditch is in our blood. They said together. What about Percy and Ron? Blaise asked calmly. They don't play. Well, there's a pattern you see. George said while Fred nodded sagely. You see, Bill was born first and didn't play, then Charlie came second and was the best seeker this school has seen in years. Then Percy was born third and doesn't play. We were born fourth and only count as one unit. We obviously play. Ron was the 5th baby event and doesn't play, so Ginny being the 6th obviously would be good. Fred concluded. Ron could still make the team and ruin your pattern. Hermione pointed out while Harry was busy adding cucumber slices to the sandwich in progress. Maybe, but he's not one to take chances without being pressured into them. George shrugged. Maybe if some of his friends made it first and he had people there to give him moral support. He has you too, doesn't he? Hannah asked and jumped in surprise when Fred, George and Daphne all burst into laughter. Hannah, I don't know if it is because you're too good of a Hufflepuff or because you don't have siblings, but support from brothers and sisters doesn't usually count for one reason or another. Daphne said with a smile. Either it is expected or it is believed to be disingenuous or set up for a prank. Yay, if we encouraged him to try out, he'd think we were trying to embarrass him or something. Fred said and noticed Harry drop a large wad of alfalfa sprouts on his sandwich and forcefully mash it together. Whoa, Harry, go easy on it. It's just a sandwich. Huh? Harry asked dumbly as he looked up from his task. Oh, if you don't press hard the sprouts won't stick to the cream cheese and the whole thing could fall apart easier. If I could, I would wrap it tightly and let it sit for a couple hours before eating, but I have a schedule to keep. Still, what did it ever do to you? George asked. Think of the dinner rolls. Fred cried. Harry rolled his eyes and started in on his meal. After a few moments Hannah spoke up. So, you told us how Tonks and Ginny did. How about you, Harry? I was terrible. Harry shook his head. Downright dreadful. I shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a quaffle. Oh, shush you. Hermione sighed. He didn't do well as a chaser, but he was amazing as a beater. Beater really? Fred asked astonished. How'd you score? Sorry, I don't really want to talk right now. I'm eating and getting ready to leave again. Harry quickly dipping his sandwich in a bowl of hummus and taking a big bite. If we're so rushed, why did you ask if we wanted to watch The Seekers? Hermione asked innocently, earning a small glare from Harry. Mr. Modest here got 131. Tonks bragged, Harry forced a blush and gave her a small glare too. Set a new record, he did. All right, Potter. Fred cheered. Now if you'll excuse us, we have to go warn Oliver. George said, and the twins departed. A few minutes later Harry and the girls finished their food and left. As they were walking out, the Seekers were entering. Cho Chang was smiling brightly. Harry, my boy, you're right on time. Lockhart greeted enthusiastically from where the carriages would pick them up. Ms. Granger, Ms. Tonks, I wasn't expecting you to be here. Harry's taking us. Hermione replied irritably, trying not to be offended. You know, as his dates. Tonks grinned as Harry froze and blushed. Dates. Harry stuttered. Was somebody going to tell me that was what this was supposed to be? You're too easy, Harry. Tonks giggled. Harry groaned and put his face in his hands. I'm already not sure what to expect from this event. I don't need more stress now. As the thought of dating is so stressful. Hermione asked, nudging him with her elbows. No, of course not. Harry tried to reassure her. It's just not something that should be a surprise. He paused as she laughed. You two really need to stop teasing me. He added with a frown. Come on, the carriage is here. Tonks laughed and hooked Harry's arm, pulling him towards the waiting carriage. Hermione hustled along with them and Lockhart followed, glaring at their backs with uncharacteristic anger. He carefully schooled his expression before climbing in after them. So, Lockhart said awkwardly after a few seconds of silence. How are classes going? Good. Harry replied quickly from across from Lockhart. Tonks nodded from the seat next to Harry. What will we be learning about next, Professor? Hermione asked diplomatically from the other side of Harry. The three of them were squished slightly on the two-person seat, but none of them wanted to sit next to Lockhart. We'll be going over my year with the Yeti. Lockhart said with a smarmy smile. Oh, Tonks said unenthusiastically. Fascinating. Lockhart beamed at her for a moment until she looked away with a grimace. With a shrug he turned to Harry. Harry, there's something that I've been meaning to talk to you about. Could you come by my office after we get back? We can have tea and discuss it. Sorry, Professor, but the three of us have plans tonight. Harry shook his head. We do? Hermione asked, surprised. Yes, we do. Tonks said with a sly grin. Am I supposed to know what they are? Hermione frowned. Where would the fun in that be? Harry sing-songed. You'd better not be pranking me. Hermione grumbled quietly. Us. Never. Harry smiled. Don't worry, you'll be happy. How about tomorrow, Harry? Lockhart asked, drawing attention back to himself. That might work. I'll have to check my calendar when we get back. Harry said cheekily. What do you need to talk to me about? Oh, it's nothing important or anything. Just a conversation every celebrity should have. Lockhart reassured. Interesting. Harry said, frowning slightly. Oh, don't worry, it'll help you with the public is all. Lockhart said, noticing Harry's expression. Right. Harry trailed off and the four of them rode the rest of the way to town in awkward silence. Right this way, Mr. Potter. A man in dress robes ushered them out of the carriage urgently. Who are you? Harry asked. Norman Blithbury, no one important, just helping out today. Norman said as he helped Hermione and Tonks down. Can you tell me what we're supposed to do? Harry asked nervously. Smile and say thank you. Norman said flatly. After the mayor's speech, of course. Of course. Harry nodded, happy that he wouldn't need to actually do anything. Norman led them to the part of the street where Harry fought the S, and they immediately noticed the large crowd of people in front of a temporary stage with a pulpit and several seats. There was a large curtain stretched across the street blocking everything that was behind the stage from sight. Every head in the crowd had turned towards them by the time they reached the stage. Lockhart smiled and waved as he climbed the stairs onto the stage. The girls, intimidated by the attention, shrunk towards Harry and each hugged one of his arms. Harry in turn smiled confidently at the crowd, since he could no longer wave, and tried not to grimace as the camera flashes tripled. The crowd applauded deafeningly. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore was already there, and he nodded to the three seats directly in front of him and in the middle of the first row, just to the side of where the pulpit would block the view. Harry led the girls over to where they were clearly intended to sit. Harry nodded to him as the girls released his arms to take their seats. As Harry turned to sit in the middle, he took his opportunity and gave the crowd a small wave. Dumbledore smiled and leaned forward before glumly whispering just loud enough for all three to hear. They didn't applaud like that when I got here. After a small start, the three laughed and turned to regard him. Professor, I wasn't aware you'd be here. Not really a surprise though. Indeed, have you seen what's behind the curtain yet? Dumbledore asked with a coy smile. There's something behind the curtain. Harry asked with a frown. Yes, there is. I think you'll like it. Dumbledore replied merrily. Harry was prevented from replying by the mayor taking the pulpit and given an impassioned and poignant speech about resolve and rebuilding through tragedy. He moved on to highlight the bravery and fortitude of Harry for charging the monster alone. He finished by praising Harry's generosity and how the funds from selling the carcass not only allowed them to rebuild what damage was done to the town but also give the victims and their families money until they stopped accepting it. Finally, the moment Harry had been waiting for came. Mr. Potter, could you please join me? Yes, Mayor Flume. Harry asked, smiling casually as he walked to the front of the stage. Mr. Potter, with the remaining money the town council decided that we should use it to commemorate your deeds on behalf of the community. I am proud to present to you. The mayor waved, and on his cue the curtain behind the stage dropped, revealing a statue of Harry. Standing proudly with one foot on a basilisk's head with a sword firmly planted in its skull. The statue's right hand was holding the hilt firmly, his left hand was in his pocket, and the expression was casually intimidating, as though it took no effort to be scary. The S's body coiled around Harry's feet and spiraled down, forming the base of the statue. We've taken to calling it the S-Slayer statue. Wow. I really don't know what to say. Harry forced a blush as the cheers died down from, now, behind him. Harry turned back to the crowd and smiled. Thank you. No, Mr. Potter. Thank you. Flume said loudly, patting him on the back. On the edge of the stage, all but forgotten Gilderoy Lockhart sat quietly and steadily growing angry. Used to being the center of attention, he couldn't help but glare as the reporters approached Harry with their questions. None of them were approaching Gilderoy. Very few people applauded as he approached the stage earlier, and no one ever made a statue of him. Completely unnoticed, he quietly left and sulked all the way back to the castle. Still Saturday, September 19th. I can't believe they had so many questions for us. Hermione edged and leaned on Tonks as the three walked back through the castle up towards their common room. I know. I thought they would be asking Harry most of the questions. Tonks threw her hands up exasperatedly. I mean, he is the famous one of us. And it was so personal too. Hermione sighed. Who cares what kind of shampoo I use? Harry laughed and wrapped his arms around both of them. Don't you get it? You two are becoming famous because you're with me. Hermione blushed, but Tonks fought it and kept the appearance of being cool. What do you mean? You two are my best friends and the two most important people in my life. Tonks lost her fight. Fangirls are likely to copy you two in hopes that it will attract my eye. Really? Hermione squeaked and ran her hand through her tamed but still bushy hair. Tonks had helped a lot with finding a way to control it. Yay, but who wants cheap imitations? Harry laughed. Come on, the important part of the day is about to start. Important part? Hermione asked as Harry answered the riddle to open the door. Important part. Tonks smiled broadly. Ladies first, Harry said and waved Hermione through the hole. Surprise. Hermione looked around stunned, as while they had been gone the entire common room had been decorated. Happy birthday, Hermione, Harry said from behind her, and she whirled around and hugged him tightly. See, Harry. That's how you're supposed to react to a surprise party. Notice how there is no one lying on the ground stunned. Tonks ribbed jovially. Shut it, Nim. Harry playfully glared back and Hermione dragged her into the hug. Monday, September 21st. Sunday morning, a special edition of The Prophet was sent out in the morning covering the ceremony and was filled with pictures of the statue, Harry, and the girls. Each girl had their own section with short biographies and not an insignificant amount of speculation. The front page itself had a photo of Harry standing with the statue, expressions mirroring each other. Theodore Nott, along with Pansy and Tracy, as well as Snape, were all openly angry. Lockhart left the Great Hall soon after the papers arrived, both smiling and frowning. Harry, Hermione and Tonks only found out about the paper and the reactions to it that afternoon when they finally woke up. They met up with the rest of the court and caught up on the news. That evening, after ignoring a dinner full of glares, Hermione sneaked up to the Ollery and sent a letter to the Prophet's photographer asking for a real copy of the front page picture. It was signed with both her name and Tonks. Monday morning a small flock of owls settled around the three of them. Most of the mail was going to Harry, but Hermione and Tonks each got a fair share, including 2 wrapped, framed photos. Noticing the name on the outside, they both tried to subtly slip them into their bags. What were those? Harry asked playfully. Both girls froze. Hermione recovered first and turned towards Harry, nose turned up. None of your business, Mr. Potter. Sorry, Ms. Granger. Harry laughed and eyeballed Tonks, who merely nodded. Well, suit yourself. Could you excuse me for a moment? I have to ask Flitwick about a project. Sure, Tonks said questioningly as Harry got up and walked to the head table. Professor Flitwick, could I have a moment? Harry asked cordially. Of course, what can I help you with? The small professor replied brightly. You see, Nick has been trying to get me to do things using my own resources, and for this I'm not allowed to ask for their help. Harry started, moving his hands expressively. It's really a bother, but I'm supposed to come up with a plan to prevent an object from being detected within a specific area. I know where to hide it and how to illusion it in case someone does spot it, but there is a powerful detection charm I'm afraid they're going to use and I don't know how to beat it. Validus deprehensio to be specific. It is impressive that you even know of that spell, Mr. Potter. Flitwick said excitedly. Just what is it that you're supposed to hide? A book. Harry shrugged. I think they picked something that I would be around a lot for inspiration or something. Fascinating, books are harder to hide than most things, enchantment for enchantment that is. Dumbledore observed from down the table a short ways. Perhaps you should transfigure it into something else first. McGonagall suggested from next to Dumbledore. Will you know what spells are on it first? No, ma'am. Harry shook his head with a sigh. That's no good then, some enchantments react poorly with transfiguration. McGonagall dropped her shoulders. That was going to be my first suggestion, Minerva. Lockhart said cockily from the other side of Flitwick. But of course they wouldn't tell him what they enchanted it with. Obvious really. What you should do is get a diplomat bag. How would he get a diplomat bag? Flitwick laughed. Be reasonable, Gilderoy. What's a diplomat bag? Harry asked, honestly curious. He wasn't aware of anything by that name existing in his old life. Not something you're supposed to know about. Dumbledore said sternly, shooting Lockhart a look. Sorry. Lockhart said demurely. Well, now that I know of it, I'll just go hunting for details, particularly since it sounds like it would solve my problem. You might as well just save me some time and tell me. Harry smiled charismatically. Flitwick, McGonagall and Lockhart all looked to Dumbledore hopefully. Dumbledore sighed and nodded. McGonagall leaned in eager to hear about them. Flitwick was curious to hear how many of the rumors he heard were true. Lockhart just smiled blankly. Well, I can't tell you how they work, but they are small leather pouches created by the ICW at the request of a country's Minister of Magic to be issued to a diplomat. Only the ministers know how they go to, but once they're keyed to a diplomat, everything inside is considered to be on the soil of the issuing country, no matter where in the world the diplomat is, and completely prevents any magic from passing through. And that would block the deprehensio? Harry asked, eyebrow raised. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. But you'd have to get Minister Fudge to declare you Britain's diplomat to some country in order to get one. Ah, well, that would be slightly outside the scope of a training exercise. Harry agreed. Have you learned anything about runes yet? Professor Babbling asked, eager to help. Some. Harry nodded. I could help you come up with a rune set to do the job. Babbling smiled. The bag is a good idea though. Why don't you come to my office after dinner and we can start? Okay. Harry exclaimed, grinning eagerly. Thanks, all of you, I'll let you get back to your meal now. Glad to help. Dumbledore smiled genially. Luna said her diary was in a bag of some sort. Harry gulped. If anyone could get one of those bags, it would be Lucius. How'd it go? Tonks asked as Harry got back to the table. Excellent. Nick gave me a book to hide and Professor Babbling is going to help me plan it out. Harry smiled. The runes teacher. Hermione beamed when Harry nodded. Can I come too? The study looks so fascinating and I'm going to take the class next year, but I'd love to get a head start. Me too. Tonks asked wide-eyed. All right. Harry laughed. I'd love to have you two there, but we'll have to check with Professor Babbling first. I'll do it. Hermione exclaimed and jumped out of her seat before anyone could react. The three of them spent that evening with Professor Babbling as she tested Harry's knowledge of runes, while Hermione and Tonks were reading the basic rune book and learning the theory of the art. They left a very impressed babbling behind, who had heard but never seen the three in class and was unprepared for the seriousness of their studying. Harry himself had already shown proficiency in the three most common types of runes. She fell asleep eagerly anticipating the next Monday when they'd be back. Wednesday, September 23rd, just moments after Ginny got the good news. "I'm glad you two could make it this morning." Albus smiled and Phileas Flitwick and Rolanda Hooch. "Tea? Yes, please." Flitwick smiled back, looking forward to the conversation to come. "I see you've brought the Quidditch rule book." Albus nodded at Hooch's lap. "Yes, could you tell us what this is about?" Hooch asked without taking tea. Just as Albus was opening his mouth to respond, the door flew open and an extremely irate Severus Snape stormed in. "Albus, this is preposterous." "Ah, Severus, right on time. Please take a seat and have some tea." Dumbledore smiled and waved at the remaining seat. "I believe you are here to challenge Ms. Weasley's appointment. Could you tell me what position she got?" Snape looked around and was not expecting the other two to be here. With a nod he sat down in the last chair. "This is new, Albus. You normally let me yell for a while and tell me something meaningless." "I decided to give Harry's way a shot." Dumbledore chuckled. "HMPF. Snape scowled. "To answer your question, Reserve Chaser. Rolanda, could you please tell us the rules regarding Reserve Chasers?" Dumbledore smirked. "Well, there are none, the position doesn't exist at Hogwarts." Hooch replied casually. "It's never been official here but it has happened. So you can't kick her off the team?" Snape asked confused. "No, it means she isn't on the team to begin with. If they want to use her in a game, one player would have to be declared unfit to fly by Poppy and then standard substitution rules would come into effect." Dumbledore smiled. "Namely, the other team has to agree to their choice. So, she basically can't play this year?" Snape asked hesitantly. "Correct," Flitwick said. "Mr. Michaels was more concerned with getting the extra time to train her than winning this year. Our house has always been on the underdog side, one more year won't matter." "I see." Snape leaned back for the first time. Would never allow Ginny to play against those twins given the choice. "And we all know that your team wouldn't allow it," Flitwick said coldly. "Well, that's better than I was expecting," Snape admitted. "This new way isn't very satisfying though. Maybe I'm doing something wrong." Dumbledore frowned, concentrating. The weeks passed quickly. Harry and Tonks had Quidditch practice 2 times a week, which Hermione always attended and sat in the stands, which didn't go unnoticed. The three of them continued having sessions with Professor Babbling on Monday evenings, and while she was lecturing them about runes to prevent detection, Harry was searching for inherent weaknesses. When Harry quietly followed up with Luna about the bullying situation, she told him that Tony and Julie lost all their momentum when Ginny made the team and then Luna turned and skipped off. Harry stood there confused for a few seconds before he realized that when Luna said, "a girl in my dorm," she really wasn't referring to herself. That means Ginny is hiding her diary in a bag of some sort. Harry sighed in resignation and resolved to watch her carefully. Harry received several more invites from Lockhart to have tea, or dinner, or dessert, or anything else with him some evening. Harry had so far managed to thwart every effort, usually relying on some activity with the girls for an excuse. Harry also continued warping out of the castle in the mornings to carve more sand. By the time he took his first day off, he had a small jar full of prepared sand. His first day off from that task was Halloween, which he knew was always a bad day for him, and he felt that it would be prudent to have the turns in case Tom acted up. When Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast on the last day of October, he radiated an air of seriousness that everyone noticed. "You're paranoid," Tonks objected as Harry scanned his food for the 3rd time. "Bad things happen on Samhain," Harry growled. "Remember the troll?" "How could we forget?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "But that doesn't mean anything is going to happen today. Bad things always happen on Samhain." Harry stressed the always, and scanned Hermione's plate for the 2nd time. "Stop that," Hermione scolded and covered her plate with her arms. "Just relax, nothing is going to happen. Don't even think about it," Tonks said when Harry turned his wand towards her. "Eat up, we have practice this morning. I think we should skip." Harry shook his head. "We're not skipping practice because you're scared of the date." Tonks crossed her arms. "We will promise to be careful though." But Harry looked from one girl to the other and sighed in defeat as they both were clearly not going to change their minds. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Potter, Draco said loudly as he walked up behind the trio, only to then gulp just as loudly as he found Harry's wand pointed directly at him. Relax, I just need to talk to you, alone. He finished by looking pointedly at the girls. I can't today, sorry. Harry lowered his wand. What? Why not? Draco whined. It's important. Don't listen to him today. Hermione shook her head. I'm sure he can take the time to meet with you after lunch and before we start studying. We don't really need all that time anyway. Tonks nodded. While you're doing that, I'll take our Quidditch stuff up to the tower and Hermione can go to the library and get the books out that we'll need. But Harry started to object before Hermione cut him off. He'll meet you in the Charms corridor at 1:30 this afternoon. Hermione told Draco with a smile and then turned to the frowning Harry. Don't look at me like that. Nothing is going to happen. That works for me, Draco said and quickly walked away. We shouldn't not be together today, Harry warned. We'll be careful. Hermione patted him on the shoulder. Now eat. We should still skip practice. Harry grumbled after swallowing a bite of yogurt. What's the worst that could happen? Tonks asked rhetorically. Someone could get hit with a practice bludger as what? And then fall from their broom and go plummeting to their death. Harry added. That has never happened in Hogwarts history. Hermione rationalized. And even if it does, you have enough tricks up your sleeve to deal with it. Tonks beamed. True. Harry conceded with a nod. Just keep your mind on the feast tonight and try not to think too much. Hermione said and then tilted her head slightly. I never thought I would say, think too much. Imperio. Imperio. Tom Riddle hissed as he hit 2 seventh-year Hufflepuffs within minutes of taking over his host, fully, for the first time. Now, here's the plan. Good hustle out there, Potter. Jeremy Michaels praised. I don't think I saw a bludger get within 10 feet of Tonks. Thanks, Cap. Harry shrugged and made his way into the showers. Is everything okay? Jeremy asked Tonks as she made her way towards the girl's side. Don't worry about it, Tonks sighed. Harry's not a fan Halloween. That's understandable. Jeremy nodded sadly. I wouldn't be too thrilled about the yearly reminder of my parents' death. Oh, I forgot about that. Tonks said shamefaced. He told us today that bad things always happen on Samhain. He would know. Jeremy shook his head. Well, go get washed up and keep an eye on him. Right. Tonks nodded once and hurried off to the shower. Nothing has happened yet. Just go. Hermione sighed. I can't wait until this day is over. You should at least have Susan and Hannah go with you. Harry pleaded. They're working on costumes for tonight. Tonks shook her head. We're not going to stop them for your paranoia. It's bad enough that you already have Blaise and Daphne watching the dungeons for anything suspicious. We have our mirrors. If something happens, we'll call you. Stop worrying, Hermione commanded. Easy for you to say. Harry muttered as the girls shoved him into the Charms corridor and left before he could object again. At the end of the hall they shared a look and simultaneously rolled their eyes. Then Hermione turned down the corridor that would take her to the library and Tonks headed up a flight of stairs towards Ravenclaw Tower. It isn't paranoia when there probably is an actual deranged spirit after you. Harry muttered and made his way to where Draco was going to meet him. He had to wait a few minutes before Draco showed up. Foolish girl, Tom thought as he silenced the second year as she made her way past him. Didn't even notice she got hit with a spell. Well, she'll notice the next one. Tom silently followed and smiled sadistically when his agent banished her into a wall. She was just starting to react when the 7th-year Hufflepuff followed up with a bone-exploding curse to her femur. Tom added a dark spell of his own while she was distracted, in Parseltongue so they wouldn't be able to reverse it, and left his man to finish the job. He was sad to miss out on witnessing the exquisite torture session, but he had places to be. I just hope Malfoy takes up enough of Potter's time. You sure they won't mind us interrupting their study session? Hannah asked dubiously. Don't worry, Susan replied casually. We only have 8 clips, it'll take like a minute for Harry to animate them. What if he doesn't know how? Hannah asked as they turned a corner and coming into view of the Hufflepuff casting at a prone figure. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The Hufflepuff looked up and saw them. Without a word he turned and ran off. Susan started to follow him while Hannah stopped to check on the victim. Susan, stop. It's Tonks. Oh Merlin. Susan gasped and ran over. Who would attack Tonks? I don't know, but we need help fast. You call Harry, I'll get Hermione, she's closer to the hospital wing than us and can get Madame Pomfrey. You're right. Susan nodded and the girls drew their mirrors. Hermione was calmly making her way through the stacks in the library picking out the ones that she and Tonks would need. Harry never seemed to need any books but he still used them. Harry had an interesting mix of arrogance and humility that would have normally annoyed Hermione, but he had the ability to back himself up. That counted for a lot. Her musing was interrupted when her pocket started vibrating. Probably Harry checking in to see if everything is okay. She thought with a small smile that disappeared when she answered and saw Hannah's face. Hermione, Tonks was attacked, she needs Madame Pomfrey. Hannah cried. I'm on my way. Hermione exclaimed and drew her wand while running towards the exit, ignoring Madame Pance's protestation. Where is she? 5th floor, towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Hannah choked. Got it, Hermione said as she got to the top of a flight of stairs. Tom had planned on this response and had the second Hufflepuff already waiting. He banished her off the top of the stairs from behind and then fled the scene. Hermione screamed as she found herself high above the stone stairs and falling fast. She curled into a ball and started praying for salvation. She barely noticed the sudden heat radiating off her wand and didn't notice the pale blue shield form around her. Stairs shattered as she hit them, but she didn't feel any pain. The last thing she saw before she lost consciousness were the fragments of the stairs landing around her at the bottom. What is it, Draco? Harry asked impatiently. I've been hoping that I wouldn't need your help with this, but this book my father gave me about the loopholes in Hogwarts rules isn't very inspiring. Draco said, brandishing the book he had been given that summer. You have one of those? Harry asked incredulously. Where did your father get it? How should I know? Draco gasped. Probably one of his connections from being on the school board. I don't even know why they wrote this. Doesn't matter, they did. But that doesn't explain what you need my help for. Harry tapped his foot. Sorry, the guys in my dorm informed me this morning that I am expected to pull a prank at the feast tonight. Draco said passively. I don't have anything prepared. You want my help pulling a prank with less than 6 hours? Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought you said it was important. It is important. Draco protested. The Gryffindors in my class look up to me now, but I'm still in a precarious position. I can't help you, not today. Figure it out. Harry suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out his mirror. Flipping it open he found Susan's panicked face looking back at him. Harry, Tonks has been attacked. Susan cried. What? Where is she? Harry demanded and started running down the corridor, Draco hot on his heels. 5th floor, halfway between your tower and the library. I'm on my way. Hurry. She's in bad shape. Draco, you don't need to come. Harry said, hoping that he would leave him alone so Harry could warp. Tonks is my cousin Harry. Draco shouted back. I'm going with you. A scream echoed through the castle and behind Susan, Hannah cried out. Hermione. Harry. Hermione was going to get Madame Pomfrey. Susan sobbed, tears rolling down her face. We have Tonks secure, go help her and get Pomfrey. Right. Harry shouted and turned a corner, he didn't notice Draco get stunned before making it to the corner, nor did he notice that someone else took up the chase. In fact, the first sign of an attack on him that Harry noticed was the sensation of 10,000 white-hot knives digging into every inch of his flesh. For the second time in as many minutes a scream echoed through the halls. Tom held the curse for as long as was safe and then stunned the boy in Parseltongue. After that he fled and hoped he could get far enough away so that his host would not be discovered. The screams alerted the entire castle to the troubles. Within a few minutes all 4 victims had been found and were being moved to the hospital wing. Hannah accompanied Tonks while Susan went to contact her aunt. Hermione, Harry and Draco were unconscious but relatively undamaged. Tonks however was in worse shape than Hannah and Susan thought. Once they arrived at the hospital wing, Hannah turned to Madame Pomfrey and asked the question that would start her down her path in life. What can I do to help? She didn't leave until Pomfrey ordered her to bed. Hermione woke up an hour later, just after 11 that evening. Amelia Bones showed up with several of her best Aurors. They took Susan and Hannah's statements and were beginning to search the scenes for clues when Susan asked the question that would start her down her path in life. What can I do to help? When Harry came to, he was in the hospital wing. Hermione was sitting next to him, eyes staring at something far away. Hermione, where's Nim? Harry, you're awake. Hermione gasped and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Where's Nim? Harry asked again and Hermione shifted her eyes down and away. Severely injured then, Harry thought just as Hermione let out a loud sob. Make that dead of dying. I hope it's dying, I can deal with that. Dead isn't insurmountable but it does damage a lot of plans. Wait, I should be worrying. Damn, I'm no good at worry. Take me to her, he said shakily and stood up, grabbing his wand and holster from the bedside table. He ignored the post-cruciatus pain and pulled the curtains to the side. Sirius, Remus, Hestia and Gwynog were sitting in chairs, staring at the floor. Hestia and Gwynog were crying as well. Sirius looked up when Harry came out and met his eyes before looking to the side. Harry followed his gaze and found that he was looking at another curtained-off bed. Harry made his way over to that curtain, noting subconsciously that it was dark out now. He'd been unconscious for quite some time. He walked through with Hermione just a step behind. Andromeda and Ted Tonks were at the foot of the bed mourning. Tonks was awake and smiled weakly. Hey Harry. Nim. He breathed and hurried over to her. How are you? Not good. Tonks said nervously. I'm dying Harry. Can anything be done? Harry asked turning to Andromeda. We've tried everything. Andromeda shook her head, tears running down her face. She was hit with an organ-rotting curse that we can't break. The signature on it matches your attacker. At this point the damage is too extensive even if we could remove the curse. Do you mind if I cast diagnostics? Harry asked Tonks. She quickly nodded her consent. Her left femur was completely missing as were several bones in her wand hand. Bruising covered most of her body and there were signs that Madame Pomfrey had stopped massive internal bleeding. The organ-rotting curse had already shut down her kidneys and her liver was about to fail as well. The spell's signature was unmistakable to Harry. Parseltongue, Voldemort, I can save her. Everyone in the room suddenly gasped, including Dumbledore, Flitwick and Pomfrey, none of whom Harry had noticed yet. Andromeda was the first to speak after a tense moment of silence. How? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. Harry replied, looking at the floor. I need everyone who isn't Nim or myself to exit the curtain before I start, for your own safety as well as secrecy. The adults looked at each other worriedly. Mum, Dad, Hermione, get out. Tonks said from the bed. I trust Harry completely, if he says he can fix me he can. The three left quickly and quietly and took up positions just outside, ready to rush in if needed. Without wasting a moment Harry started warding the enclosed space. On the outside Dumbledore couldn't help but be impressed at the variety and strength of Harry's spells. Slowly but surely Harry cut off every means of gathering information from the inside. Harry felt a spell, used to monitor the magical cores of patients, surround the curtain. He let it through and within moments Madame Pomfrey had a small display that showed Harry and Tonks' strength. Everyone crowded around desperate for information. There was no need for words as they looked at the low flickering light that represented Tonks and the bright strong glow that showed Harry. It was obvious which was which. Sorry Nim, but you can't see what I'm going to do either. Harry said sadly. I'm going to have to stun you. Okay. Tonks nodded and calmly watched the red light hit her. Now that she was unconscious Harry removed the vial of elixir of life from his wand holster and poured it down her throat. Since it wasn't made from her blood it would take a couple minutes to heal her rather than a couple seconds. This was good for Harry though since it would give him time to remove the curse without making her worse or missing the healing. He decided to have a little fun with the core monitoring charm and started attacking the curse using only magic from his younger core. Hissing in Parseltongue Harry started pulling the curse apart bit by bit throwing all his magic into the effort. Outside the curtain everyone gasped as Tonks' core started getting stronger. The indicator for Harry's core started flashing back and forth between very strong and very weak as a result of Harry's two cores, not that anyone knew that, but the professors and healers all noticed. Harry chose to use his younger core because that was the one that was connected to his body and would cause him to pass out once he exhausted it. That point was rapidly approaching and with the last bit of that core Harry enervated Tonks. Harry sprinted out from the curtains as he wards dropped and ran into the bathroom. He slammed the door behind him and stuck his fingers down his throat to make himself loudly ill. His face was flushed and there was a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead when he left the bathroom. Andromeda was next to her daughter casting diagnostic spells as fast as she could with a huge smile and tears of relief. Her husband was next to her with the same tears. Madame Pomfrey stepped in front of Harry and did a quick check on his core. He smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. "I'll be fine, Poppy." With that said, Harry allowed his eyes to roll into the back of his head and fell to the floor, unconscious. "Harry!" Hermione cried and ran over to him. To everyone's surprise, except her own, Tonks threw the covers off of her and jumped out of bed, tripping but recovering, and ran over to Harry too. "Get him back in bed, he's just exhausted," Madame Pomfrey ordered, still working through the shock of the moment. Andromeda approached Poppy as the girls laid Harry back in his bed. "Poppy, you know he isn't just exhausted," she said quietly. "You're right." Poppy nodded. "His core is still fluctuating. Do you have any idea why?" "No." Andromeda shook her head. "But it can't be good for him. Will he be okay?" Hermione asked as Madame Pomfrey hustled over to Harry's bed. "He said he will be." Pomfrey replied as she cast spells rapidly. "I've never seen anyone's core do this before though. Sirius, could I borrow you for a moment?" Andromeda called from Pomfrey's office. "What is it, Andy?" Sirius asked when he got to the door, and then he saw a strange man standing with her. Hi. Sirius, this is Healer Smethwick," Andromeda introduced. "He is the head of the Die Llewellyn ward." "Isn't that for the people who are dying?" Sirius asked worriedly. "Yes, but if anyone has seen a core do what Harry's is, it's him." Andromeda nodded. "I haven't heard much about the situation, but I need your permission before I can examine the patient," Healer Smethwick said professionally. "You are Mr. Potter's guardian, are you not?" "I don't understand what another healer is needed for," Sirius stated, looking plainly at Andromeda. "Poppy and I don't know what is happening right now," Andromeda said quietly. "Harry said he'd be okay, but we don't know. Poppy said he was just exhausted." Sirius frowned. "He seems to be and implied that he was, but it is like he is exhausted and perfectly normal at the same time. It's really strange." Andromeda nodded. "All right," Sirius consented. "But you're going to have to talk with him if you want to tell anyone about what you figure out." "I wouldn't have it any other way." Smethwick nodded and turned to Andromeda. "Healer Tonks, take me to the patient." "Right this way," Andromeda said politely and led him out of the office, Sirius close behind. Hermione and Tonks looked up when the adults joined them at Harry's bed. "Girls, this is Healer Smethwick, he is an expert in cases like this." "Don't worry," Smethwick said when the girls shared a look. "I'm here to learn, not because anyone is worried about Mr. Potter." "Oh." Hermione smiled with relief. "Is there anything we can do to help?" "The best thing you can do is go out to the waiting area." Smethwick smiled. "By law only healers and Mr. Black can be present for the duration." "I see." Hermione bit her lip, worried again. "Come on, Myone. We should update everyone." Tonks hooked Hermione's arm and pulled gently. "Besides, even if this guy is out to get Harry, he'll still have to go through Mum, Padfoot and Madame Pomfrey." "I guess you're right." Hermione nodded and gave all four adults a meaningful look before allowing herself to be drawn away. "That was a strange reaction," Smethwick said as Sirius pulled the curtain closed. "Both of those girls were attacked and almost killed today. Mr. Potter is their best friend and they feel safe around him. Most of the students around their age do, but not to the same degree," Madame Pomfrey said solemnly. "But we're not here to discuss their past." "Right." Smethwick nodded. "Let us get started then. Could you tell me what he did to get himself like this?" "He saved my daughter's life," Andromeda stated boldly. "We don't know how. I asked Nymphadora, but evidently she was stunned immediately and doesn't know anything either." "Well, that's not very helpful," Smethwick muttered and started casting his own spells. "You call they boys, I'll call the girls," Tonks offered as the two of them sat down. "Sounds good. You know, I'm really amazed that my mirror wasn't lost or destroyed during my fall." Hermione nodded as she took her mirror out. "Wait, don't you think it is too late? They would want to know despite the fact that it is almost 1 in the morning." Tonks insisted as she flipped open her mirror. "Hannah, Susan, Daphne. Right, Fred, George, Blaze," Hermione said into her mirror, and both girls made the throwing motion that would pull everyone into one conversation while they waited for responses. "Did something else go wrong?" Fred asked when his head appeared first, followed moments later by George. "No, if anything everything went right for a change." Tonks replied happily. Tonks, Hannah questioned tiredly as she appeared. How are you feeling? Her head turned to the side. Susan, wake up. I'm up, what is it? Oh. Susan's voice was heard seconds before her head joined the rest, incidentally at the same time that Daphne arrived. Now we're just waiting for Blaze. Hermione said more to herself than anyone else. And Harry. George added. Harry is joining us, right? No. Tonks shook her head. He's unconscious. Still. Daphne asked concerned. No, again. Hermione stressed. Oh. Hey, there's Blaze. Daphne replied. Where are you two? Susan asked. Common room. Blaze said when he opened his mirror. I didn't want to wake any of the others. Daphne shrugged. Down here you don't give anyone any more information than you need to. Anyway. Hannah interjected before Blaze could add anything. How are you feeling, Tonks? Perfect. Tonks replied with a smile. Hermione and I just wanted everyone to know that Harry patched me up and that we're all going to live. What? How? Hannah exclaimed. Madame Pomfrey said there was nothing she could do. I don't know. Tonks beamed. He said it was secret. Probably some Nick stuff. I don't really care what he did though. It left him magically exhausted and there is a healer from St. Mungo's here now investigating the after effects on Harry. Hermione added. So there is nothing to worry about. Blaze asked. Nope, it's all taken care of. Tonks replied smiling. Maybe you don't have anything to worry about. Fred shook his head. But we have to worry about how to celebrate. George added. It will be All Saints' Day in the morning, can we do anything with that? I don't know, but you shouldn't be planning it where the headmaster can hear you. Hermione said quickly and looked across the room to see if Dumbledore was looking. He wasn't. Why didn't you tell us you were with people? Fred admonished. I didn't think you'd say anything. Hermione defended herself. Well then, if there is nothing else, we'll go back to our planning. George smirked. Our dear brother informed us today that all the pranks have been waiting on us. Fred explained. Can't let down the fans. What fans? Daphne drawled sardonically. Hush. Night everyone. Fred shot quickly before both he and his brother closed their mirrors and left the conversation. I'll be going too. Blaze yawned. I haven't made it to sleep yet and it has been a long, stressful day. I don't think I've ever heard him say that much all at once. Susan observed as he left too. But the boys have the right idea. I was carrying things around for my aunt since she arrived. I'm pooped. Wait, before you go, is there anything you can tell us about our attackers? Tonks asked quickly. 2 boys were found, both with evidence of the Imperius and memory charms. Susan recited. I don't remember their names, but my aunt declared them to be victims of the evening as well, and they aren't facing charges. There was something about the signatures on them too. Sorry, I can't do any better. You're half asleep, I understand. Tonks said reassuringly. Sometime this week I'd like the 5 of us girls to get together in private, to talk. The girls agreed and said goodnight. When Tonks and Hermione had closed their mirrors, Professors Flitwick and Dumbledore walked over. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he spoke. Ms. Abbott told me about those earlier. I must say, I thought she was exaggerating. You got them from Harry? Yes, sir. Hermione answered dutifully. He got them from Nick. Naturally. Dumbledore smiled. Have you used them often? Almost daily for one thing or another. Tonks nodded. Rarely for a group like that. So they're not a secret? Dumbledore asked, frowning. No. Why? Hermione replied hesitantly. It's just that if you look at the timing of the attacks and how they were pulled off, it is apparent that the attacker had planned for you to be able to communicate quickly. Dumbledore said. Harry was attacked after he changed his course. It would have been sooner or not at all if Harry hadn't been informed of your location, Ms. Granger. So it is my fault he was attacked? Hermione asked, on the verge of tears. No more than it is Ms. Tonks' fault that you were. Dumbledore shook his head. Do you know how I survived, sir? Hermione asked quietly, looking down. I have a suspicion, but now isn't the time. Albus said, nodding. I should be able to answer precisely once you submit a memory of the event for the investigation. Now, Hermione said after a deep breath. If you can, but it can wait until morning. Dumbledore smiled and quietly reached into his robes for 2 vials. Do you have a vial? Hermione asked as she drew the memory out with her wand, and placed it in the immediately offered vial. Tonks repeated the action a moment later. Thank you, girls. This will help a lot. Dumbledore tucked the vials back into his robes. I can take you up to the tower now. Flitwick offered kindly, causing both girls to look at the other with a frown. I'd like to stay here tonight. Tonks stated firmly. Me too. Hermione agreed. Madame Pomfrey has already cleared you to leave. Flitwick frowned slightly. Let me put it another way, Professor. Tonks crossed her arms. Tonight we're staying where Harry is. It's okay, Phileas. Dumbledore said with amusement. They can stay. All right, but don't get in the healer's way. Flitwick smiled. We won't. Hermione promised. It was only then that Hermione glanced over to where Remus, Hestia, Gwynog and Ted were sitting. They obviously heard everything, but Hermione was confused by the knowing smirks on the women's faces and the mischievous grin on Remus. Ted's look of concern wouldn't be out of place on any parent's face whose child just had the day Tonks did. She looked to Tonks and nodded her head towards the adults as the professors walked back to where they had been, and the two girls got up and rejoined the others. This is serious, serious. Madame Pomfrey said as they looked over the results of their testing. You should tell Albus, he'll know what to do. No. Harry has a right to know before Dumbledore does. Sirius shook his head firmly. But if we tell Albus now we might be able to find a way to remove that piece of soul before Harry wakes up. Pomfrey argued. What if Harry already knows about it? Sirius demanded. There might be a reason nothing has been done about it yet. He's right, madam. Smethwick said, cutting Pomfrey off. Since I've arrived his core has been getting brighter during the dull flashes and his body is perfectly stable, he should be awake by morning. This is a time where we can afford to wait for as much information as we can get before we act. Now that that's settled, Andromeda blurted, cutting Pomfrey off again, who scowled. Who do we want to talk to him about it? I think it should just be Andy and myself. Sirius stated. As his regular healer I insist on being there. Pomfrey said bitterly. Sirius looked to Andromeda with a questioning look and she nodded slightly. Fine. Healer Smethwick should be there too, Siri. Andromeda said softly. He can answer questions that we can't. All right. Sirius conceded. There is nothing we can do now though. Smethwick observed. I suggest we all go get some sleep. He's right. Sirius nodded. Poppy, alert us as soon as he wakes up. We'll all talk to him before you let Albus talk to him. All right. Poppy said and drew back the curtains. Hermione and Tonks jumped out of their seats and hurried over. So, Tonks asked her mother. Sorry, not talking about it yet. Andromeda shook her head. He should be up in the morning though. I understand. Tonks nodded. Hermione looked at her questioningly and just got a gesture that said, we'll talk about it later, in response. We're going to go, but we'll be back in the morning. Sirius said, looking from one to the other. Is there anything you two need? Both girls shook their heads and said their farewells, and as the adults were leaving, Dumbledore walked over to Madame Pomfrey. Poppy, I have given the girls my permission to stay here tonight, is that acceptable? Yes, yes. Pomfrey nodded in understanding. Before they go to sleep they can help me arrange the gifts the students sent them and Mr. Potter. Gifts? Hermione asked with a frown. Yes, get-well cards and candies and such. Pomfrey replied. You all got a fair share but Mr. Potter got the most, and mostly from girls, I'm afraid. I kept everything in my office while they'd be in the way. That sounds like a splendid idea. Dumbledore blustered happily. Poppy, would you alert me the moment Harry wakes up? Yes, Headmaster. Pomfrey said with a small wince. Just as soon as Sirius gets here. I'd like to get his memory and speak with him before Mr. Black arrives, please. Dumbledore twinkled. I'm sorry, Albus, but Sirius specifically requested that you not do that. Pomfrey shook her head, causing Dumbledore to frown for a second. I see. Dumbledore said and forced a smile. Well then, I'll see you all in the morning. I'll be going too. Flitwick said and stood up. Good night, professors. Hermione said sweetly. All right, girls, pick your beds. Pomfrey said as she turned towards her office. I'll get the boxes of things and you two can arrange them and then go to sleep. Yes, ma'am, they chorused. When Pomfrey returned from her office she wasn't surprised to see that Tonks had chosen the bed on Harry's left and Hermione took the one to his right. What did surprise her though was that they were levitating the beds closer together, and with a great deal of skill. She rolled her eyes and floated the 3 boxes over to the beds and set them down at the foot of each bed as the girls finished moving their beds. Hermione looked to Pomfrey and smiled sheepishly while Tonks merely shrugged. Pomfrey smiled at them. Just leave enough room for me to get between the beds, you two. People sent us all of that. Tonks asked incredulously as she looked at the boxes for the first time. Yes, and you should thank Ms. Abbott for separating them for you. She did it while she wasn't running for this or that for me. Pomfrey laughed. Would you like help going through this? No thank you. Hermione turned her down brightly. We could use some time to just talk between the two of us. All right, call me if you need anything. Pomfrey said and turned back towards the office. I'm going to turn the lights off in half an hour whether you're finished or not. Good night, girls. Good night, Madam Pomfrey, Hermione said. The girls immediately started in on Harry's box as Pomfrey's door closed. Hey, the twins sent a bouquet of chicken feathers. Look at this thing. What do you think it is? Tonks laughed as she pulled out what appeared to be a rune covered with bright blue flowers. Her face fell when she saw the tag. Oh, it's from Luna. Been it. Hermione looked torn for a moment before slowly nodding. And anything from Ginny. Right. Tonks nodded and tossed the flower rune thing into the garbage can. All is fair in love and war. Exactly. Hermione nodded again but still looked unsure, but just decided to change topic. So what did your mum mean? Just the standard healer-patient confidentiality. Tonks said as she checked the tag on a box of chocolates. She nodded and set them next to the feathers. Saying that she wasn't going to talk about it means that there is something to talk about but she isn't allowed to. It is something that will be addressed at some point though. She would have said, nothing to worry about. Or, everything is taken care of. Or something like that if they didn't find anything. Oh, Hermione said softly. So should we be worried? No, she was more confused than concerned. Tonks looked over at Hermione and smiled reassuringly. That's good. Hermione smiled back. So how do you really feel? Great. Tonks squeaked. Harry healed everything. Even that bruise from when I walked into the door last week. Hermione laughed. I still haven't figured out how you managed that one. I was distracted. Tonks whined. By what? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Harry. Tonks grinned. And when you tripped on the way up from potions? Hermione asked coyly. Harry was climbing the stairs right in front of me. It isn't my fault that I thought about hippogriff-shaped birthmarks. Tonks cried playfully. Oh, and when you tripped after we got to the bottom of the stairs on Thursday? Hermione snickered. Harry is very distracting for me, okay. Tonks sighed in exasperation. Hey, this card is signed. Love Padma, what do you think? Leave it, I'm pretty sure she's harmless. Hermione shrugged. It is a fairly common way to sign things anyway. True. So how about you? Tonks smiled maliciously. I've noticed that sometimes in class you stop taking notes for several minutes and stare blankly. You've been daydreaming. So. Hermione avoided Tonks' eyes. So what have you been thinking about so much? Tonks raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Hermione stated haughtily. I admitted my distraction, it's only fair that you admit it too. Tonks giggled. It isn't like we're hiding anything from each other. Fine, I've been daydreaming about Harry. Happy. Hermione rolled her eyes and picked up another card. Very. Tonks smiled smugly. Wow, this card is tacky. Hermione shook her head sadly. And I haven't even opened it yet. Tonks coughed when she started to laugh as she looked over and saw the card. The front was black and emerald green swirls dotted with gold stars, obviously homemade. Hermione cringed a couple of times as she read what was written inside before smiling evilly when she got to the name. Without a word she handed it to Tonks. It's from Ginny, read it. Tonks looked down and read one of the worst poems she had ever seen. Fresh pickled toads. I don't know, maybe we should let Harry see this. I mean, it isn't going to help her. I'm rather amazed that she didn't second guess herself on it. Hermione muttered. Maybe she was trying to make it bad, as a joke or something. She grew up with the twins, there is no way that she would make a joke this poorly. Tonks shook her head. I think this was just a bad idea. Right. Hermione nodded. So keep it or bin it. Tough choice. Tonks chewed her lip. Let's leave it until the end and decide then. All right. Hermione replied and the two of them sorted candy for a few minutes in silence. So what do you want to talk to the girls about? Oh, that. Tonks said blankly. I think I might owe Harry a life debt for this. I believe Susan and Daphne will know a bit about them and this way I don't have to go to Hestia, Gwen, or worse, my mum, so if I'm wrong it won't be brought up at family parties for the next several decades. I see. Hermione trailed. So why did you include myself and Hannah then? I didn't want to leave you two out. Tonks shrugged but Hermione grinned. I can't tell you how much hearing someone say that means to me. Hermione said emotionally. Really? Tonks asked concerned. Yay, I didn't have very many friends before I came here. Hermione shrugged. No one was ever concerned about whether or not I felt left out. You'll never have to worry about that here. Tonks smiled. We'll look out for you. Thanks, Hermione said as she took another box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans out of Harry's box. Last one. Yup, that means. Both girls looked to Ginny's card and burst out laughing. Leave it, we should definitely leave it. Yay, Hermione gasped as she tried to control herself. After Tonks set the card with the rest of them, the two girls opened their own boxes. With a dismissive shrug they both closed them, and a few minutes later they were climbing into their chosen beds. After Madame Pomfrey checked on them and wished them both a good night, the lights went out and they were left to fall asleep. In the dark, Tonks silently reached out and took one of Harry's hands with one of her own. Lucius, I'm glad you could make it. Barty Crouch smiled as he opened the door for Lucius Malfoy. I must admit, I was surprised that you would invite me over for Halloween dinner. Lucius said cordially as he hung his cloak on the hook by the door. Yes, there will be time for that later. Crouch nodded and led Lucius through the house. There was a younger man sitting at the dining room table waiting for them. I believe you know my son, Barty Jr. Lucius froze in place in the doorway. But, you're supposed to be dead. He stuttered in confusion. It's good to see you too, Lucius. Barty Jr. drawled from the table and motioned for Lucius to take a seat. If you must know, my death was faked and I escaped with the help of my loving father. I've kept him hidden under the Imperius curse since then. Barty Sr. said proudly. Only one person ever discovered the truth and I took care of her. So why are you telling me? Lucius asked suspiciously and slowly sat down. What changed? Our master found me and freed me by taking up a semi-permanent residence in my father. Barty Jr. laughed and was soon joined by his father. And I don't have enough free will left to do anything unless the Dark Lord commands me. Barty Sr. beamed. The Dark Lord is here. Lucius demanded and jumped to his feet. He's possessing you. Not at the moment, Lucius. A cold whisper came from behind Lucius, causing him to shiver slightly. My lord, Lucius cried as he turned and knelt, Voldemort's disembodied form only causing him a moment's surprise. Rise, Lucius. Tell me, what have you been doing in my absence? The wraith hissed, in English. Why weren't you searching for me? My lord, I was securing my political and financial base so that I could support your inevitable return. Lucius said pleadingly. I also released the diary at Hogwarts according to your instruction. I was told that the basilisk was destroyed. What is Tom planning? Voldemort pressed. I don't know, my lord. I told him about the basilisk but he told me to send him anyway, and that he would come up with something while he was there. Lucius frowned. I think he said something about the Forbidden Forest and something hidden inside. I see. Voldemort whispered contemplatively. I am going to require a meeting with Tom. See if you can arrange that between Senior here and Tom's host. I can do that, my lord. Barty Sr. blurted. I just need to know who the host is. Lucius grinned broadly and told them. Voldemort then floated off to get a plan prepared while the other three ate dinner and discussed how to get a meeting without arousing the host's suspicion. Wonder how everything resolved itself. Harry thought curiously as he woke up the next morning. Already light out, no one here but the beds next to me were used. Harry climbed out of bed and stretched tiredly when he saw the stack of gifts. Without a second thought he scanned them once for traps, just in case. He could hear water running in the bathroom as he walked around, trying to work the post-cruciatus pain out of them. As Harry was nearing the far side of the room, Hermione's laughter echoed out of the bathroom, slightly garbled. Hermione. That's disgusting. Tonks, voice shouted a moment later. Harry could hear her giggling though. It's your fault, Nim. Why did you surprise me with that if you weren't trying to make me laugh? Hermione retorted grumpily. Excuse me. Tonks laughed, pretending to be offended. How is it my fault that you can't control your impulses? Whatever, just help me clean the toothpaste off the mirror. Hermione grumbled. Why do you even use that stuff at all? Tonks grumbled right back. We have charms for that. My parents are dentists, they wouldn't approve and then it'd get ugly. Hermione replied with a loud sigh. Never get a dentist going on a lecture about oral infections. Seriously, worst form of punishment in the history of everything. They have pictures too. Harry laughed as he stretched his left arm over his head and a flash of blue caught his eye. A moment later he was standing over the trash can holding Luna's gift. I wonder what this rune means. Harry wondered as he checked the tag. Luna made it. Of course, I probably won't be able to figure out what it is supposed to be without just asking her point blank. This is clearly at a different level than the other gifts, wonder how it landed in the trash. I still don't see what was so funny. Tonks said casually as she and Hermione walked out of the bathroom. Harry looked up from the gift and saw that Tonks had grown a duck bill. Harry laughed and both girls jumped and turned to face him. Both of their faces fell guiltily when they saw what Harry was holding and Tonks shifted back to normal. Oh, I see, Harry thought. Harry, you're awake. Hermione stammered. We can explain that. Tonks flinched when Hermione spoke. Harry frowned and shook his head. They threw away Luna's gift to me. Don't bother. I know exactly what happened. You do? Tonks asked meekly, expecting to be yelled at. Of course. A house elf must have thought it was trash and threw it away. Harry smiled. It's really rather sweet. Maybe the sweetest thing anyone's done for me. Unless they have something against her beyond that she is a girl in my general vicinity. I can understand overprotective friends, but Luna isn't even coming on to me or anything. Maybe she talked differently up in the dorms or something. With a shrug Harry dropped it back in the trash. Who knows what has been in that trash can? Right. Tonks agreed nervously, but happy for an easy excuse and happier that Harry didn't want the flower rune. Hermione didn't trust herself to talk, so she just smiled and nodded. Marnie, Harry called. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Marnie asked as he popped into the room. Could you please take all of my gifts up to my bed? Harry asked politely. Yes, sir. Marnie saluted and disappeared along with all of the presents from the table. Harry scrutinized the trash can for a moment before vanishing the entire contents. There, now then, who is up for some breakfast? It is still breakfast time, right? Madame Pomfrey will want to know you're awake. Some healers including Nim's mum need to talk to you. Hermione shook her head. Then I'm sure Dumbledore will want to speak with you. Right, cover your ears. Harry took a deep breath as the girls clamped their hands over their ears and then Harry yelled. Madame Pomfrey, Harry Potter has left the wing, I'll be back after I eat. No, wait, Madame Pomfrey shouted from deeper in the wing. Let's go. Harry put an arm around each girl's waist and led them out of the wing. Harry, we can't. Hermione resisted half-heartedly. It isn't safe. Tonks whispered and squirmed as close to Harry as humanly possible. If I'm right about who I think attacked us, he won't be able to again for a while. If I'm wrong, then the attacker, if they even know you two are okay, wouldn't be expecting us to show up for breakfast. Harry quickly transfigured the hospital gown he was wearing into sweatpants and a t-shirt. If we act like nothing has happened, their morale will plummet. But you should still wait until a healer clears you. Hermione said sternly as they left. There is nothing wrong with me. Harry shrugged. I told Pomfrey I'd be fine last night. No, they just want to ask questions, and questions can wait. If you're sure. Hermione frowned. I'm sure. Harry smiled and both girls soon nodded. So, you think you know who did this? Tonks asked curiously. Yes, how did you know? Harry's surprise was evident in his voice. How did I know what? Tonks frowned. Who I was going to say was behind it. Harry replied. But, I don't know. Tonks muttered in confusion. You know who? Hermione said triumphantly a second later and then gasped and pulled herself into Harry's side. Are you serious? Tonks shivered. Yes, but like I said, if it was him he won't be able to try again for a while. Harry squeezed them both reassuringly. It takes a lot of effort to control someone else's body and he is currently limited to possession. He won't be able to try again before Christmas probably, and that's enough time to prepare. How are we supposed to prepare for him? Tonks asked, voice thick with worry. As a group, of course. Harry said brightly. I'll explain more thoroughly later, when we have the whole group. Oh, okay. Hermione murmured quietly. Is the headmaster going to help? Don't know yet, haven't asked. Harry laughed. If he does, cool, if he doesn't, oh well. You should ask. Tonks begged. I will. Harry nodded. But I'm going to eat first and talk to Padfoot and the healers if I have to. So you have a plan? Tonks asked. Yes I do. Harry nodded as he pushed his way into the Great Hall. There are some holes that need to be filled but I think it is fairly solid. Wake up you two. Daphne hissed and jabbed George in the side with her elbow while Blaze was doing the same to Fred. Whu. George yawned. They're here. Blaze whispered. What? Already? Fred sat up suddenly wide awake. George, wake up. Is it time? George mumbled, drawing his wand. You two are idiots for staying up all night. Hannah smiled and sipped her pumpkin juice. You won't be saying that in a few minutes when Harry declares us his best friends. Fred said smugly. George sat silently for a few seconds before Fred turned to him expectantly. Oh, that was my cue. What he said. Stop wasting time, Fred said shortly. Trigger your half. Fred stood up suddenly and cast a spell into the air. George followed him half a second behind and cast a spell towards Harry. They both felt slightly bad when Hermione and Tonks screamed a little and Harry cast a quick shield around the trio. The twins shrugged it off though as a spotlight lit the three Ravenclaws, making sure no one didn't notice their arrival. The sound of trumpets filtered in from above as confetti started falling. Finally a banner unfurled behind the staff table and drifted down from where the enchanted ceiling hid it. Congratulations on not dying, Harry read cynically before laughing. With that the tension broke and laughter started throughout the whole room. There they are, Fred bellowed from where he was standing on top of the table. You can beat them, George shouted from next to him. You can throw them downstairs, Fred continued. But you will not, George started. Cannot, Fred corrected. Break them. They finished together with a grand gesture. The whole room now turned their attention from the twins to the trio. Tonks squeaked and hid behind Harry. Hermione buried her face in his shoulder and he just waved meekly to the crowd. The applause was thunderous. Enough, Dumbledore shouted over the din, smiling politely. We're all glad to have Mr. Potter, Ms. Tonks and Ms. Granger back amongst us. Even I wasn't aware that they had been released from the hospital yet. Nevertheless, it is breakfast and I'm sure these three have quite an appetite after their ordeal, so please refrain from questioning them for now. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry called back, to which Dumbledore merely waved dismissively. Harry then lowered his voice until it could only be heard by the girls and motioned for them to continue moving towards the table. That went well. Come on. Just as the three of them got to the table where the rest of the court was sitting, George was setting his head back down on a loaf of bread, hoping to drift off again. Fred, however, seemed to be tired but relatively awake. Hermione looked back and forth between the two for a second as she sat down. What's up with him? She asked Fred. We were up all night setting up the fanfare. George took care of the banner and the confetti, I did the light and music. Fred shrugged. Little guy just couldn't take it, he's more worn out than he has rights to be. Wouldn't the banner and confetti take significantly more effort, seeing as how they are physical objects? Hermione frowned. Yup. Fred grinned. George lost a bet so I made him do the hard work. That's horrible, Hermione complained as everyone else laughed. Thanks for the intro though. Certainly beat stares and quiet whispers. Harry grinned. Can you guys fill me in on what's been happening outside the hospital wing though? Well, from the start, Harry, you and Draco were discovered by Ginny Weasley. She says she was just wandering, thinking, when she heard Hermione scream, started that way and then heard you scream closer. She didn't see anything, Susan recited. Hermione was found by Professor Lockhart moments before Madame Pomfrey arrived there, on her way to Tonks. At about the same time Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived where we were and they took Tonks. Hannah went with them while I split off and called my aunt. They arrived a few minutes later and I spent the rest of the evening assisting my aunt. Marcus Aubrey and Elias Bishop, 7th-year Hufflepuffs, were found under memory charms and the Imperious Curse. Marcus was forced to attack Tonks and Elias was forced to attack Hermione. The third assailant's magical signature was foreign to everyone and that was the one who attacked you, Harry, and their signature was also on Tonks. Tonks was the worst off by far. Hannah started when Susan stopped. Madame Pomfrey said that there were 3 fatal if not treated wounds in addition to the curse they couldn't remove. I spent 2 hours running around fetching potions and texts for her. It didn't take long for it to get out who was attacked and by the time I was done running for things there was a pile of gifts. Two Ors sorted them out, food and non-food, and scanned them separately before passing them to me to sort by. Recipient. Luna's gift threw them for a loop. Even after it registered as non-magical, it was still a rune they didn't know. And that was after they stopped arguing over whose responsibility it was. Why were they arguing over that? Hermione cut in. It was clearly non-food. Well, she connected all of those flowers to the base with one single, really long strand of licorice wrapped tightly around the base. Hannah sighed. It is honestly like she was trying to make sure Harry never received it. I did that until curfew when Madame Pomfrey sent me to bed. While that was happening, the rest of us were filing through one at a time, each casting one spell so the Aurors could check our signatures. Fred added. The Slytherins were checked first. Blaise grumbled. How did the Slytherins react to the news anyway? Harry asked. A few of them were boastful, but none of them had anything to support them. Blaise shrugged. I don't think any of them knew it was going to happen. Most of what I heard was just people complaining that you didn't die. Daphne added, nodding. Well, it is a shame he didn't die. A feminine sneer behind them heralded the arrival of Pansy, and wherever she is not was first. Do you think you'll get so lucky next time, Potter? Not taunted as Harry turned to face them. Why do you think there will be a next time? Harry asked coldly. Someone made it this far just to attack you. Sure, they failed, but they escaped unrecognized. They'll be back. Not said smugly. That's not likely. Susan shook her head. Once it was determined that the assailant was no longer in the castle, a perimeter was set up. No one will get in or out without them knowing. We'll see about that. Nod laughed and spun on his heel and stalked off. Pansy followed a moment later. They say you got hit with the Cruciatus. Tracy addressed Harry as she hung back. That's right, Harry said sharply with a nod. That's rough. Tracy gave a small encouraging smile and spun to go rejoin her friends. That was weird, Tonks observed neutrally as she left. Yay, anyway, while the other houses were getting their signatures checked, George and I were using the original map to look for anyone who wasn't complying or going down a secret passage. Fred continued. We don't know if anyone other than us knows about the passage to Honeyduke's cellar. We haven't told anyone yet though. We'll tell Dumbledore later when we meet with him. Harry assured. I'm fairly certain he is aware of it though. Speaking of whom, Hannah muttered. He's walking over here. Good morning, Headmaster. Harry greeted as Dumbledore walked over. Good morning, Harry. Dumbledore smiled. I was wondering if you could accompany me to my office after you're finished eating. I'm sorry, Headmaster. Hermione as Harry opened his mouth to answer. You heard Sirius yesterday. Harry is supposed to talk to the healers first. You haven't done that yet? Dumbledore asked, surprised. No, we just left. Harry shrugged. I told Madame Pomfrey that I would be back after I ate. And she just let you go? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. No, I expect her to come bustling in any second now with Padfoot and healers in tow. Harry smirked. Hospital food isn't as good as the real stuff though. I see. Dumbledore nodded. You shouldn't leave the hospital before you're released though. Why can't anyone just accept that I know when I'm hurt and when I'm fine? Harry sighed. Because you aren't trained. Tonks piped up. Blah blah training sh meaning. Harry fluttered his hand, earning a stern look from Hermione, Hannah and Dumbledore. Anyway, I need to stop talking so I can finish eating before Madame Pomfrey summons the troops. All right, I'll let you eat. Just come see me as soon as you can. Dumbledore chuckled and walked away. Sure enough, when Harry was halfway through a peach a couple minutes later, Madame Pomfrey bustled in with Sirius, Andromeda and healer Smethwick close behind her. Harry waved them over and turned back to his peach. Sirius' eyes were laughing as they approached, but Pomfrey looked offended. Mr. Potter, why, pray tell, are you not currently in your bed? I was hungry. Harry replied nonchalantly and pointed to Smethwick. Who's that guy? You could have gotten food in the hospital wing. Pomfrey argued. And this is healer Smethwick from St. Mungo's. But I couldn't get the atmosphere. Studies show that atmosphere plays a significant role in your dining experience. Harry's serious response drew a laugh from Sirius. Be that as it may, I need to check you over before I can condone your presence anywhere other than the hospital. Pomfrey crossed her arms. I'm almost done. Harry slowly took a bite out of his peach. Just bring it with you. Pomfrey cried. You're not going to be able to come up with anything I haven't already heard, probably from your father at that. Well, like father like son. Don't tell Snape I said that. Harry looked around worriedly. He's already eager to strap any of my father's flaws on me. I'll tell him if you're not finished eating in 4 seconds. Pomfrey tapped her foot. That's blackmail. Harry objected. So, Pomfrey replied, who is going to care? It isn't like I'm trying to get you to do something unreasonable, nor is it a terrible secret. Fair enough. Harry looked thoughtful for a second before standing up and dropping his peach pit after taking the final bite. Fred, wake George up, then the two of you should escort Susan to contact her aunt and meet the rest of us at the hospital. Right. Fred agreed. What should I tell her? Susan asked eagerly. Why is everyone coming? Pomfrey asked with a frown. When I'm done with you guys I have a meeting with Dumbledore and they're going to be there with me too. Padfoot, you should attend as well. Hopefully Madam Bones will join us for that, which is what I want you to ask Susan. Harry explained. Let's go. Why didn't you help Poppy? Smethwick asked Andromeda in a whisper. I've heard tales about Harry's antics all summer. Andromeda whispered back as the group, minus the Weasleys and Susan, headed towards the door. Don't fault me for wanting to witness some of them. So what do we have to talk about? Harry asked brightly as the group walked into the hospital. Harry, it is something we think you should know about before sharing with your friends. Sirius said, looking nervously at Harry's friends. Right, excuse us please. Harry said, turning to the others before walking away with the healers. Once it was just Harry, the healers and Sirius. Sirius cast privacy wards around them. So we know that we cannot ask you what you did. Andromeda started. That's not what this is about. After the event you displayed a rare magical symptom. My core was flashing hot and cold, right? Harry asked with a roll of his eyes. Right. That's where I came in. Smethwick said. You know I'm from St. Mungo's, but more specifically from the Dangerous Wing. We see a lot of strange phenomenon there. We've only ever seen a flashing core minutes before a patient dies though, and even then only once in a while. Naturally, a normal human body cannot take the stress and eventually gives out. Harry agreed. Right, but you didn't. Pomfrey frowned. Do you know why? Do you? Harry asked hesitantly. Yes, it would seem that your core is split in half and the fluctuation was just the spell detecting them one at a time. Andromeda smiled. Correct. Harry beamed. What we don't understand is where the piece of a foreign soul came from. Smethwick supplied bluntly. Or if we should remove it. Shit, overplayed this one. Harry thought ruefully. I'm afraid that is classified, but I'm currently using it and removing it at the moment would cause the halves of my core to pull farther and farther apart, eventually leaving me a squib or dead. Harry, I don't like the idea someone else's soul roaming around your head. Sirius worried. Don't worry. I have it under control and I'm going to get rid of it as soon as I can safely join the halves of my core back together. Harry smiled reassuringly. I can look into that if you'd like. Smethwick offered. So long as you don't tell anyone who you're working for. Harry nodded. I would be happy to accept your help. I'd like Andy to assist you. Sirius said bluntly. Fine. Smethwick agreed instantly and Andromeda nodded. If that is settled, do you need anything else from me? Harry asked impatiently. Just final checks and I'll give you clearance to leave. Pomfrey said as she started walking around him casting her standard spells. She was finished after just longer than a minute. All right, Mr. Potter. You seem perfectly back to normal. You may leave whenever you wish. Thank you, Madam Pomfrey. Harry smiled. We could have had that done with earlier if you hadn't left. Pomfrey said pointedly. Or if you had just believed me. Harry grinned. We're all done here, you go see the headmaster. Pomfrey smiled, having stopped being truly mad at Harry when they were leaving the Great Hall. Excellent. Harry clapped his hands together. Coming, Padfoot. Right behind you, Harry. Sirius followed, dropping the wards in the process. What was that about? Tonks asked as they joined the rest. They were just telling me things I already knew. Harry shrugged. So, off to unbalance Dumbledore. He's already fairly unbalanced. Blaise sneered. I'll admit that that is true. Harry conceded. I mean more directly and less mentally insane like. Are you going to be mean? Hermione asked with crossed arms. I wouldn't consider it mean, no. Harry shook his head and started towards the door. I'm just not going to let him be in control of everything. Mr. Potter, it is good to see you up. Madam Bones called as she walked up with the twins and Susan. Ah, Madam Bones, how lovely to see you again. Harry greeted. Are you ready to go see Dumbledore? Lead the way. Amelia motioned and Harry continued along down the hall with Amelia falling in at his left side. This displaced Tonks, but she just moved over and was between but one step behind Harry and Hermione. Move, Harry said rudely when they got to the Guardian Gargoyle, which to Amelia's surprise, jumped out of the way hastily. Harry saw her confused look and smiled apologetically. Force yourself through violently enough and it won't be inclined to repeat the event. I see. Amelia replied with a curt smile as Harry started up the stairs. Ah, Mr. Potter, thank you for Madam Bones, this is a surprise. Ms. Tonks and Ms. Granger as well. Dumbledore's frown got deeper as each member of the group joined them in the office and Dumbledore greeted them all. I guess I wasn't clear. This was supposed to be a private meeting, Mr. Potter. Well, I think they should be here for what I have to discuss with you. Harry insisted. Please, go on. Dumbledore motioned with his hand. I guess the place to start, Headmaster, is with a question. Harry was looking forward to this reaction. Have you ever heard of a Horcrux? Harry, this is not something to talk about in front of so many people. Dumbledore said, panicked. The thing is that before he was destroyed, Voldemort made 3. Harry was pleased with how few of his friends flinched. What? Dumbledore's face grew ashen as all of the blood rushed out. I'm sorry, what's a Horcrux? Sirius interjected. Dark magic immortality device. Harry said bluntly. Anchors you to this dimension in case you are separated from your body. That is fairly accurate, if detail-free. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Even the knowledge of their existence is restricted. Back to the point though, one of the 3 is here at Hogwarts. Harry listened to the gasps around him. I believe it was used to possess the 3rd assailant. Do you have any proof? Madam Bones asked intently. Both Nim and myself were cursed in Parseltongue. Which is why no one could identify it. The magic of the language prevents it from happening. Harry explained. Aside from myself, the only other known Parselmouth in recent English history has been Voldemort and his maternal family, a family which he destroyed early in his career. So you were able to heal Ms. Tonks with Parcel magic? Dumbledore asked skeptically. I wasn't aware that that particular art was connected to healing magic. It isn't. Harry shook his head. I used Parcel magic to remove the curse, but there was nothing Parcel about the healing at all. Interesting. Madam Bones commented as she wrote on a pad of paper. Do you know how to find this Horcrux? Unfortunately, it seems to have discovered a way to avoid my detection. The Horcrux is intelligent and probably has some way for direct interface between itself and its host. Harry explained. It is probably something small and something that isn't normally worn, so no rings, necklaces, hats or crowns. If it was one of those things I would have been able to detect it. That's why you were asking about the diplomat bag. Hermione squeaked victoriously. Yes it was. Harry nodded, smiling. So what do you intend for us to do? Dumbledore asked. Well, first of all we need to find a way to mitigate whatever is preventing me from finding it. Then we have to find it and remove it from its host's control and destroy it. Why isn't Nick helping? Dumbledore smirked. Finally a weakness in that group. They're testing me this year. After next year I am going to be on my own unless everything falls beyond hope. Harry shook his head again. How sure are you that it is in a diplomat bag? Amelia asked. About as sure as I can be without actually knowing anything. Harry admitted. I haven't seen it nor do I know who has it, but I'm not planning on giving him the time to build up enough influence over his host to try and kill Hermione or Tonks ever again. I can assign a team to look into the bags and see if we can find anything. Amelia sighed. I don't know what else I can do until we find the Horcrux. Although maybe your memory of the attack will show the host's face. We can only hope so. Harry drew the memory out of his mind and placed it in the vial Dumbledore had automatically retrieved from his desk. Here are the memories from Ms. Granger and Ms. Tonks as well. Dumbledore smiled and added their vials to Harry's before handing them all to Amelia. Speaking of memories, sir, did you figure out what I did? Hermione asked nervously. Yes, Ms. Granger. The phenomenon is called Newton's armor. Amelia and Harry both gasped. It is the only known ability that emerges only through accidental magic after the caster has had training. Most of the time, however, it is later in life. Barnabas Gudgeon was the first to discover it in the Third Goblin War when an enemy giant hit him with a club and propelled him across the battlefield until he struck a stone wall. Instead of killing him, he reported a sudden pull on his magic, which heated his wand up and protected him with a thin blue covering over his body. He was left completely uninjured but magically exhausted. But Albus, Amelia protested. She's just a girl. Newton's armor has never appeared before the caster's 25th birthday. She does spend a lot of time with Harry though. Susan piped up. If anything is going to change the rules of the world. And needless to say, she is now the exception to the rule. Dumbledore smiled sagely. So what do I do from here? Hermione asked curiously. I would like to be able to do that whenever I want. And you will be able to, eventually. Dumbledore encouraged. Shield charms are the starting point in the training. I can have Professor Lockhart give you instruction if you wish. That isn't necessary. Harry cut in. I can teach her. I was planning on training these 8 anyway. You were? Dumbledore asked. What are you going to teach them? How to fight. Harry said casually. Offense and defense, tactics and strategy, and most importantly, we're going to make sure everyone is as resourceful as possible. That is a good idea. Amelia smiled. It is. Dumbledore agreed thoughtfully. Is there anything else? Harry pressed. Not unless you've changed your mind about the secrecy around the spell you used to heal Ms. Tonks. Dumbledore said hopefully. Sorry sir, but that spell doesn't exist, if you know what I mean. I understand. Dumbledore nodded. I'll just have to get it some other time, when there are no witnesses. The group finished their conversation with Amelia delegated to find information on the bags. Dumbledore was going to search for better information on Horcruxes. The children left after warning Dumbledore about the passage to Honeydukes, and he confirmed that he was already aware of it. 10 minutes later, after everyone left, Dumbledore flew the hospital wing and called Madame Pomfrey up to his office. He offered her a drop as she arrived a few minutes later, which she turned down. Ah, Poppy my dear. Could you please tell me about Harry's condition over last night? I can't tell you much, sir. Sirius made sure of that. Poppy sighed. Oh, well, tell me what you can. Dumbledore said as he cast a loyalty charm at her silently from under the desk. All right. Poppy's voice was slightly glazed over, a side effect of refreshing the charms. It would be gone before she left, and she started detailing everything they had learned about Harry in the last 24 hours, leaving absolutely nothing out. Elsewhere in the castle, Tom Riddle raged inside the mind of his host, his influence too weak right now for his host to have even noticed the drastically different emotions. Dies Soul or older Harry? Older Harry is still Harry and wouldn't register as foreign, perhaps excessive, but not foreign. So, training? Tonks asked, intrigued, as the group arrived back in the Great Hall, meeting with the healers and Dumbledore having taken up the whole morning. Do tell. Well, at the start it will just be basic, shields and low-level offense spells as well as physical conditioning and agility. Later we'll discuss whether we want to train as individuals or as a team and figure out specific plans for everyone. Harry shrugged. Fairly normal approach. I've been meaning to start working out here for a while anyway. Work out? Daphne asked skeptically. Yay. The girls are all starting our prime growing periods, as are the twins. Harry and Blaise will be soon too. Biologically speaking, this is the best time to start. Hermione interjected with a nod. And besides, physical strength probably increases magical strength too. A few of the others nodded, but Harry shook his head. No, sorry. They're separate systems. It'd be like push-ups making your hearing better. You know. So what's the point then? Daphne frowned, crossing her arms. The best defense against hostile spells is simply to not be there when they land. Harry stated bluntly. If you have the endurance and are good enough at dodging, you can let your opponents exhaust themselves before you cast your first spell. Uh-huh. I can prove it tonight if you wish. Harry smirked. Where? George asked. We've looked. There aren't that many suitable rooms. The professors frown on using the ones that they have classes in because that invariably messes something up. Fred nodded. Most of the unused rooms are used for storage or really small. Anyone up for an exploratory investigation of the Chamber of Secrets? Harry grinned. And there goes the owl requesting the form. I need to request a meeting with the Office of Diplomats at the ICW. That I need to request a hearing to determine whether or not a specialist will come help try to find an errant diplomat bag. Dumbledore thought miserably and he watched an owl disappear into the distance. Bureaucracy at its finest. Should have an answer by February. Dumbledore moved to his desk and poured himself a cup of tea. There is nothing more I can do about that though. What am I going to do about Harry though? From what Poppy said, there is a piece of a foreign soul in him. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock on the door. Come in, he called distractedly. Good afternoon, Albus, Lockhart said grandiosely. How can I help you, Gilderoy? Albus asked genially. There is a good chance that it came from Voldemort. I mean, where else could it come from? I've had the most wonderful idea, Albus. Lockhart grinned. I just wanted to run it by you before I proceeded. Go on, Albus replied blandly. If it is a piece of Voldemort's soul, though, it probably means it is a Horcrux. Well, I was thinking, since it is my job to make sure the students are capable of defending themselves, and since there was just a horrendous attack on said students, I'm not working to the best of my abilities. Horcruxes can't be destroyed without destroying the vessel. The problem is obvious though. Gilderoy paused for effect. What's that? Dumbledore asked when he realized Gilderoy was waiting for a reply and Dumbledore didn't know what he'd been asked. Can't he tell this is a bad time to be bugging me about something trivial? I'm trying to figure out how to find whomever Voldemort is possessing for Merlin's sake. I don't have enough time with them. Lockhart threw his hands in the air emphatically. Of course. Dumbledore nodded. Anyway, Poppy said that Harry claimed that not only did GNICC know about the soul, they were using it to hold his magic together, I believe she said. My solution is just as obvious. Gilderoy smirked. Is it now? Dumbledore continued, feigning interest. It is going to need to be dealt with eventually, but Harry said there were three. If one is Harry and the other is whatever is in the castle, then there is still a third that is unknown. Yes it is. Lockhart laughed. Quite obvious. You see, we merely need to start a club so that the students can practice more than class time allows. Very true. Dumbledore chuckled. Finding the one that is already here is the first priority, but then I'll have to start looking back into everything I have on Voldemort/Tom Riddle and try to confirm the three Horcrux theory and try to figure out what they are. So I was thinking maybe one night a week I'll host a dueling club in the Great Hall. Lockhart summed up and ran his hand through his hair. You want to start a dueling club? Dumbledore finally caught the conversation. That is going to be a disaster. With your blessing, of course. Gilderoy nodded. Are you sure you're capable of doing it on your own? Dumbledore asked skeptically. Of course I am. Gilderoy looked offended. I am a more than capable duelist. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that there will likely be a large number of students in attendance, more than any class you've had. Dumbledore gestured passively. Perhaps you should ask Severus or Filius for assistance, at least until you know what to expect. And with any luck they'll keep everyone alive. Ah, yes, of course. Gilderoy nodded. I've taken the liberty of preparing a few plans, if you'd like to take a look at them. No thank you, I'm sure they're fine. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. So long as either Severus or Filius is on board, the planning can be left up to you. You're the headmaster. Gilderoy nodded his agreement. Is there anything else? Dumbledore asked after Lockhart hadn't said anything for a long moment. No, I guess not. Lockhart shrugged and stood up. Have a nice day, Albus. You too, Gilderoy. Dumbledore nodded as Lockhart left the office. With a sigh he got up and wandered over to his personal library. Now what was that book on soul magic called again? How did you even find this? Hermione asked as the sink in Myrtle's bathroom opened up. Nick followed Quirrell last year, remember? He went down this way. Harry shrugged. It wasn't hard for him to figure out that the password was in Parseltongue. So, who is going first? Hannah asked timidly. Ladies first. Blaise suggested coyly. Not me. Hannah shook her head vehemently. Not in a million years. For Gryffindor. Fred bellowed and jumped headfirst down the tube. For Fred. George shouted and jumped in immediately after Fred. Well, that takes care of that discussion. Blaise quipped. Now we just wait to see if they lived. Susan said brightly. How was it? Tonks shouted down the tube. Don't go headfirst. One of the twins' voices echoed up quietly. Little bit gross at the bottom. I don't want to get dirty. Daphne objected. I can scourgify it on the way down. Harry offered. You're next then. Tonks stated. Fine by me. Harry said and quickly hopped into the tube. He continually cast the cleaning charm in front of himself as he slid and was only slightly soiled when he arrived at the bottom. Fred was busy spitting slime out of his mouth and George was attempting to wash him off with conjured water. Tonks came down the chute, as Harry was cleaning the twins up with Hermione close behind. "That's a lot of bones," Tonks muttered as she stood up. "You're telling me?" Hermione shook her head and dislodged several smaller bones that had gotten caught in it as Hannah landed where she was a moment before. "Looks like they're mostly from rats." "Ew." Hannah jumped up and hastily evacuated the pile. "Maybe you should do something about that, Harry," Tonks prompted. "Right." Harry nodded and conjured a mattress a couple feet above the bones. Just as he dropped it, Susan landed in the pile and ended up under the mattress. "Sorry about that, Susan. Terrible timing. Completely my fault. JMMFGGTCHFFFFF." Susan cried from underneath. "I'm sorry," you muttered. Harry said as he lifted the mattress off of her. "Could you please repeat what you just said? Just get it off." Susan grumbled as she crawled out. A few seconds later, Daphne spilled out of the tunnel with a shriek and rolled across the mattress, coming to a rest in an undignified heap. Blaze was laughing when he arrived and landed softly on the mattress. "How dare you shove a lady like that, Blaze?" Daphne yelled and pulled herself into a threatening pose. "You were chickening out." Blaze raised his hands in defense. "I was not." Daphne crossed her arms and glared. "If I had gone first, you wouldn't have come down at all." Blaze cocked an eyebrow. "Admit it." "I admit nothing." Daphne looked down her nose at him. "Besides, even if that were the case, it would be due to the questionable sanitation, not fear." "Sure." Blaze snorted as he crawled off the mattress and stood up. "I'm serious," Daphne insisted. "Don't worry, Daph. We believe you," Harry said, rolling his eyes. "Now come on. Lots to explore." "Lumos, are you sure it is safe?" Hermione asked timidly. "No, but that's why it is exploring," Harry admitted. "There is very little danger though. I can deal with any SS that may be down here. I can't really think of anything else that would bother." "Don't worry, Hermione, we laugh at danger," Fred boasted and puffed out his. "Ha ha ha," George added dramatically, faking a voice much deeper than his own. "Having the two of you around makes me feel so much better." Hermione drawled sarcastically. "You'll probably be the cause of any trouble we get in. If you're so brave, why don't you two lead the way?" Daphne challenged. "Gladly." The twins nodded and turned sharply and marched down the corridor. "Wait up," Harry called and jogged to catch them. Blaze took one look at the 5 girls and ran to catch up with the other boys. "I kind of feel like I should be offended," Tonks said casually and lit her wand as the boys disappeared in the distance. "Oh well, this is a good time for us to talk. Susan, Daphne, Hannah, what can you three tell me about life debts?" "Heavy," Hannah observed as they started walking sedately after the boys. "You think you owe Harry?" "Yay," Tonks nodded. "Well, I don't know anything exact," Daphne started, "but I know that they form when someone risks their own life or spends a great deal of their resources for no reason other than to save your life. Aunt Amelia says that there is a list somewhere in the ministry that records the debts, and since there is no feedback, she says that's the only way to know for sure." Susan commented. "That's really everything known for sure." Hannah shrugged. "Every time someone discovers a rule, a whole list of exceptions are found. There are a lot of rumors though. Many people think that the one in debt becomes more like the person holding the debt." Daphne nodded. "Like mind control?" Hermione asked, shocked. "No, far more subtle than that." Daphne shook her head. "For instance, if Tonks does owe Harry, she might become more likely to downplay her abilities or something. There is a study in America that has something to do with them," Hannah said. "It was in one of the magazines in the hospital wing. I read other parts of the magazine when I had off time, but didn't look at that article. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will let us look at it when we go back up." "Do you remember the title?" Hermione asked. "Something like, An Arithmetic Theory of Core Growth. There were a list of things at the beginning of things that could affect your core. Life debts were listed right after, late onset dragonpox," Hannah explained. "So you're likely to become more like them and your core is likely to change somehow." Hermione summed up. "Better hope it won't make you think about him more too, or you'll be spending a lot more." "Shut up," Tonks squeaked, blushing. "Sorry." Hermione grinned. "Liar." Tonks grumbled. "A lot more what?" Hannah asked, looking to a confused Susan who simply shrugged. "Nothing." Tonks huffed. "And no one else finds out that she wasn't about to say anything, all right." Hermione frowned and tilted her head slightly. Huh. You heard me. Tonks stamped her foot jokingly and walked away quickly. Nim, come back. Hermione called after her, laughing. I won't tease you anymore. Promise. Hurry up you guys. Tonks shouted back. This is awesome. The girls gasped in awe as they came around the corner and into the main chamber. The S motif may have been a bit overdone, but the scale was immense. The chamber itself was nearly the size of the Great Hall, and it was supported with columns carved into SS. At the far end was the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin. That's a bit egotistical, Hermione said when she noticed the statue. We've already got plans for that, George said mischievously as he stepped out of a shadow. Extremely childish and immature too, Fred piped up from somewhere behind George. Things hanging out of his nose and stuff like that. George nodded. A large part of me is urging me to tell you off for even thinking about disrespecting Lord Slytherin. Daphne interjected indignantly. Where is the harm? Fred asked. It is undignified. You don't just do that. Daphne replied. Undignified? George asked skeptically. I think he left his dignity behind when he made a secret lair with a slide for an entrance. How are we supposed to get back up that anyway? Hermione asked suddenly. We take the stairs, Harry called as he walked out of a side room with his nose in a book. What have you got there? Hermione asked and ran over. Stairs, Daphne cried. You mean I didn't have to slide down that? Nope, Harry laughed. It was fun though. Maybe for you. Daphne spat and crossed her arms. For me it was revolting. Harry, is this parcel script? Hermione asked from over his shoulder. Yay. Harry smiled at her. It doesn't look anything like when you write it. Hermione questioned. Its magic prevents non-parcels from recognizing it. Harry explained. You said something like that about the curse. Tonks remembered. Yay, same magic at work. Maybe I'll write a paper on it someday. Harry said thoughtfully. So what's the plan? Susan asked as she joined the three. I figure half-hour of exploration and then we start in on shields. Harry said loudly enough for the whole group to hear. Go wherever you wish but stay within shouting distance. Harry, Tonks and Hermione went into the room that Harry had come out of. It turned out to be a small study, and started organizing the books while the others looked around. After having barely scratched the surface half an hour later, Harry followed the calls from the others and led his girls out of the study. The 9 of them spent the next 3 hours learning the basic shield charm before finally climbing back to rejoin the world for dinner. The 3 Ravenclaws were halfway back to their tower when Hermione realized that none of them had done any homework all weekend. After talking her out of a panic attack, the 3 sat down and spent the rest of the evening catching up. Nim, Hermione asked as they were finally crawling into bed hours later. Tonks murmured. You remember the troll last year? Hermione asked and rolled on her bed to face Tonks. Yay, what about it? Tonks asked cautiously. I think I owe Harry a life debt from that. Hermione breathed. Everything Susan, Daphne and Hannah said fits. Oh, Tonks replied, stunned. What do you think? Hermione asked worriedly. I think I've been thinking about how to ask my mum to take me to the ministry to try and check that list. You should come with me. If you're right we can figure out what to do then, but we shouldn't worry about it before we know. Tonks yawned. You're right. It's already been a year, not knowing for a couple more months won't hurt. Hermione nodded. Thanks. Good night. Night Hermione. Tonks smiled and rolled over before drifting off to sleep. I bet you think you're so clever, don't you? Snape demanded from Harry as he stormed into the potions classroom. Generally yes, Harry said frowning, but I haven't done anything this morning. Have I? This morning no, Snape scoffed. But don't think no one noticed how convenient it was for you to wake up and just happen to know how to save the girl. I'm right here, Tonks complained quietly. Are you accusing me of something? Harry crossed his arms. No, of course not. I was merely remarking upon the coincidence that earlier this year Malfoy was stunned, irreversibly, just like the curses that hit the 2 of you. Snape sneered. Then this curse that no one in the school can reverse is solved in minutes after you get to it. You're suggesting that I set up the attack. Harry frowned. To what end? How should I know? Snape spat. You're the head of the House of the Cunning. Surely you have theories. Harry smirked. Across the room Blaise and Daphne flinched. To be the hero. Snape snarled. Then why would I try to kill Hermione too? Harry cocked an eyebrow. I wasn't the one who saved her life after all, she was. And why would I attack myself? So that no one would suspect you. Snape glared. Malfoy was your only alibi and he was conveniently attacked too. This is ridiculous. Daphne shouted and stood up. Harry has done nothing to draw this level of suspicion. Sit down, child. Snape shouted. No. Daphne shouted back. This is criminal. I'll get Susan and her aunt involved if this goes any further. Detention, Ms. Greengrass. Snape snarled. Not a chance. Daphne said with an indignant frown. There was a sharp intake of breath from all of the students. I'll take this to Dumbledore. Out. Snape screamed. Everybody get out. The students complied with great haste. Once they were all out in the corridor, Harry approached Daphne. Thanks, Daph. You're welcome, Harry. Daphne glared at him. Don't provoke him like that again though. Provoke Snape. Tonks sneered incredulously. Snape was doing the provoking. Hermione insisted with crossed arms. No. Harry shook his head. She's right. I'm glad you see it my way. Daphne nodded and turned to the girls. And you too. Why did I have to stand up for him? You knew everything I was saying. Do you realize how much this is going to cost me in my house? Don't worry, Daph, I've got your back. Blaise reassured. Sorry, Daphne. Tonks said miserably. We'll make it up to you somehow. Hermione swore. Don't worry about that. Just get your game together. Daphne sighed. People are going to think you believe Snape for Merlin's sake. What? Tonks shrieked. That's insane. Then why didn't you two deny Snape's accusations? Daphne counted. I don't know. Tonks stammered. No one else does either, and that's the problem. Daphne stated and stomped away. Stupid bloody Ravenclaws. Mr. Potter. Lockhart called as he walked into the classroom the next day. Ms. Granger, Ms. Tonks, Mr. Malfoy. I heard about that dreadful attack on Saturday. Who hasn't? Tonks muttered under her breath. It is a tragedy that I wasn't able to arrive at any of the scenes in time. Lockhart gloated. No assailant would have dared attack if I was present. I'm sure. Harry said flatly. Lockhart seemed to take that as encouragement and smiled more broadly in accordance. Needless to say, I wasn't, which led me to an obvious conclusion. There are hundreds of students here but only one of me. Do you see the problem? Too many of you and not enough of us. Harry asked brightly, earning snickers from around the room. Exactly. Too many students and not enough teachers to protect them constantly. Lockhart beamed. The solution is ingenious, if I do say so myself. Start a dueling club so we can all learn for ourselves. Harry asked, lamely thinking back to his other second year. I'll start a dueling club so everyone will be able to fend off attackers on their own. Lockhart exclaimed, apparently not hearing what Harry said. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, are you? Harry smiled slightly. Please contain your enthusiasm, Harry. I know it is exciting but we can't start until next week. Lockhart pressed on and Harry rolled his eyes. I know, but this is a school-sponsored extracurricular. It isn't a game of gobstones, Harry, precautions must be taken. Lockhart stared at Harry, who frowned back for several long seconds of awkward silence. Harry then realized Lockhart was waiting for confirmation of some kind. Right. Now you must be wondering why I called the four of you out specifically. Lockhart prompted. I really stopped caring 3 paragraphs ago. Harry shrugged. Lockhart laughed loudly. Harry, are you this cynical with everyone, or is it just something about me? Yes, Harry said bluntly. Lockhart frowned in confusion before shrugging. Anywho, the reason I singled the 4 of you out is that I took the liberty of putting your names at the top of the lists for your respective houses. He's doing really good today. Hermione whispered to Tonks. Respective, liberty, specifically, precautions. I know. Tonks whispered back. I've counted 10 2-galleon words already, and it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Anywho, should really count against him though. Hermione grumbled. Tonks nodded silently and curled a finger back up as Harry bit back a laugh. You see, the attack that brought this matter to my attention also told me something about the 4 of you. Lockhart forged on, unaware of the whispered conversation. You see, this club will be the most useful to the 4 of you because during the attack you all showed your ineptitude. Ineptitude? Tonks exclaimed loudly. What are you doing, like, pulling big words out of the dictionary and jamming them in wherever? But it really should count as 2. Hermione commented. Wait. Draco shouted and jumped out of his seat. Who do you think you're calling inept? Draco, sit down. Harry commanded and let out a breath of relief when he heard Draco's chair move again as he complied. How about a gentleman's wager, Professor? We won't go to your club, but at the end of the year any of the four of us will be able to beat any of your students, and furthermore I will be able to beat any of the instructors. I cannot condone a group of students to learn dangerous spells without supervision. Lockhart shook his head. No, you need to learn from me. And if I don't, Harry countered, then any improvement you show beyond what would be expected from the assigned classwork would be viewed with extreme suspicion, and any rules violations would be pointed out and pursued to their logic conclusion. Lockhart recited mechanically, clearly providing a rehearsed response. So you would punish us for studying ahead? Hermione cried in scholastic outrage. No, but we would check to make sure it was merely studying ahead rather than an illegal dueling ring. Lockhart smirked. But now that the announcement has been made, could you all please open My Year with a Yeti to page 248 and we can continue where we left off. Oomph! Daphne gasped when a fourth-year Slytherin bumped into her and knocked her off her feet. Asshole! Blaise called after him and bent down to help Daphne back to her feet. That's the third time already. It's fine. Really. Daphne brushed herself off and continued on her way towards the exit from the common room. But thank you for caring. It's all part of the job, Blaise said dismissively. Besides, you've seen the cretins I would be forced to hang out with if our friendship ever faltered. Come on. Daphne smiled. Let's go eat. After you, milady. Blaise bowed. Daphne giggled and raised her nose arrogantly and walked past him. A few seconds after the two left, Pansy Parkinson and Theodore Nott shared a glance from across the room. At his nod she rose silently from her seat and exited the common room following Blaise and Daphne. The rules were very clear in Slytherin. In public the house is united. Disputes were taken care of in private. Daphne violated this rule. Not only was it for the benefit of a non-Slytherin, but it was against Professor Snape too. It had only been a day and a half and already other Slytherins had destroyed 3 almost completed essays with accidental ink spills. Her backpack had been torn twice, itching powder made its way into her bedding, and the boy who knocked her down as she left was the 6th to do so. Mostly it was only older students who were picking on her. The younger students took her complete lack of retaliation as an indication that she was simply making a list of names. The idea of a list wasn't as terrifying for them as the possibility of her handing it off to Harry Potter. The threat that Potter presented is what kept Theo and Pansy from acting more aggressively. The plan was to be cunning and do something Daphne couldn't ignore, and that wouldn't get them on any list. Tracy backed out of the plan right away on the opinion that it wasn't wrong for Daphne to defend her friends, no matter who they are. Tracy would be spending meal times alone for a few weeks. The time was approaching for Pansy to act. She'd been following her targets, making sure to keep a corner between them in case they turned around. As they rounded into the entrance hall, that ceased to be an option. From her careful distance she followed the two of them into the Great Hall, at which point they started walking to the Ravenclaw table. Potter was already sitting there with his freak and his mudblood. The Weasley twins were sitting across from them and seemed to have dragged their little sister and Loony Lovegood along with them. Potter and the freak seemed to be putting on a show for the others. One would shift and the other would try to match it. Potter was currently struggling to match the freak's duck bill. The mudblood looked like she was rapidly suggesting improvements, but the rest of the circus just watched and laughed. Just as Daphne got into earshot of Potter, Pansy caught up to her and spoke up. It must, Greengrass. I don't know what you're referring to, Parkinson. Daphne said coolly and kept walking. Well, if I made a sacrifice like that for the guy the first like, Pansy stressed that part, clearly and loudly. I know that I would be pissed if he kept wasting his time on lesser girls. Daphne froze. What the hell are you trying to say, Parkinson? You're the first daughter of a respectable pure-blood family. Pansy stated. You know you shouldn't have to compete with a half-blood abomination and a mudblood for Potter's attention. Excuse me. Daphne, Tonks and Hermione all shouted as one. Who do you think you are to call me an abomination? Tonks demanded as she drew her wand. How dare you refer to either of them as lesser? Daphne spun on her heel. And I'm not competing with anyone for Harry's attention. I'm sure. Pansy replied with a smug smile. Why else would you be foolish enough to oppose Professor Snape? You should leave, Parkinson. Blaise warned half-heartedly. You'd better watch it, Zabini. Pansy shot back. Don't think no one has noticed where your loyalties lie. You wouldn't want to go too far, like Greengrass did, and get the whole house after you. The whole house is after you. Harry asked, concerned. Don't worry about it, Harry. Daphne said with a clipped tone. You helped me. Let me help you. Harry insisted. Or at least let us help. Fred offered. We've been looking for guinea pigs. George nodded. Down, boys. Daphne grinned. Just because Snape is pathetic enough to coerce the house into mending his wounded ego by bullying a 12-year-old doesn't mean that the coerced need to suffer too. That is very Hufflepuff of you. Hannah said approvingly as she and Susan walked up to the table. And if that is true, we could go to Dumbledore and get him fired. Susan added. There are laws about this kind of stuff after all. The old man will just suppress it. Harry sighed. Then we can take it to my auntie. Susan replied. Lucius Malfoy is on the board of governors. He's always looking for a chance to make Dumbledore's life worse. Harry nodded. He might not help take down Snape though. Death Eaters have to stick together and all that. That's Professor Snape. Dumbledore announced his presence. And he is no more a Death Eater than I am. Is that so? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow as he turned around. Would you care to show me your left forearm then, Professor? Harry. Daphne gasped. That is really taboo to ask. Don't care about taboos, what I care about is knowing who around me is a Death Eater. Harry crossed his arms resolutely. Harry, I can't allow you to go around accusing people of being a Death Eater, in public, without any proof. Dumbledore smiled sadly. But it is okay for Snape to go around accusing me of attempted murder, use of unforgivables and assault, all while in public without even having a motive. Harry shouted. I've already reprimanded him for that. Dumbledore said reassuringly. Have you talked to him about the students he's made harass Daphne simply for standing up for me? Harry continued at the top of his voice so the whole hall could hear. Pansy decided that now was a good time to leave and pretend she had never been here in the first place. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. Snape sneered as he stormed over with the other heads close behind, to his dismay. You see, Severus hasn't been encouraging them at all. Dumbledore smiled genially. Then I don't suppose you would mind at least making every offender publicly apologize. Harry offered. I'm sure Daphne kept a list or simply remembers, right Daphne? Actually, yes. Daphne said quietly and pulled a piece of parchment out of her pocket. I didn't expect to need it so soon. Let's take a look, shall we? Harry asked, smiling. Hang on. Jeremy Thorne knocked me down on the way here. Just 1 second. Daphne said quickly, jotting down the name, then passed the list to Harry. Let's see. Harry started after using the copy charm 6 times, passing a copy to each head in Dumbledore, one for himself, and handed the original back to Daphne. 12 incidents. Oh my, is that a prefect? That would be very embarrassing. That's the Quidditch captain. McGonagall commented helpfully. And both beaters. Flitwick added. Wow, this really makes Slytherin look mismanaged. Way to go, Snape. Harry sing-songed. Hey, Pansy was just here but you didn't add her name. Nah, she's a constant. Daphne shrugged. A slight irritation caused by Not's unfathomable need to be your rival. Oh, Harry said thoughtfully. Yeah, I guess they are only slightly irritating. Whatever, your call. How do we know all of these names are accurate? Snape spat. Oh, they're accurate. Daphne crossed her arms. He's just trying to establish a lack of trust in the victim. Susan piped up. Ignore him. I think we should take this conversation to my office. Dumbledore commanded. I think you're a little too late to contain this, Harry said calmly. Everyone in the school has heard, I've been shouting. Your best move would be to make Professor Snape force those people to apologize, and then if Daphne is satisfied we can let it go. Which is probably exactly what you were trying for. Dumbledore sighed when Harry nodded. You're right though. Severus, tonight you will say something at dinner about how ashamed you are of your house's lack of unity and call up the people on this list. You can't be serious. Snape hissed. Either that or we both risk our jobs. Albus said firmly. Or you could just fire him now. Harry suggested hopefully. You'd save a lot of time and effort. No one is losing their job over this stupidity. Understand, Severus? Albus prodded. I understand. Snape snarled, glaring at Harry, then turned sharply and strode out of the room, robes billowing. And the lot of you. Dumbledore said, looking at the whole court, Luna and Ginny. No press. No aunties. No reprisal pranks. Let the situation resolve. No worries, Headmaster. Harry said confidently. If Daphne says it's enough, it's enough. Yay. Tonks agreed as the others nodded. That will be more than enough for me. Daphne smiled. But I think Snape should apologize to Harry too for his baseless accusations. Deal. Dumbledore nodded wearily. I think that is enough excitement for breakfast, don't you? Indeed, have a pleasant, more pleasant meal, professors. Harry said as they turned and started walking back to their table. McGonagall turned back. That was very well done, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Harry said with a genuine smile as she continued on her way. I don't have a crush on you. Daphne turned to Harry. You know that, right? Of course. Harry nodded. Good, this would be weird otherwise. Daphne said and hugged him briefly. Thank you. No problem. Harry smiled. You didn't think I wouldn't do anything, did you? Yay, a king has to protect his court after all. Fred jested. 10 paces away Dumbledore came to a wide-eyed stop. Shut up. Harry laughed. I'm no king, and anyway, today we're Daphne's court. My mum did almost name me Queenie. Daphne grinned. Dumbledore watched from his seat as the group joked and laughed through the rest of their meal. He had been tempted to beg off and go review the third prophecy again and rethink his interpretation. That could wait though, he had until the Third Lord appears to figure it all out. First though he would have to figure out how to get Severus to apologize. He sighed and buried his face in his hands. It's going to be a long day. It has been brought to my attention that an exaggerated tale of my Monday morning potions class has been circulated. Snape read loudly from a parchment he gripped so tightly that his arms were shaking. In response, some of my students have mistakenly taken it upon themselves to come to my defense. Their response, while appreciated, is unacceptable. Snape paused and stared at the page for a long moment before taking a breath of resolve and forging forward. For my part, one would like to sincerely apologize to Mr. Harry Potter for improper timing for conjecture. Had I held my tongue, Ms. Greengrass would have had no need to rise to his defense and none of this mess would have happened in the first place. Snape stopped and turned to look pleadingly at Dumbledore, who motioned for him to continue. With a sigh of defeat, Severus turned to Harry, who was sitting across from Daphne at the close end of the Ravenclaw table. I'm sorry. Nevertheless, I have a list of names, and when I call on you, you will walk up here and apologize to Ms. Greengrass for your transgressions, Snape said angrily to the Slytherin table. Jeremy Thorne. Hey, Sirius. Remus called up. To the attic. Harry sent us a memory. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Jordan shouted into the microphone. Today's match is between Gryffindor and Slytherin in their traditional season opening match. Harry and the rest all cheered as the Gryffindor team took the field, Daphne and Blaise unsurprisingly rooting for the twins in this game. They had promised to do their very best to knock Marcus Flint off his broom. It's looking to be an exciting game, Lockhart said jovially as he plopped down in the seat right behind Harry, shoving Susan and Hannah out of the way in the process. Yup, Harry said lamely. And they're off, Lee announced as the stadium cheered. I heard you're a beater for Ravenclaw. Lockhart smirked. You know I was too in my day. I'd be more than happy to teach you a few of my better tricks. No. Harry shook his head. Now Harry, a good athlete looks for improvement wherever he can. Lockhart lectured. Harry jumped up and yelled when Katie Bell made her shot. When he sat back down he leaned over and whispered in Tonk's ear, earning a laugh. Harry, are you listening? You say something. Harry leaned back slightly. You should take me up on my offer. Lockhart said. Take every chance to improve. Oh, sorry professor, but I can learn more by watching my current competition than I can by listening to someone relive stories of his glory days. Harry shrugged. No offense, but wouldn't you be happier sitting with the rest of the faculty? Perhaps you're right. Lockhart frowned and walked away. That was easy. Harry mused in surprise for a moment before turning back to the game. Gryffindor won and Flint managed to stay on his broom the whole time, escaping with a fractured leg and a dislocated shoulder. Settle down, Lockhart called jovially as he walked into the Great Hall. Thank you all for coming to the first meeting of this dueling club. Obviously you already know myself and my assistants, Professor Snape and Flitwick, so I won't waste time on introductions. We've put a great deal of thought into how tonight should flow. You all are starting from different skill levels, and as such we can't just throw everyone together and expect things to work out correctly. We've come up with a way to work around this. Lockhart smiled broadly. Professor Flitwick, if you would explain. Yes, well, first we're going to ask everyone to arrange themselves by year, then, Starting with the first years and working up, we're going to have everyone participate in a series of test duels to gauge everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Flitwick said. This will probably take 3 meetings, but with that information we will sort you into smaller groups to practice one thing or another. So why don't we get started? Lockhart clapped his hands together. First years, please make your way to the dueling platforms, everyone else stand back. He's very organized tonight, Hermione observed as a small group of nervous first years made their way towards the front. Yay, I suspect that Flitwick was more involved with this than they've said. Harry nodded. There sure aren't very many of them. Tonks commented as she counted heads. They've only just started. They probably don't know what dueling is yet. Susan added from behind them. Poor little things. You're not that much bigger. George quipped nonchalantly. I am too. Susan huffed indignantly. Of course, had I wanted to block that it would only have been too easy. Lockhart boasted as he picked himself up off the floor after Snape successfully demonstrated the disarming hex. Now we don't expect any of you to get this spell right tonight, we're just looking at how well you do. I hope they expect a little more from us. Blaise winced, as the first of the first years managed to successfully cast the spell at his unsuspecting opponent. A few minutes later the first years were sent off to one part of the hall, with a large number of pillows, to keep practicing. The second years were called up after that. Harry pointedly ignored Lockhart's attempts to get him to stand front and center. Once they were all in place, a slightly put out but still smiling Lockhart turned to address them. All right, we're going to assume that by this point you know at least a few spells. He paused for laughter that didn't come as he walked down the line towards Harry. Right, so we're going to pick you out in pairs and your year will be the first to have actual test duels. Rules are simple: first to lose their wand, leave the platform, bleed, get knocked out or quit loses. Anyone who uses a potentially lethal application of a spell will be disqualified, so no levitating opponents and dropping them on their heads. Finally, no weapons. Why don't you show us how it is done, Harry? Lockhart suddenly grabbed Harry by the shoulder and dragged him towards the stage. Would anyone like to be Harry's opponent? The response was underwhelming. Finally Snape caught Nott's eye and they shared a small nod. Nott sauntered forward arrogantly to where Snape was standing, who then bent down and whispered in Nott's ear. Harry took his place with a soft sigh and waited for Nott to get ready. You sure you want to do this, Nott? Scared Potter. Nott spat as he took his place. You're joking, right? Harry cocked an eyebrow and shook his head. In a couple minutes you'll wish I had been joking. Nott retorted, lamely. Snape quietly shook his head sadly behind him. Right. Harry shrugged and turned to Lockhart. So can I beat him already, or is there something else we're waiting for? Nope, not waiting for anything. Lockhart smiled and hopped off the stage. First spell on 3. 1, 2. Serpensortia. Nott cast a second early. Of course. Harry thought with a quiet sigh and a glance into the audience. And Justin just happens to be standing right where he was before too. Not going to talk the S down this time. I'll get rid of it for you, Potter, if you forfeit. Snape offered, sneering. Please allow me. Harry said at the same time that Lockhart did, and sent a vanishing charm at the S a second behind Lockhart's spell, which hit it and launched the S skyward, causing Harry's to miss and vanish a patch of the stage instead. With a mental smirk Harry dashed forward when the S landed and started heading towards Justin. Harry sheathed his wand as he ran, and just as he was almost on it he dove forward. The S just started striking when Harry's hand darted out and caught it just behind the head. Yoink! Harry shouted as his momentum kept him moving forward. He broke his fall with his left hand and continued into a roll over his left shoulder. Bringing his feet back under himself he stood seamlessly and tossed the S at Nott, who shrieked and jumped off the stage to avoid being bitten. Harry rubbed the back of his neck as Snape vanished the S. I think I won. Yes, well, not exactly the traditional way to win, but this round goes to Harry Potter. Lockhart announced. How about a Gryffindor and a Hufflepuff next? Most of the second years had shown up and the duels progressed slowly, each professor picking the opponents and adjudicating the duel for their own individual platforms. It didn't come as much of a surprise a few minutes later when Snape called out, Parkinson, Granger, you're up. Harry, what am I going to do? Hermione asked, suddenly panicked. Don't worry, your shield will hold off anything she can throw at you right now. Harry put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and looked her in the eye. Just let her wear herself out and hit her with a stunner or something. Just give up now, Granger. Pansy taunted from on stage. Hermione made a face at her and smiled nervously at Harry before climbing onto the stage herself. She stood at her end and resettled her robes, then looked Pansy in the eye and smirked. Ready to be embarrassed. Like a mudblood could ever beat me. Pansy sneered. Now, settle down. Snape smirked sarcastically. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Pansy shouted. Protega. Hermione answered. The court had only been training for a little over a week, but Hermione's shields were already the strongest of anyone's, except Harry's. Needless to say, Pansy's spell hit it harmlessly. Hermione couldn't help but laugh. Come on, Pansy. Show this mudblood what a pure blood is really made of. Pansy took up the challenge and started casting spell after spell as fast as she could. Stunners and disarmers rained on Hermione for a few minutes until the strain got to be too much for Pansy, when she slowed down to tripping and tickling jinxes. A few minutes after that, Pansy was panting and reduced to throwing insults. Is that all you can do, Granger? Sit behind a shield like a coward. Rictum sempra. At least I'm casting things. Stupefy. Hermione shouted as she dropped her shield. Pansy, shocked at the suddenness of the attack, almost didn't react. Protega. Exhausted and marginally capable, Pansy barely managed to get a thin shield up. Hermione, still being relatively well rested, had put some effort into her spell and blasted right through Pansy's shield, dropping the other girl like a sack of potatoes. You should be ashamed to call that a duel, Granger. Snape sneered as Hermione turned to exit the stage. Thank you, sir. Hermione shrugged and walked casually off the stage, then hustled over to Harry and Tonks. Davis. Snape walked over to Tracy. You're up next against Tonks, do better than your other halves. Yes, sir. Tracy said and glanced over to the celebrating group. Any advice? Hope her shield isn't as strong as the mudbloods, and if it is, don't waste energy on it. Snape scoffed. Davis, Tonks, go. Both girls climbed onto the stage showing equal amounts of trepidation. Tonks knew her shield couldn't withstand the barrage that Hermione's did, and Tracy was trying to remember all the ways to mitigate a shield. Snape counted down and let them go at it. Tracy started with a tripping hex that Tonks jumped over as she fired a tickling jinx back her way. Tracy countered the jinx with just enough time to get her shield up to stop Tonks' stunner. Tracy skipped to the left around a tripping hex and hit Tonks with the slug vomiting hex. Tonks put up a shield between slugs and tried to remember the counter curse. Tracy fired off a stunner that hit Tonks' shield and caused it to flicker drastically. Tracy smirked and sent another at Tonks. The third stunner dropped Tonks' shield and forced her to jump to the side and roll. Tonks fired a stunner as she found her feet but got hit with a tickling jinx at the same time. Between the tickling and the slugs there was nothing Tonks could do about the next spell and was quickly disarmed. Very good, Ms. Davis. Finally someone showing us what a duel should look like. Snape smiled. It's just a shame you couldn't be matched with a worthwhile opponent. I think Tonks did very well, sir. Tracy shook her head and turned to Tonks. You almost had me a few times and I would very much like to have a rematch sometime. I'd like that. Tonks smiled and picked up her wand. I'll win next time though. Anytime. Tracy smiled and skipped over to Pansy, and not to brag. Hannah and Daphne barely lost their duels, while Susan barely scrapped out a win. Blaise got taken by a lucky stunner early on and lost by the greatest margin of all of them. The twins didn't get to fight because the evening drew to a close with the last of the third years. At the next meeting the two of them would each win with an impressive display of lateral thinking. Dear Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, I understand that you have a very busy social calendar, but I am hoping that you will find yourself free to join myself and my wife for dinner this Boxing Day. I have a very influential friend who has been dying to meet you, and I am sure that the two of you will do great things if you give a partnership a chance. He mentioned something about Salazar's secret but wouldn't go into details. Sincerely, Lord Lucius Malfoy. Gilderoy wondered at first why the words, Salazar's secret, appeared to be written over several times. With a shrug he dismissed it, assuming he would understand when he got there. November was already almost over, so Lockhart sent an affirmative response immediately and started daydreaming about what the Malfoys would serve. In a quiet corner of Lockhart's soul, Tom Riddle had taken hold and understood the importance of the stressed words. He was looking forward to Boxing Day for an entirely different reason. Good morning, Harry. George yawned and joined Harry and the girls at the Ravenclaw table on the first Friday of December. "What did you want us down here this early for? Is it time for your prank?" Fred asked. "Yes, watch the head table." Harry smiled and nodded over his coffee. The twins turned their attention to the table and found it completely empty except for a tall candle burning in the center. "A candle. Not very inspiring," George commented as Fred shook his head. "So what's it do?" "On its own nothing," Harry smiled. "But right now it is a timer. There is a rune carved at the bottom and when it melts my spell will end, that is if the professors haven't undone it yet." "What does your spell do?" Hermione asked as Hagrid walked into the hall. "Just watch." Harry nodded to Hagrid and smiled as the others turned their silent attention to the half-giant. "It isn't mean, is it?" Hermione asked nervously. "I wouldn't call it mean so much as annoying," Harry reassured. "It isn't like one of Draco's pranks after all." "That's good," Hermione said as Hagrid stepped up onto the platform. As Hagrid walked towards the table, a slightly shimmering transparent film appeared and stretched as he exerted force on it. A few steps in the film pulled Hagrid to a stop and sent him backwards, causing the big man to stumble slightly. Not one to be deterred so easily, Hagrid pressed a hand into the film with an amused expression and waited a few seconds and chuckled when his arm bounced back. Hagrid looked around and spotted Harry, smiling like that cat that got the canary, then decided that that was enough to deter him. Hagrid sighed in amusement and walked over to sit with the kids. "That's a interestin' prank, Ari." "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry smiled. "But officially I have nothing to do with it." "Oh, right." Hagrid smiled and thumbed his nose. "Nothing to do with it, gotcha. Glad you see it our way." Tonks grinned and dished up some fried potatoes for Hagrid. "What the?" Professor Sinistra muttered as she got shoved back a step up on the platform. Not missing a beat, she pulled out her wand and started casting charms on the bubble. "How long do you think that will last?" George asked. "Depends on when Dumbledore or Flitwick show up." Harry shrugged. "Although McGonagall might be able to bring it down too." Professors Babbling and Vector had shown up and were conferring with Sinistra when Lockhart came rushing in. Without a glance at anyone, he practically ran towards the table. Only one thing came to Hermione's mind when she spotted him. "Oh, Merlin. Stop, Gilderoy," Babbling called as he approached. "Sorry, no time to talk," Lockhart replied as he hit the edge of the bubble. "Big lesson to prep for, just need a bite and, ah." With a sound resembling a huge rubber band snapping, Lockhart was launched backwards and off the platform. He landed on his side and rolled across the floor several times before coming to an embarrassing stop under the Slytherin table. Slowly he stood up and dusted himself off, looking around wildly. "What happened?" "Someone," Babbling said, looking pointedly at Harry, "set up a reversed age line around the table. No one over the age of 18 can cross. It's really rather fantastic," Vector admitted with an excited smile and cast another analysis spell. "I wasn't even aware that age lines could be reversed in this way. Albus is going to love seeing this. Just bring it down, will you?" Lockhart demanded. "Unless we can prove who put it up or get them to admit it, I don't think we can." Sinistra laughed. "The prankster did good work." "Fine," Lockhart snapped. "I'll just take my breakfast in my office." As the morning went on, the Great Hall filled up and more professors gathered around the bubble. Snape was there for all of 2 seconds before he stormed off and brought Dumbledore and Flitwick back with them. The entire student body was eating when Dumbledore arrived, and they all watched on eagerly as the greatest wizard of their time got to work pulling apart Harry's prank. From the moment Dumbledore got started, Harry's age line lasted just over 10 seconds. Harry felt proud of that time as the bubble burst into a swarm of blue and bronze glitter that swirled through the air. Altogether it formed the words, "Good luck tomorrow, Ravenclaws," before reshaping into a giant eagle and flying out of the hall as thunderous applause arose from the Ravenclaw table. "Excuse me, could whichever one of you who pulled that please come forward? I'd really like to talk about the theory behind your modification." Dumbledore shouted to Harry over the applause and waited a moment. "I guess not. Oh well. On a related note, I would like to inform the student body that from now on you will need authorization from a professor before being allowed to cast an age line on Hogwarts grounds." "Thank you. Someday Harry is going to leave a trace," Albus thought ruefully as he sat down. "He can't get away so cleanly every time after all." His thoughts quickly moved on when Babbling recounted the story of Lockhart's mistake. Welcome Quidditch fans, to the second game of the season. Lee Jordan yelled the next day. Today's match is between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Lee introduced all of the players as they came onto the field and took up their positions. Harry glanced up and found his friends in the stands and managed to salute them with his bat before Madame Hooch released the balls. From the announcer's booth, Lee's voice rang out again. And they're off. You're sure they'll be okay? Hermione asked the twins nervously. It is their first game. They'll be fine, Hermione. Fred whined. Just watch, you'll see. Yay. Susan nodded. Even though I want Hufflepuff to win, I'm still sure that Harry and Tonks will be the best on the field. Hufflepuff isn't going to win, Blaise observed. Shut it, Zabini. Hannah scolded. The day was bright and sunny but very cold, as it tended to be in early December. The chill had seeped through Harry's whole body, and within 20 minutes of starting the match his arms were numb all the way through. The force of every strike reverberated painfully through his arm. He could tell that Tonks wasn't doing much better as he watched her almost fumble an easy catch. Ravenclaw was in a slight lead of 50-30 when Harry spotted the snitch. His first impulse was to dive after it, but he stopped himself in time and glanced around until he spotted Cho. He waved his bat to get her attention and nodded towards the snitch. Hufflepuff took possession as Cho started off after the snitch. Cedric spotted it a moment later, having also noticed Harry's hint, and angled down into a dive. They were about equidistant from the little gold ball, but Cho was climbing and Cedric would beat her there. The Hufflepuff chasers didn't seem to notice a thing and were flying rapidly towards the Ravenclaw goals. Their path would take them very close to Cedric's. Harry approached a bludger in a moment of clarity and hit it as hard as he could at the chasers. Like magic, Cedric, the chasers and the bludger all came together at once. The chasers broke rank and the one with the quaffle rolled right into Cedric, who wasn't able to pull up in time, knocking him off his broom. Cedric plunged past Cho just as she caught the snitch, ending the game. As Cedric fell, Harry dove and cast a cushioning charm where Cedric would land. Harry stretched out and grabbed Cedric's arm as they approached the ground and slowed him down just enough to be gently dropped 10 meters onto the soft spot. Sorry about that, Ceddy, wasn't my intent. It's fine, Potter. Just part of the game. Cedric shouted up as he stood up. And I really don't like Ceddy. Understood. Harry smirked and flew up to join his celebrating team. Hello, Ms. Lovegood. Lockhart smiled as he walked into the library during the last week of classes before break. What are you working on? Christmas present, Luna said, looking up from the dolls she was carving. For Harry. I see. Lockhart said and picked up one that was shaped like Harry, except with a duck bill. Are you doing all of his friends too? Oh yes, Hermione and Tonks are already done. The twins and the Slytherins just need to be painted. The rest will probably take me until the end of the night. Luna smiled and shaved a tiny sliver off of Susan's nose. Oh, they look nice. Lockhart said and set the Harry doll back down. Good luck with them. Thank you, sir. Luna focused on her work again while Lockhart meandered deeper into the library. Hey Harry. Susan smiled as Harry answered his mirror. Ah, you three look cute. Thanks, Harry said from his spot between Hermione and Tonks on the cushions. But I'm not cute. Yes you are, Tonks pointed out. No, you're cute, and Hermione is cute. Harry shook his head firmly. I'm manly or macho or tough. Not cute. Boys, Hermione muttered and jokingly rolled her eyes. Anyway, the departure time is in 10 minutes, so you guys should finish up and get over here. Susan said. Oh, thanks. Harry smiled and cut the connection before turning to the portrait they were facing. Sorry sirs, we have to go now. I'll just sum up the rest then. Theseus kills the Minotaur, follows the string out of the labyrinth and gets the girl, and they live happily ever after. Circe grinned. Happy Christmas, I'll see you next year. Wouldn't miss it. Tonks exclaimed happily as she bounced to her feet. Bye Circe. Hermione waved with one hand while she pulled Harry towards the door with the other. Thanks for the story. Bye children. Circe smiled and waved as the three hurried away. Harry's smile grew momentarily as they rounded the corner to the entrance hall and saw the rest of the court. His smile dropped a split second later when he noticed Lockhart standing with them. Fred and George shrugged apologetically when they saw him, and the three made their way over at a considerably slower pace. Hello, friends. Harry greeted cheerfully, then apathetically added, Professor. Good morning, Harry. Lockhart gushed. I was hoping to catch you before you left. Can't have been hard, I didn't set the schedule. Harry drawled. Lockhart laughed heartily. Right you are, my boy, right you are. So, can I help you? Harry pressed after a moment of silence. Why does he always do that? Right, you see I have always liked to deliver my presents in person. Lockhart grinned and pulled a small package out from behind his back. I've been writing in this almost every day this semester. It helped me out a lot, and with my wisdom added to it, it should help you more. Thanks, Harry said and took the present. It's a book. Wait, this can't be the diary, can it? No, that would be stupid. Then again, this is Lockhart. Screw it, I'll deal with this later. Harry smiled up at Lockhart. Did you get something for all of your students? What? Lockhart asked, surprised. No, why? It's just that some people might look at this as favoritism. Harry shrugged and tucked the gift into his robes. Oh, yes, they might. Lockhart nodded sadly. But you shouldn't worry, I didn't give that to you as a professor to a student but rather as one celebrity to another. I see. Harry nodded. I'm afraid I don't have a gift for you. Don't worry about that. Lockhart waved him off nonchalantly. I don't expect anything in return. Oh, well, thank you. Harry said as the train whistle blew. We need to leave now. Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter. Lockhart walked away chuckling, although he didn't know what was funny, while the students climbed onto the train. Susan was the first to spot an open car, and as the group piled in, Harry quietly cast an expansion charm to fit them all in. After a couple minutes of bumping into each other and maneuvering their trunks, the 9 settled down. Tonks took the seat on Harry's right, and as she sat she placed his arm around her shoulders and wiggled until she was firmly pressed into his side. With a sigh of contentment she rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. I was really comfortable before we ran out of time. Hermione laughed as she sat on Harry's left and DD her legs across both of their laps and picked up the book she had retrieved from her trunk moments ago. Harry looked from Tonks to Hermione, then to Blaise before grumbling, I feel like furniture. The best furniture. Tonks nodded. Better you than me, Blaise said, making a face. Is that so? Hannah asked from next to him and flopped sideways across him, her head landing on George's knee. Get off. Blaise squawked and pushed Hannah until she was almost falling off the seat. Blaise, quit it, Hannah said as she caught herself. Susan laughed, reaching over, and pulled Hannah back into a sitting position. Blaise brushed himself off indignantly and moved over to where Daphne was. I'd really rather you don't do that again, Hannah. Oi, George objected. Stop complaining, I'm not, and I think I'll have trouble putting weight on my leg for a couple days. And I'll have to deal with that. Fred crossed his arms and jokingly glared at Hannah. You're all such children, Daphne observed and went back to gazing out the window. But, we are children. George grinned. So it's all good. Daphne turned her cold gaze on George, smirking when he flinched. Fair enough, she said happily. Wait, you're not reacting negatively? George asked, concerned. Or is this an I'd better watch my back scenario? No, not mad. Daphne shrugged. I honestly just ignore you when you're misbehaving. I never misbehave. George defended and even managed to keep a straight face for a couple seconds while everyone stared at him. Finally he burst out laughing. Oh, who am I kidding? As the laughter died down, a soft knock came on the door to their compartment, and behind it stood Justin Finch, Fletchley, looking nervous. Harry motioned him to enter and dropped his hand back to Hermione's knee. Hey, so, I said my parents and all about the S at the dueling club. Justin started hesitantly. I asked if I could invite the 9 of you to our annual Boxing Day party, but my mum said 9 was too many, everyone else there will be muggles after all. She told me to just invite you. Then when I told her that there wasn't much chance of you showing up anywhere without Hermione and Tonks, at this point he looked the 2 girls in the eye. So she told me to invite the 2 of you as well in appropriate parental units. I don't know that I should be around muggles. Tonks said softly. I have a tendency to unconsciously shift hair color. You'll be fine, Nim, Hermione smiled. That only happens when you're really thinking hard about something. Do either of you know anything about what the old people have planned for us yet? Harry asked the girls, who both shook their head. Sorry Justin, I can't answer your invite now. I can send an all later tonight though, if that is acceptable. Anytime before Tuesday is fine. Justin nodded with a relieved smile. My great aunt is staying with us for a few weeks and she doesn't know anything. Watch for Hedwig then, Harry said with a nod. Alright, I'm going to catch up with the others. Bye. Justin said and turned to the Hufflepuff girls. Hannah, Susan, everyone, Happy Christmas. You too, Justin. Susan smiled and waved as he left. That had to be hard. Blaise said with a note of respect and Harry and Daphne nodded. Harry isn't that intimidating. George scoffed. Is he? Yes. Daphne stated. But that isn't why that was hard. If you didn't notice, he just came in here and was practically required to commit a social faux pas. It is easy to invite one person in a group, but a lot harder when you're inviting a subset of the same group. Blaise added. You could tell that he was waiting for one of us to, in effect, demand to be invited too. But, he said his mum wouldn't allow that many. Hannah frowned. Yay, he took the easy way out. Harry smiled. By blaming his mother. Hermione asked skeptically. Yup. Works almost every time and is almost completely unchallengeable. Harry nodded. Oh. Hermione looked off thoughtfully for a moment before coming back to earth and nodding. Yay, I get it now. It really doesn't work if it doesn't work though. Blaise shrugged. But you wouldn't believe how many things I have gotten out of this way. She's gotten me out of Pansy's last 4 birthday parties, probably my favorite use. Daphne laughed. I was wondering why you were never there. You're more than welcome to be visiting my family during any future parties, if you want to, that is. Blaise suggested. That's sweet of you. Daphne smiled at him. No problem. Blaise smiled back then forcefully broke eye contact. So Harry, what does a one celebrity get another? Huh? Harry asked. Lockhart's gift. Tonks said and stuck her hand into Harry's robe and pulled out the present. Right. Nim. I'm going to need my arm back for this. Harry said and started to lift his arm off of Tonks' shoulder. No. Tonks whined and grabbed his hand. You're comfortable and you can do it one-handed. I can unwrap your package if you want. Hermione suggested. Fine. Harry rolled his eyes and handed the gift to Hermione. Thank you. Hermione took the book with a gleeful smile. Christmas was the only time I have ever been encouraged to make a senseless mess. No one could quite tell what she did, but within seconds. Hermione had reduced the wrapping paper to a fine confetti and distributed it evenly around the cabin. Gotta love butterfly knives. She laughed as jaws dropped all around. Not really, just a lot of practice. Okay. Fred said as the rest chuckled awkwardly. So freaky unwrapping abilities aside, what's the gift? I dunno. There is a leather case around it. Hermione said as she looked down. Wouldn't it be funny if that was the diplomat bag and diary? Harry though, smiling. But I couldn't open it if it was still linked to Lockhart. He left it open. That's strange. Hermione observed. It's a book, but there's no title on the spine. You should take it out yourself, you don't need 2 hands for that. It can't be the diary. Like 0% chance of happening. Right. Harry slowly withdrew the book and turned it over to see the title. Prestidigitation. Small spells with big effects and how to make them work for you. Oh, why couldn't it have been the diary? There are marked pages. Harry noticed and opened the book to the first page. So that's how Dumbledore makes his eyes twinkle. And Snape's billowing robes. Tonks said when Harry flipped to the next. He wrote notes in the margins too. Harry said and rapidly flipped through all of the pages. In every margin. This must have taken a lot of time. Well, it's not like he was working on lesson plans. Blaise muttered cynically. This might actually be useful. Harry admitted. Didn't think I'd say that about anything to do with Lockhart. The group spent the rest of the train ride going through the book and selecting spells to try. By the time they arrived at the platform, Daphne had discovered a charm to make it seem like there was always a breeze blowing through your hair, and it was quickly adopted by the rest of the girls. The twins were surrounded by the sounds of 2 flocks of songbirds. Hermione had found the lowest version of the Mage Sight spell and had spent the last hour looking at everything with slightly glowing eyes and a newfound fascination, despite Harry telling her that what she was seeing was like watching a film versus seeing something in real life. Tonks' eyes were disproportionately large and Harry chose the triple threat of Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, Snape's billowing robes and Lockhart's glinting smile. Their group was the first to be found by their families. All right, creature. We're about to go get the kids, tell me what your orders are again. Sirius ordered while he stood in the attic with the horrid little elf and the ever-angry portrait of his mother. I will not allow the children to know of my existence. I will not allow the children to learn of the mistress' existence. I will maintain the silencing wards around the attic and I will keep out of sight. Creature recited mechanically. And if any of them discover your existence anyway. Sirius scowled. I will conduct myself in a manner befitting the house elf of a noble household and will inform them in a non-aggressive manner that they are not supposed to be here. Creature answered. Very good. Sirius said and walked down the stairs out of the attic to where Gwynog was waiting. He hugged her softly and ed her on the cheek. That was possibly the best idea you've had since we met. I never would have thought of that on my own. I'm sure it would have occurred to you eventually. Gwynog smiled and hugged him tightly. All right, down boy, we've got to fetch the pups. You're right. Padfoot away. He shouted with a huge grin and turned into Padfoot before bolting out of the room and down to the fireplace. There they are. Remus exclaimed and pointed to the group that was disembarking. How can you be sure? Sirius asked seriously as he noticed the charms. Shut up. Remus rolled his eyes as the two of them, their girlfriends and Ted Tonks made their way over to the group. Hey guys. Harry shouted as the groups converged, smiling brightly, which triggered Lockhart's charm and flashed brightly. Ah, my eyes. Sirius joked and put his hands over his face. I may never, ever, ever see again. Will you kick him? Harry twinkled at Remus. The Dumbledore twinkled too. Remus gasped. What are you trying to do to us? Ow! Sirius exclaimed. Why did you kick me? No one can refuse the twinkle. Remus replied sternly. He Snape walks too. Tonks cheered and Harry proceeded to parade about, robes billowing, eyes twinkling and smile flashing. Snape would have been horrified if he witnessed it. By the way girls, I love what you've done with your hair. Gwynog said laughing. And Hermione, your eyes are absolutely radiant. Hestia complimented. Thanks. Hermione blushed prettily and batted her eyelashes. It took me almost 2 hours to stop being distracted by all that magic that this spell lets me see. Harry is going to teach me how to do it without the spell. I am. Harry's head turned sharply. Yes, yes you are. Hermione nodded. I guess there is no reason not to. Harry nodded. All right, we'll all do that next semester. It can be very useful in a fight too once you get used to it. And I'll have to hide my signature in more places. Hermione, your parents are with Andy back at Grimmauld Place. Flow Travel doesn't agree with them or they would be here too. Ted said informatively. That makes sense, it will be easier to leave from there than from here, what with all the holiday traffic and stuff. Hermione nodded. There you two are. Molly Weasley exclaimed as she and the rest of the Weasley family walked over to collect the twins. Oh, hello Harry dear, how are you? Nice charm work. Thank you ma'am. Harry's smile flashed making Molly flinch. Lockhart gave me an amusing book. I can see. Molly turned and smiled at all of the other children in turn, although it was rather bitter when she got to Hermione and Tonks. Hello children. So you must have big plans for the holidays. Sirius suggested. Oh, yes, we've had a holiday tradition since Bill started Hogwarts. Molly nodded happily. Well you shouldn't let us stand in the way of tradition. Sirius smiled politely. Right. Come along twins, we need to get home. Molly blushed slightly and led her clan away. See you guys. Fred waved. We'll be on the mirrors. George assured. Happy Christmas Harry. Ginny called. Thanks. Harry called back. We have a place of prompt arrival as dictated by our parents. Daphne intoned in a deep staunch voice and rolled her eyes before taking her normal tone. So we have to go too. Bye. Blaise said and the two walked towards the little cafe on the platform. Hannah and Susan soon split off with Hannah's parents and the Grimmauld Place group made their way to the public flow terminal. Hermione. Emma Granger called as her daughter stepped out of the fireplace and rushed over to hug her. Hi Mum. Hermione hugged back. Hi Daddy. Hi sweetie. Dan said as the last member of the party exited the flow. We have great news. Really? Hermione asked excitedly. We're taking a vacation for the whole holiday. Emma exclaimed. The whole vacation? Hermione asked concerned. As in we won't be here for the solstice. Harry, Nim and I were going to make a potion that day. Oh, don't worry, you're not going anywhere. Dan shrugged. What? Hermione cried. Before you get worked up you should ask where we're going. Emma advised. Where are you going? Hermione asked with a frown. We're taking our vacation. Emma paused dramatically. Right here. 3 weeks at Grimmauld Place enjoying all the pleasures magic has to offer in the one place as close to the center of our daughter's world as we can comfortably get. Really? Hermione smiled and hugged her mother again when she nodded. So this potion you're going to make, any eyes of Newt? Dan joked. One each. Remus supplied when Hermione turned to him. Really? Dan nodded. What about Toad's breath? No, that fell out of use centuries ago. Sirius shook his head. Too hard to store, you see. I should have enough now. Harry thought as he held up the jar full of engraved sand. Now I just need to wait until the snow melts to put it down. Harry set the sand down and moved down the work table to the several dozen jars that he had set up, each with a flake of the Philosopher's Stone and a different magical liquid. In theory, the stone was a crystal and all crystals are grown. Therefore, if he found the right liquid, he would be able to grow new stones, possibly even shape them without carving. It was still far too soon for any conclusive results. Beyond that mess was the station he was currently working at. He set down the tea that he had forgotten over with the sand and took up his carving knife again. He was carving the left fibula from the Dementor's skeleton. He was hoping that he had thought of the right runes to use to mask any signature from any wand while it had this piece of bone on it. It wasn't a perfect solution, but he wouldn't have to worry so much about being identified. 6 hours per day was plenty of time for him to finish carving and also to do some testing. It would be finished before they went back to school. Sure is boring work. Only 18 months left until the third task though. I'm going to have to figure out the split core thing before then. Maybe I'll get lucky and Smethwick will pull a miracle out of his bum. Oh well, back to the chore at hand. Hermione and Tonks called their mothers into Tonks' room, which Hermione was sleeping in as well. The girls had their mothers sit down before taking each other's hand. With one squeeze, both girls started talking together. Mum, we think that we both owe Harry a life debt and would like you to take us to the ministry to find out. Andromeda and Emma looked at each other, then turned back to the girls and chorused. You rehearsed that? Yes, we did. The girls answered together with a nod. Did you? Okay, that is creepy. The adults replied, then turned sharply to each other. Stop that. The four of them laughed for a couple minutes before Emma pulled herself together. Okay girls, why do you think what you think? Well, you saw what happened to Harry after he healed me. Tonks spoke to the floor. It matches everything we could find out about the debts. I really just want to know for sure. Same with me, but about the troll last year. Hermione looked bravely at her mom's face and only saw worried acceptance. All right, we'll take you. Andromeda agreed. You probably don't though, you know that right? Yay, we know. Hermione replied. So can we go now? Tonks asked impatiently. I'm okay with it, so long as we go shopping too. Andromeda smiled. Hang on, I want to leave Harry a note. Hermione said and ran upstairs, Tonks close behind. Dear Harry, Nim and I have gone shopping with our mums. We'll be back early afternoon by Mrs. Tonks, figuring. See you later. Hermione and Nim. What's that? Gwynog asked as Harry sat down at the table. Just a note from the girls letting me know why they aren't here. Harry replied and poured himself a cup of coffee. Oh yay, if you were up earlier you wouldn't have missed them. Gwynog smirked. Late night. No, hard time falling asleep. Harry shrugged. What's bothering you? Gwynog asked. I have no idea what I should get for Hermione or Nim this year. Harry edged, glad that both of them were out of earshot. Really? If you want some help, I think I know something they would love. Gwynog grinned. Really? Harry asked, relieved. Thanks a lot. No problem, bring your coffee, we need to go up to your room. Gwynog stood up and made for the stairs. Wait, let me grab some toast or something too. Harry hurriedly grabbed a couple pieces of cold toast in his left hand, his coffee in his right, and followed Gwynog upstairs. So what, something in here will tell you what I should get or something? Something like that. Why don't you go and get the pair of pajamas that you like the most? Gwynog ordered and ignored his questioning look. Here they are, Harry said a minute later, walking back with his favorite pair of pants and sweatshirt. What are you going to do with them? Nothing. These are the gifts. Give the shirt to Hermione and the pants to Tonks. Gwynog laughed at his surprise. What? But, these haven't been washed since I wore them. Harry stammered. Perfect. Gwynog clapped. You want me to give them old dirty clothes? Harry cocked an eyebrow skeptically. Yup, they'll love them. Gwynog placed a hand over her heart. I swear it. You're insane, but unless I think of something better I'll trust you. Harry sighed. What brings you four down to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Asked the Auror at the front desk. The lady in the atrium said that this is where we could find the book detailing life debts. Andromeda said bluntly. Oh, yes. That is here. Who's checking? The Auror asked and pulled a form out from a drawer. That would be both of us. Tonks said, pointing at herself and Hermione. All right, just press your wands into this slot to verify your signatures and fill out these forms, and we can get you taken care of. The Auror smiled and handed over the papers after Hermione and Tonks each presented their wands to the device. Half an hour later they handed over the paperwork and followed an Auror out of the waiting area and into a room with a large ledger waiting. The Auror walked behind the ledger and consulted the paperwork. Let's see, Tonks, Nympha. Don't say it, Tonks exclaimed. Dora, sorry. The Auror finished before he could stop himself and started flipping through the pages. Let's see, here we are, ahem, October 31st, 1992 Ode to 1 Harry Potter, cause not listed. I knew it, Tonks shouted gleefully. That isn't necessarily a good thing. The Auror cautioned. What about me? Hermione asked anxiously. Right, Granger, Hermione. The Auror flipped a few more pages. Also 1, this time to 1 Nympha. Ms. Tonks on October 31st, 1991, cause not listed. That doesn't make sense. Tonks frowned. Harry did all the saving. Yay, that's really weird. Hermione frowned and turned to the Auror. Do you have any ideas? I only know what is in the book. But maybe Mr. Potter wasn't risking anything, the Auror suggested. But he got clubbed by a troll. Hermione objected. I can't say. I wasn't there. Sorry. The Auror smiled sadly. You know what would help us think about it? Andromeda asked happily. Shopping. Let's go get our mind off it for a while. Get up, you filthy maggot. Sirius bellowed into Harry's ear an hour before dawn on the 21st. Ah! Harry screamed as he was suddenly ejected from his dreams. What the hell, Padfoot? Dan showed me army movies. Sirius gasped between laughs and wiped a tear away. Good times. Why did you wake me up so early? Harry asked groggily. It's time to start the potion and you need to be there. Sirius yanked the covers back, drawing a yelp from Harry. Stop whining, you're the last one. I even brought you coffee. 10 minutes later Sirius, Remus and the 3 kids were all up on the roof waiting for the sun to peek over the horizon. The first step was mixing their hair into a solution just as the light from the rising sun, or the rising moon, hits it on either solstice. Remus was squinting into the sun. Just a few more seconds, now. On his cue the 3 dumped their hair into the vials they held. The colors changed as the light hit them. Hermione's turned a deep nut brown while Harry's turned copper and Tonks turned a flawless white. Once the color stabilized they poured them into cauldrons set on low and settled in to spend the whole day simmering their solution. So there must be a lot of stories from when you guys went through this. Harry suggested as he sat back in his chair. Oh, no, not really. Remus said, looking away. None come to mind. Sirius added. But that doesn't matter. Have you 3 decided what animals you want to be? I have. I don't want to say what it is yet, but I'm going to need to take a trip to Australia. Harry smiled. Sounds fun. Sirius grinned. International portkeys aren't much fun, but if we put it off until you get back for the summer and you know where to go, it shouldn't be too hard. Really? Harry sat back stunned. I was expecting to need to sneak off with Nick and get it myself. Is it dangerous? Sirius asked seriously. Not very, they're nice animals and I can talk to them, so I doubt anyone with me would come to any harm. Harry answered. So, of some sort. Sirius nodded. Hermione. I took Harry's advice to heart and decided on a very useful, I think, form. That of a housefly. Hermione smiled. Housefly. Sirius frowned. How is that supposed to be useful? Have you ever tried to hit a fly with a curse? Hermione asked casually. Not to mention the escape routes that it would open up. There are no better flyers in the whole world. Fair enough. Remus nodded. What about you, Tonks? I want to keep mine secret too. Tonks said, looking at Harry and blushing. But I won't have to make travel arrangements to get the piece of the animal. 4 steps and the whole day later the sun had set and the kids were preparing to store their potion for summer. The entire day Harry had asked questions about the Marauders' experiences, but the older 2 kept suspiciously dodging the subject. Finally Sirius stood up with a smile that was way too large for the occasion. Remember, you 3, put them somewhere very safe. If they get shaken between now and then they'll be ruined. Harry caught himself staring at his pile of presents again, one of them specifically. The Marauders gave the girls and himself a large flask full of memories. They said it was the story of their animagus journey, which explained all of their smirks and half-laughs the other day. He was down to the last gift from people he actually knew. This one was from Luna. He was about to tear the paper when he heard a squeak from his left and got crushed by a Hermione hug. Harry laughed into her hair and wound his left arm around her to return the hug. He could hear Tonks tear paper hastily, and the chuckles that caused around the room turned into full laughs as she grabbed Harry as soon as Hermione released him. When Harry finally extricated himself, he shot a grateful glance to Gwynog, who was smiling smugly as if to say, "I told you so." Smiling to himself, he removed the wrapping paper and lifted the lid off of Luna's present. He gasped involuntarily at the artistry of the figures in front of him. The 9 members of Harry's court as well as Luna and Ginny were lined up in a neat line, all finely crafted out of wood and delicately painted. Harry immediately noticed the portkey on the one of him. A long life of celebrity made him quite familiar with them. Oh, goody. This should be fun. Harry smiled excitedly and checked to make sure he had his wand and vial of elixir. Wow, these are really cool. Harry exclaimed. No one is touching me, this is as good of a time as any. Harry reached out to take the portkey with his left hand. Look, she gave the one of me a duck bill. Huh, Harry thought, looking around as he drew his wand after landing. Who'd have thought I'd end up here again? Harry! Hermione screamed as the box of dolls hit the floor. Time blurred over the next few minutes as complete chaos broke out in the room. Hestia had her head in the fireplace and Gwynog was frantically writing something. Remus and Andromeda were casting spells over the other dolls in the box. Sirius finally broke her out of her daze by shoving her mirror in front of her face. Hermione reached up to take it with arms that she just then realized were wrapped around a similarly panicking Tonks. Call Susan and get Amelia here as quickly as you can. Sirius commanded. We'll get him back, don't worry. Hermione nodded and took the mirror. Susan. She called shakily and waited for her friend's face to appear. Headmaster. Hestia's head yelled from inside the fireplace. He's in McGonagall's office, dear. One of the former headmistress's portraits said. Thank you. Hestia said quickly and withdrew from the fireplace. After throwing another pinch of flow powder on the fire, she stuck her head back in and called. Hogwarts Transfiguration Office. Oh, good morning, Hestia. McGonagall said, surprised. Is Dumbledore there? Hestia asked impatiently. I'm here. Dumbledore moved into view, with a serious expression. What's wrong? Someone's taken Harry. Hestia cried. Step back, I'm coming through. Dumbledore nodded. Harry only survived his first trip here with the aid of the Weasleys' semi-sentient invisible flying car. This time it was just Harry, his wand, and the whole nest of Acromantula. The giant spiders were, fortunately, far more surprised at Harry's arrival than Harry was. Unfortunately, they don't stay surprised very long. Harry thought as he leapt to his left to avoid a thick strand of web that fell from above. A flick of his wrist sent a cutting curse back in the same direction and Harry was rewarded with a hiss of pain. Harry ducked under a bite directed at his head and set that spider afire before banishing it back into the horde. A sharp burning pain in his left arm told him that one of them had gotten lucky and ripped his arm open with a claw. Worse though was causing him to drop the doll, which he needed to return without raising suspicion. He never saw the face of that spider, but he managed to get one of its legs with a reducto before it disappeared back into the swarm. With a thought, Harry focused his metamorph talent and stopped the bleeding before throwing himself into the fight with reckless abandon. Where is he? Tonks screamed as Shacklebolt escorted Luna Lovegood and her father into the room. Luna burst into tears as her father placed himself protectively between the girls, glaring angrily at Tonks. Shacklebolt also glared but yelled back too. Ms. Tonks, now isn't the time for blind accusations. We don't know that Ms. Lovegood had anything to do with the portkey. Whatever. Tonks muttered, looking down in equal parts shame and anger. Madam Bones is right over here, if you'll please follow me. Shacklebolt lead the Lovegoods away. It'll be all right, Nim. The headmaster has the instruments to track a portkey. He'll find Harry in no time. We just have to give him a second to get back with everything. Hermione whispered calmingly to the girl in her arms. Harry panted as he watched what remained of the Acromantula swarm run away. With a shuddering sigh he dropped into a sitting position and allowed the dome of fiend fire, that he had erected around himself, die away. Harry never understood why that spell was considered dark. Probably just another case of the Ministry being afraid of what most people had a hard time controlling. That's funny. Harry laughed as he remembered how Hermione had invented that variation of the spell to help Ron overcome his crippling phobia so that the three of them and Ginny could clear this very forest of those very spiders, just a few years before their kids started school. I owe older Hermione so much. Now where did that portkey land? Harry had picked up a few more small injuries during the fight and a few of them objected to Harry standing up again. Ignoring the mutinous parts of his body, Harry cast a locating charm and groaned when it told him the doll was under a pile of dead spiders. If Harry knew more about arachnid anatomy he would have noticed that the abdomen of the bottommost spider was badly damaged. If Harry had noticed that he would have taken more care while levitating said corpse. Harry was walking towards the doll when he heard a loud crack above him. The abdomen of a giant spider landed between him and the doll before bursting open and showering the area in spider guts. As Harry fought the urge to throw up he lost concentration on the levitation spell and the upper half of the spider dropped like a rock. Having shifted slightly in the separation the spider's top half landed behind Harry but bounced towards him, knocking Harry face first into the abdomen. Scrambling away from it as fast as possible, Harry managed to get a few feet away before he lost his breakfast. Head, neck and shoulders all covered in unspeakably disgusting goo. Harry looked around for his wand. Scourgify was now his highest priority despite how much it would hurt his wounds. Find wand, reverse polarity on the portkey and go home. Hardest step is the first. Harry thought miserably as his eyes landed on the burst abdomen. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Harry took a few deep fortifying breaths and rolled his sleeve up with a grimace. Dumbledore had been rushing around his office and private study for several minutes desperately searching for all of the rarely used instruments he needed. Not for the first time Albus wondered why he never got around to researching a spell to do this job without all of the extras. Now where did I put that dimensional clamp? He yanked open a drawer on his desk to search there when he noticed that his portkey detector had indicated the arrival of a portkey within school grounds, 12.5 minutes ago. Wide-eyed he checked a second device that was designed to track magic on the grounds. It showed that a massive amount of magic had been used deep within the Forbidden Forest starting from just over 12 minutes ago to 4 minutes ago. A quick glance confirmed that no portkey had left. Fox! Albus shouted as he copied the coordinates and moved towards a map of the grounds. Behind him his second device flared softly. I need you to take me, here. Albus finished by pointing at a place in the forest. His portkey detector triggered again as Fox swooped down and flashed away with the headmaster. Finally, Harry shouted as he pulled his arm out of the goo, wand firmly grasped. Without hesitation he scourgified himself, gasping as it scoured his open wounds. So much for my second favorite pair of pajamas. Harry thought as he looked at his partially shredded and horribly stained clothes. Oh well, let's get out of here. Harry walked over to where the portkey was and picked up the doll again. 2 quick prods of his wand and he reversed the portkey. A moment later it activated and Harry never noticed the burst of flame behind him. Harry! Hermione's scream let everyone know he was back and a moment later he was knocked off his feet again as she barreled into him. Ow! Harry groaned from under Hermione. Oh, sorry. Hermione blushed and stood up quickly then she and Tonks helped Harry to his feet, then they both hugged him crushingly again. Ow! Harry groaned but returned the embrace. I picked up a couple of scratches while I was out. Andy, are you here? Move away from him girls. Andromeda commanded as she bustled over. Did they teach you to bustle in healer school or something? Harry wondered aloud as Andromeda started her diagnostics. Yes, she stated plainly. We should get you out of public space. You need to get patched up pronto. I agree, I think I got some venom too. My fingers started tingling a few minutes ago. Harry nodded and allowed her to rush him off, Hermione and Tonks close behind. Dumbledore sighed in resignation. There is nothing more I can do here, Fox. Please take me to Grimmauld Place. Headmaster, Hestia shouted as he arrived. Harry's. Albus held up a hand solemnly, cutting her off and making her fall silent. I found where the portkey led. Harry landed in the midst of the colony of Acromantula that lives within the Forbidden Forest. I arrived too late, the fighting was over. Harry put up a valiant struggle, but when I arrived only corpses remained. I am afraid that the colony carried him off, he's probably already dead. Dumbledore was close to tears by the time he finished. I think you're exaggerating a bit, Professor, Harry said from the doorway behind him, left arm in a sling. Although I am very tired. Behind him Hermione and Tonks rolled their eyes. Harry, Dumbledore shouted as he spun around, immediately noting the numerous bandaged injuries. You're alive, but how? Rode the portkey back, Harry said seriously. I dropped it almost immediately after I landed and had to fight the colony off to find it again. Otherwise I would have come back as soon as I got a free second. I presume you would like to join the Aurors in my pensieve. If you don't have any objections, of course. Albus nodded. Feel free. I'm headed there right now. Harry motioned with his free arm, and the two wizards along with Hermione and Tonks made their way into the next room. Back. Hestia huffed quietly at Dumbledore's back, finishing her earlier statement and crossing her arms. I'm so sorry, Harry, Luna cried as she threw her arms around Harry. I swear I didn't know. Don't worry, Luna, I know you had nothing to do with that. Harry hugged her back softly. I know who did though. Riddle? Sirius asked grumpily. Without a doubt. Harry nodded. He's just narrowed our suspect list down to less than 10 too. How's that? Amelia asked, leaning forward. I'm sorry to interrupt, but who is Riddle? Xenophilius asked from his seat. Voldemort, Harry said casually, then froze. They shouldn't be here. Leaving, Xenophilius said hastily and led Luna out of the room. But, Luna started to protest. Not now, Xenophilius said sternly. Luna just nodded, knowing there wouldn't be any further arguing. You too, Shack, Harry said pointedly. Madam Bones. Shacklebolt looked questioningly to Amelia and Dumbledore. Headmaster. Harry's right. Dumbledore frowned at the boy. He's already told too many people. Amelia merely nodded, and without a word Shacklebolt turned and left. Amelia cast the standard set of privacy charms and turned back to the room. So talk, Harry. The portkey was onto Hogwarts grounds. Dumbledore interjected before Harry could start. Only a professor can make a portkey. Onto the grounds. Or a staff member. Harry nodded. There are more than 10 people on the staff, Harry. Hermione insisted. Yes, but we can remove Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Babbling and Vector, and Madame Pomfrey for various reasons, mainly not being weak-willed enough and not wanting me to be harmed. Harry listed, ticking off fingers. Professors Trelawney, Burbage, Sinistra, and Lockhart, along with Mr. Filch, Hagrid and Madame Hooch, are possibly too weak-willed to trust. Snape might want me to be harmed enough, but probably not. Professor Snape, Dumbledore corrected automatically. Tonks, jaw dropped in disbelief. With Voldemort being who he is, we can probably discount Filch and Hagrid since they're a squib and half-giant respectively. Harry thought out loud. Burbage too, he would never want to be anywhere near the Muggle Studies classroom. Trelawney, Sinistra and Hooch are all good targets because they spend a lot of time outside of observation, but I doubt you can find a mind weaker than Fraud Lockhart's. So we have 4 good suspects to search. Dumbledore nodded. I'll start searching their quarters as soon as I get back to the castle. Wait, he's allowed to call Lockhart a fraud without any correction, but he says Snape a knee-jerk. Tonks said in exasperation. Professor Snape. Dumbledore corrected automatically, then stopped and blinked in confusion. Huh, that's weird. That explains so much. Harry sighed, shaking his head. What do you mean? Dumbledore frowned. You're a creature of habit. Harry shrugged. Don't worry about it. There are far more important things to do right now. Right. Dumbledore nodded and started to leave. Wait. Harry stopped him and paused for him to turn around. Didn't you want to see the fight? Later. Dumbledore nodded and left. So what now? Tonks asked quietly. Now you let the adults do their respective jobs and everything is dealt with by the time you get back to Hogwarts. Shacklebolt smiled assuringly. For now, why don't you 3 take Ms. Lovegood and get some hot chocolate? Sounds good. Harry replied and hopped out of his chair. Let me know when things spiral out of your control and I'll save the day. Wait, leave the memory, Harry, we'll take a look now. Sirius suggested. Sure thing, Padfoot. Harry drew the memory out and dropped it into a rapidly conjured vial. Harry's pensieve might only be able to fit a couple people, but the Black family pensieve could fit the whole group. Oh, I don't know if you should go to that boy's party tomorrow either, it might be hard to explain so many fresh bandages. Sirius added as he caught the vial when Harry tossed it. You might have a point, but I should be able to cover them all by morning. Harry nodded. But if I can't, then I totally agree. That was a stressful day. Harry noted lamely as the last of the Aurors left and the sun was setting. We should do something fun. Hermione suggested. Remus said those memories were funny. Tonks nodded. We could watch those. Sounds good to me, Harry said and turned to shout across the room to the adults. Any old people who would like to attend are more than welcome to join the three of us in the Pensieve for a session of trouble-forgetting distractions and marauder-based shenanigans. The three of them made their way over to the Pensieve and Harry removed the memory of the fight and poured in the new ones. Sirius, Remus and Gwenog joined them, and together the six dropped into the past. This was the first time we made the potion, Sirius said as the silver fog faded to show a summer day. This is Potter Manor, somewhere to the north of here. When Harry reaches his majority the spells will trigger and he will learn the location, then he can tell us. No, Sirius, it's 3 times clockwise before you add the chameleon skin and then 3 times counterclockwise. Memory, Remus scolded. He's never going to get it right. Memory, James chuckled. Bet I get it right before you do. Memory, Sirius challenged. The memory swirled back to silver and cleared again, revealing the young marauders in an empty classroom at Hogwarts, frost covering the windows. Memory, Remus was walking in with a small box and the other 3 were almost bouncing with excitement. So what animals did you pick? Memory, Remus asked brightly. My name is Sirius Black, I got fur from the biggest black dog I could find. Memory, Sirius said proudly and held up a small bag. I yanked some fur off the stuffed brown bear in my dad's study. James grinned. Lion. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. How did you manage to get lion? Memory, Sirius asked stunned. You'd be amazed what the London Zoo will do for a kid who is working on a school project. Peter laughed. Let's get on with it then. Memory, Remus tapped his wand to the box. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. They crowded around and James and Peter groaned. The vials marked with their names had turned blood red, spoiled. Sirius was fine and the same black that it had been when he stored it. With a big smirk he picked his vial out and dropped the dog hairs in. What was that bet again? Memory, Sirius asked and drained his vial. A moment later the yet unnamed Padfoot appeared for the first time. Memory, Sirius's dog danced around yipping happily while James and Peter turned to regard each other. He never put down any stakes. James frowned. Did he? Not that I can remember. Peter shook his head. The potion wore off then and Sirius turned back into his human form. Then you should agree to my second bet. I bet that you won't be successful until at least your 4th attempt. Oh, getting cocky are you? James laughed. You're on, stakes first this time. Fine, if you lose Peter picks your form. Sirius supplied confidently. Fine, but if I win I get to pick his. James shot back. Hey, Peter objected. Don't I get a say in this? Fine, you can have the same wager. Sirius crossed his arms. You're on. Peter shouted and all 4 broke into laughter as the memory faded back to silver mist. This next memory is actually before the last. Sirius narrated as the mist cleared to show him opening the box of potions. The memory only lasted a few seconds because once the box was open Memory, Sirius took out James's and Peter's potions and shook them vigorously before putting them back and sneaking away. Why would you do that? Hermione asked as the memory swirled again before clearing to show Remus in front of the same box. Why not? Sirius responded as Remus opened the box too. At the time it was funny. The angle allowed everyone to see that there were only 2 vials in the box now. This is a few months later, James and Peter's second attempts. Adult Remus snickered said as Memory, Remus shook both vials vigorously. We didn't find out until we were compiling these that we both did this. The silver mist swirled again and settled to show the 4 teens at Potter Manor again the next summer. Sirius was in dog form dancing around laughing at James and Peter and their second failure. Finally James threw his vial of worthless potion at Sirius. Shut up. Sirius jumped to the side as the vial broke on the ground and continued gallivanting around. Not even 30 seconds later he stepped on a piece of broken vial and transformed back into a human with a shout. Ow, my pad. Foot. Patterfoot. James snickered. What is a patterfoot? Har har, very funny. Sirius grumbled as he sat down and dug the glass out and the memory faded away again. And I never lived it down. Sirius remarked glumly. Ah, it's okay Patterfoot. Harry patted him sincerely on the shoulder. God damn it. James yelled as the next memory faded in and out rapidly with just a moment showing James and Peter holding blood-red vials again. Neither of us did at that time. Remus explained. We came to the conclusion that they just didn't want to be the loser and sabotaged each other's. Hey, what are you practicing? James's voice asked as the next memory came into focus showing Sirius with 2 glasses, one empty the other full of water. Just working on the switching charm. Sirius grinned. Good choice, sir. James nodded approvingly. You going to put something in Snivel's pumpkin juice? Something like that. Sirius replied as the memory faded away. Finally. James shouted holding up a black vial. Again they were at Potter Manor. It worked. Mine too. Peter cheered holding up his own light brown vial. Do you mind if I go first? James asked and held up the brown bare hair. Wait just a minute. Peter objected and pulled out a small envelope. You lost, your form is my choice. What? James hollered. I didn't think we were being serious. Too bad for you, and since you didn't come prepared I guess I just have to use the lion's hair after all. Peter grinned. Oh no, if you're picking mine I'm picking yours. James said sternly and stomped over to the window. Accio fur. Memory Sirius and Remus looked like they were having a hard time not laughing. Older Sirius and Remus weren't wasting the effort and were laughing heartily. A moment later James and Peter were staring each other down unknown fur in hand and as they started reaching out to drop their selected fur in the other's potion Memory Sirius cast the switching charms, and then again immediately after the fur hit the potion. From a spectator's view it was obvious what happened since Peter's potion went from brown to black and James's did the opposite, but once the fur was in they both had a similar brown color. James and Peter didn't notice the changes and still glaring at each other they clinked their vials together and simultaneously drank them. A moment later a stag and a rat had replaced them. Peter seemed to be getting angry as they looked themselves over and soon enough they popped back into their human forms. Peter immediately turned and glared angrily at Sirius and Remus. Pointing at James he yelled. He was supposed to be the rat. Looking back on it, that was probably the worst bet any of us have ever made. Older Sirius commented as Memory Sirius held up his hand defensively. If you won you were to pick the others and if you lost you weren't allowed to pick your own. Memory Sirius said. You both lost, therefore neither of you could pick your own forms nor could you pick the others. I don't know if Peter ever really stopped being mad about that. Remus observed as the mist swirled again. This time to show the 3 animagi out playing in the forest during the day with Remus close by reading. After they watched for a few seconds James's antlers got stuck in the branches of a tree. Thinking quick he transformed back into his human shape. Where are my glasses? He asked, squinting around. Up there. Peter said pointing and laughing at the pair of glasses dangling from where James's antlers had been. The memory swirled as Peter levitated the glasses out of the tree. No, give them back. James begged in his sleep as the next memory came up showing the inside of one of the Gryffindor's boys' dormitory. James was in the throes of a dream while the other 3 were standing around him laughing. Please Lily, give them back. Give what back James? Sirius asked in a girly voice. My prongs. James pled. Give my prongs back. This is the next morning at breakfast. Remus said as the great hall appeared out of the mist. So I had this weird dream last night. James stated as he ripped open a roll. Tell us about it. Memory Remus smiled sweetly. Oh, yes, please do. Sirius gushed. Well, it started in the common room. Evans grabbed me by the glasses and ripped them off my face. James only blushed the slightest amount as he lied. She then led me around Hogwarts holding my glasses ransom until I did something. Until you did what? Peter asked smiling. I don't know, I woke up before I found out. James shrugged. So did you ever get your prongs back? Remus asked casually. Yay, I finally stopped her and persuaded her to return them. James nodded. What do you think it means? First of all, I think it means you need to ask Lily out. Sirius laughed as James choked on his juice. And second, Peter piped up. It means you have earned yourself a nickname, Prongs. What? James asked confused for a second before realizing what he meant, then buried his face in his hands. Shit, you talk in your sleep. Remus consoled. This is the last one. Older Sirius said as the memories reformed again to show 3 of the 4 marauders floating on the lake in a small boat, fishing. I didn't know you were allowed to fish there. Hermione squeaked. Yay, sorry about that. Sirius said, rubbing his neck. But that is a different set of memories. Where's Wormtail? Harry asked as he looked at the boat. Just wait. Older Remus said as his memory counterpart reached down for another worm. Memory Remus sat straight up with a yelp of surprise and tossed a small object out of the boat. A second later Peter's head broke the surface and he spit out a mouthful of water before glaring at Remus. The shock of surprise wore off and the 3 in the boat started laughing hard. Remus pulled himself together and started rowing the boat towards the man overboard. Sorry about that, Peter, I thought your tail was a worm, surprised me as all. You should really watch where you nap. James laughed and he and Sirius helped Peter crawl back into the boat. Moments later the group was ejected from the Pensieve. That was definitely fiend fire. The Unspeakable said as he came out of the Pensieve. I've never seen it used that way before though. None of us have. Amelia rolled her eyes. Can you tell me how? Unfortunately there isn't much we can learn from a memory of a memory. Why don't you just haul him in for questioning? He did use a dark spell after all. The Unspeakable suggested. No, I can't do that. He used it against dark creatures and it was clearly self-defense. Amelia chuckled. Unless you think he chose to ride that portkey. No, of course not. But there has to be something we can do to get more information. The Unspeakable frowned thoughtfully. Not until we see someone of no relation perform the same feat. Otherwise it falls under the protection of the Family Magic Act of 1739. Amelia shook her head. Couldn't we just ask Lord Black then? The Unspeakable looked up. If it is his family's magic he could just tell us. The only other option would be Potter family magic, but they were always a light family. I'm almost positive that it is Black family magic. Sirius didn't look at all surprised when he saw it, and no one said anything. Amelia sighed. Isn't your niece friends with Potter? The Unspeakable asked. Yes, why? Couldn't you convince her to butter the boy up or something, convince him to talk? The Unspeakable suggested. Croaker, I requested you because of your desire to learn, but you haven't seen my niece and her friends. Hermione and Tonks would set her straight or run her off before she got much buttering done. Amelia shook her head. And the rest would probably support their efforts. So what can we do? We can ask and hope they tell us. Amelia shrugged. Do you recognize this? Sirius asked sternly as he dropped a book in front of Harry. Theories of Magic by Cygnus Black. Harry read, I gave this to Hermione for her 23rd birthday. Nope. Why? Harry, this is serious. If you've been looking into our family magic I need to know. Sirius crossed his arms. What are you talking about? Harry frowned. Cygnus takes spells apart with arithmancy, and discusses their flaws, in this book. Sirius said. Really? Hermione gasped and reached out to grab the book only to have Sirius move it away from her. Sorry Hermione, you're not ready for this yet. Sirius smiled apologetically. You couldn't read it anyway without marrying someone of black blood first, you know, family magic and stuff. Tonks said calmingly and smirked at Hermione's momentary wistful expression. There aren't actually any spells in this book. Sirius replied. So no such restriction on this one, it was just with the family books. Anyway, what does that have to do with me? Harry asked. Last night after all of you went to bed I pulled this out to check. One of the sections at the back is a study of fiend fire, also presenting potential applications and suggested approaches, one of which described Harry's fire dome yesterday almost perfectly. Sirius cocked an eyebrow. Oh, that makes perfect sense now that I think about it. Harry smiled reassuringly. Padfoot, I learned that spell from someone else. I never asked how she figured it out or where her idea came from. I think this is just coincidence. Sirius frowned at him for a long moment before jerking his head as the flow bell rang. Gwynog ran to answer it and a few moments later she came rushing back in. Sirius, Minister Fudge is requesting admission. What does he want? Sirius groaned and went to allow the minister and his guards through. Welcome to my home, Mr. Minister, what an unexpected surprise. Yes, my apologies, Lord Black, for the intrusion. Fudge grinned broadly and shook Sirius' hand. I hate to cut straight to business, but I would like to speak with Mr. Potter about yesterday morning, if that is okay. I'll allow you to speak, but if you want to ask questions I'm afraid that as his guardian I am going to need you to set up an appointment first. Sirius smirked as Fudge's jaw dropped. Very well, Fudge said, quickly regaining his composure. One moment please. Sirius smiled and walked back into the kitchen. Hey, you guys want to hold off on starting to eat? Harry, Fudge is here to talk to you. Oh great. Harry edged and dragged himself to his feet. He killed his cup of coffee and transfigured his pajamas into suitable robes. Ah, Harry my boy. Fudge clapped his hands together as Harry walked in and hurried over to shake his hand. It is nice to see you. You too, Minister. How have you been? Harry smiled politely as Sirius walked in behind him and leaned up against the wall. Wonderful, thank you for asking. There's no need to ask how you've been. I've heard about that dreadful business with the spiders. Fudge's smile never faltered. Like many people I have been following your exploits since you rejoined our world. A lot of talk has been going around about you at the ministry and... He's what? Emma Granger's yell filtered through from the kitchen. Fudge paused and blinked a few times before pressing on. And everyone is confident that you'll be operating in the political arena once you reach your maturity. There is some debate about whether or not you'll wait to graduate from Hogwarts first though. Regardless, I know that you have been trained in magic already, but who better than the Minister of Magic himself to train you to operate politically? What exactly are you saying? Harry asked cautiously. You don't have to answer now, but I would like to offer you an internship in my office starting on your 15th birthday. Fudge grinned. You'll get a couple years of experience without threatening your own political base. With all the power that you'll have, you'll lose more in your early mistakes. That seems like a waste to me, so I would like to give you the chance to prevent that from happening. Interesting. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Well, I'll think about it. When would you like an answer? I think before your 14th birthday would be appropriate. Fudge replied calmly. Of course we wouldn't announce it before your 15th. Of course. Harry agreed. That is a very convenient time frame for me. I wonder if the tournament is still going to happen. I will let you know as soon as I come to a decision. Excellent. Fudge laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, oblivious to Harry's wince as he hit a healing wound. Now I believe I've used up enough of your morning already, Mr. Potter, Lord Black. It was nice seeing you both. You as well, Harry replied. Take care, Minister. Sirius smiled as Fudge moved to the flow. 2 guards went first, then Fudge and the second pair of guards went last. When they were all gone, Sirius sighed and turned to Harry. Clearly an attempt to add your popularity to his, right? Right. Harry nodded. So don't do it, Sirius suggested. But it is a chance to start forcing my will upon the people 2 years earlier than planned. Harry countered. Maybe. Fudge probably won't give you anything of consequence to do. Sirius shook his head. Fudge is a spineless worm. Harry scoffed. I can strong-arm him. Then do it, Sirius asked skeptically. I don't know. We should, make charts and stuff. Harry said seriously. Yay. Sirius agreed. The women in this house are all good at that kind of stuff. And they're the real decision makers, right? Harry joked. Sirius laughed and opened the door, gesturing for Harry to go back to the kitchen. You'll see, sooner than you expect I imagine. What's that supposed to mean? Harry grumbled as he walked by. Sirius just laughed. So who is Minister Fudge? Emma asked a few moments after Harry walked out of the kitchen. The Minister of Magic, Remus replied. Oh, Emma frowned. That sounds important. He is Mum. Hermione giggled. He is the equivalent of the Prime Minister. He's what? Emma screamed in surprise, then clamped her hands over her mouth and blushed heavily. Mum, Hermione groaned. Do you think they heard? Emma asked in a harsh whisper. Don't worry, I put up a silencing charm when I heard who it was. Remus assured from behind her. No you didn't. Gwynog mouthed from across the room. She doesn't know that. Remus mouthed back, pointing at the back of Emma's head emphatically. Oh good. Emma sighed with heavy relief as everyone laughed quietly. Why would he visit Harry? Who wouldn't want to visit Harry? Tonks asked dreamily, making Hermione giggle and nod. Straight men, Dan offered helpfully. Hestia rolled her eyes. We're just going to have to wait until they're done to know. Remus, come help me move the food to the table. Remus gave a small sigh and moved to help her. They didn't need to wait long, as within a few minutes Harry and Sirius walked back through the door, both deep in thought. Neither said anything as they took their seats and dished themselves up some breakfast. For a few tense minutes everyone watched the two as they ate. Silently, yet to make eye contact with anyone. Hermione's anxiousness finally got the better of her and she blurted out, "So what did the minister want?" Harry looked up at her, then checked his watch. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. "I win Padfoot. Pay up." Sirius groaned and dropped his head into his hands. 34 more seconds Hermione, you could have made it. You bet on me. Hermione huffed as Harry caught the galleon Sirius tossed to him. Every time. Harry smiled. She blinked twice then smiled brilliantly as she realized what he meant. "Well, thank you," she said blushing faintly. "But anyway, Fudge wants me to become his intern." Harry said. "That's amazing Harry." Hermione gasped. "You're going to do it right?" Emma asked excitedly. "We'll see." Harry shrugged. "This is a big opportunity." Ted said gravely. "Yay, but Fudge is a tool." Harry. Andromeda gasped. "Don't talk like that about the Minister of Magic." "Well, he is a tool." Harry shrugged. "Lucius Malfoy has had him in his pocket for years. Why do you think so many Death Eaters are still free?" As the group descended into a discussion about Fudge's politics, Harry began to plan on how to use Fudge's support during the upcoming years. He suggested that he take up correspondence with Fudge in the meantime, under the guise of trying to help make his decision, but Harry was going to find a way to suggest the tournament. With any luck his 4th year would proceed similarly to the one he remembered. "You what?" Voldemort screamed. "I sent him into the Forbidden Forest." Tom repeated. "Relax, there is no way he could have made it out of the middle of the colony." Lucius. "Yes, my lord. Go find out if the boy is dead." Voldemort ordered and turned back to the body his younger self was inhabiting. "You'd better hope you're right, because if he lived you should consider your cover blown. Even if they searched Lockhart's rooms they wouldn't find the diary. Unless they knew exactly where to look my hidden compartment will remain completely undetected." Tom replied smugly. "Much less broken into. Merlin you're young." Voldemort sighed. "Barty, bring me the list of my servants who are still free. We might need to move a few plans up, depending on Lucius' report." "Yes, my lord." Barty Crouch Jr. bowed to his father's body and scurried out of the room. "How strong is your grip on Lockhart's soul?" Voldemort asked. "The man is weak. I could consume him at any time." Tom shrugged. "If I did it while he was asleep no one would even be able to react." "My lord," Lucius cried as he walked back into the room. "The boy lives. Damn it." Voldemort swore and slammed his fists into the table. "All right, here's what we're going to do. Lockhart is an idiot," Harry told himself as he tucked the time turner back into his shirt. "Or maybe it is Riddle who did that." "What?" the other Harry in the room asked. "You'll see as soon as you get there." The older Harry smiled and walked over to the desk, returning with 2 needles and his rune-carving tools. "Here you'll need these." "Why do you have to be like that?" The younger Harry frowned. "Like what?" All cryptic. "You don't have to play that game with me," the younger Harry stated, crossing his arms. "You'll understand when you're my age." The older Harry smirked when the younger rolled his eyes. "Whatever." The younger huffed. "Harry, we have to go." Hermione yelled up the stairs. "Just a minute," younger called back. "Well, you'd better get going. I have a party to go to." Older smiled as younger frowned and warped away, then older put his carving tools back on his desk. Harry sighed and shook his head as he walked out the door. Kids these days. After a quick stop to grab the Horcrux detector and check his map, Harry disillusioned himself and warped into Lockhart's office. Step 1, disable the portraits. Harry thought and waved his wand. Check. Step 2, activate Horcrux detector. Check. Whoa. Harry gasped as a tiny stream of sparks issued from the end. The sparks were at the rate that Harry normally associated with being very close, but they were so small that he would think it was far away. He turned towards London and checked against Hufflepuff's cup. The detector is working fine, Harry thought as he watched the perfectly predictable series of sparks. Harry reoriented the detector and followed the strange sparks. They lead him to a specific book on a bookshelf. It wasn't the diary, and as Harry investigated further he found that the sparks were leading him to the front cover specifically. None of the detection spells that Harry could quickly cast revealed anything, nor did his mage sight. With a conjured knife Harry peeled back the inside of the front cover. Inside the cover were countless magic hiding runes in a locked extra-dimensional space. No wonder my detector was barely sparking. The lock was password protected, in Parseltongue. Way to go, Harry thought as he looked closer and found that the password was anything in Parseltongue. You should have figured out that that was a bad plan when I reversed the spell on Nim. No wonder I called him an idiot. Perhaps sharing Lockhart's limited brain is affecting Tom's capacities. Open, Harry hissed, and as the barrier faded away he found that it contained a leather pouch. As Harry removed the pouch he realized that it was open. He couldn't help but laugh as he looked inside and found Tom Riddle's diary. I could destroy this right now. Or, Harry thought, I could risk Lockhart's life for a chance at a showy display sometime later. Harry set the diary aside and investigated the pouch. Inside one of the seams was a small metal clip that held several hairs. They were all, and Harry assumed that they were Lockhart's. Well, they are supposed to be keyed to the individuals who can open it. Harry thought as he turned his hair and cut a few strands with conjured scissors before adding them to the clip. Suddenly Harry realized what he needed the needles for and immediately enlarged them. He clamped them down and delicately carved runes that would make the needles transmit a very specific signal. 20 minutes later and he was hiding one needle in the binding of the diary and the other inside the stitching of the diplomat bag. Having that accomplished and now able to find the two items more easily, Harry put everything back how he found it. Bag left opened hidden inside the extra-dimensional space and resealed behind the Parseltongue barrier, and the cover of the book patched up with a quick reparo. Once Harry put the book back on the shelf he warped back to his base. How was it? Remus asked as Harry, Hermione, Tonks, Sirius, Gwenog, Dan and Emma got back for the Finch-Fletchy party. Boring, Tonks said. There is so little for me to talk about when there are muggles around. Present company excluded. The third time I heard one of Justin's female friends gush about how brave Harry must be to grab AS. I just wanted to tell them about the basilisk. Hermione sighed. Harry didn't seem to be having that bad of a time. Sirius remarked coyly. What with that cute little girl hanging all over him? Har har. Harry drawled, and all three kids made a face at Sirius. Well, I thought it was a lot of fun. Emma said with a smile. Delightful even. Dan said and slid his arms around his wife. It's late, Harry said with a yawn, noting that the clock read just after 1 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Sounds good, Hermione agreed, and together the three went up the stairs. Warm sunlight filtered into the quartz compartment as they rode back to school. Harry was leaning against the corner of the seat with his right arm covering his face. Hermione had fallen asleep while reading next to him and eventually slid sideways and now had her head on his. Tonks was on the seat directly across from Harry, reading her book on birds. Every once in a while she would glance up to her sleeping friends and smile. The twins had concocted their first batch of canary creams over the holiday and were currently out searching for willing testers, mainly in the fourth-year Gryffindor car. The court had already taken one each. Hannah was busy reading a medical text that she had requested Tonks ask her mother for a recommendation on. Andromeda had sent a small library instead. She called it the starter set. There was a lesson there somewhere about asking a professional for the basics. Susan was reading a history book about the Wizengamot that would have made Ron cry. Daphne and Blaze were next to each other reading the same copy of the Daily Prophet. They traded sections wordlessly and with timing that suggested they did this almost every morning for a long time. Everyone was being very quiet though, because Harry and Hermione were sleeping and were adorable. Except that only Hermione was asleep. Harry had been pretending so that he could finish his plans for the third task. He had decided that he could win the war that night if he acted decisively. If everything went to plan, Voldemort wouldn't even know how badly he lost for a good 2 years afterwards, if ever. It's a good thing I still have 2.5 years. I wonder if it will be harder to invent a portable, easy to use but looks complicated device to follow the portkey to the graveyard, or the Horcrux power-converting crystal vial of doom thingy. Harry restrained himself from chuckling. I wonder where I can find a diamond the size of my fist. I hope Dumbledore protects the goblet more thoroughly this time. An age line is just no challenge. Whatever, I've got the tournament planned out sufficiently, and don't have the details to go further, so I'll just stick with what I have. Sorry, Fleur. Next item of business, with plans to destroy my anti-killing curse shield I should study the killing curse itself. Harry resolved. See if I can't figure out a way to survive another Avada Kedavra. It's been taken care of. A deep voice rang inside his head. Harry jerked straight up and looked around the room wildly. Who said that? What did you do that for? Hermione mumbled sleepily. No one said anything, mate. Blaise said, looking up from the paper. You probably just had a bad dream. Bad dream? Harry asked, confused for a moment, then relieved. Of course, sorry. You're forgiven. Hermione muttered and pushed Harry back to where he was and rested her head on his again. Now shut up and go back to sleep. Or at least let me go back to sleep. I was having a very pleasant dream. Yes, dear. Harry grumbled and laid his head back. Hermione looked nervously to Tonks, who smiled at her and gave a saucy wink. The others chuckled. Hermione grinned, and blushed, then slid her arms around Harry. Good boy. Cornelius, 2 owls have come for you. Minister Fudge's chief undersecretary said as she stuck her head through the door. Thank you, Dolores. Who are they from? Fudge replied and beckoned Umbridge in. One is from Lord Malfoy, the other is from the Potter boy. Umbridge replied with a sickly sweet smile and handed the letters over. Ah, thank you, my dear, I've been looking forward to hearing from Harry. Fudge grinned. You may go. Yes, Mr. Minister. Umbridge said stuffily and left the room with a frown. Meanwhile, Fudge was hurriedly opening the letter from Harry. He wasn't expecting to hear from him this soon. He checked the clock and the calendar and decided that Harry must have sent the letter just before leaving for the train station. Dear Minister Fudge, my godfather and I have discussed it at length, and there is very little chance that he will reject your most generous offer. That being said, he suggested that I open a line of communication between the two of us until we have to make the choice. This is for the sake of getting to know one another better before locking ourselves into a 2-year partnership. As you know, I am a 12-year-old student at Hogwarts, House Ravenclaw. You also undoubtedly know that I am also on the House Quidditch team as a beater. I like the sport, but it is a little disappointing that it is the only exciting part of normal life here. The Basilisk last year was certainly exciting, as were the Spiders last week, but neither of those things were supposed to happen. Quidditch is great, but I'm sure there is some way to plan more events or sports or something. That's Dumbledore's area though, sorry for complaining. So, back on topic. My best friends are Hermione Granger and Tonks. Quite a few of the photos of me that have been published recently have the 2 of them in them somewhere. I have 6 other close friends from the other houses as well. How about you? Do you have a best friend? Any other friends? Shoot, Nim's mum is calling me for breakfast and we're going to the platform directly afterwards, so I'm going to have to end this letter here. Bye. Harry Potter. Fudge couldn't have known, but it had taken Harry 3 drafts and several hours of revision to get that letter to be simultaneously childish enough and insulting enough to satisfy both of his goals. Fudge chuckled and set the letter aside. He would have a reply waiting for Harry when he got to Hogwarts, he decided. Fudge broke the seal on the letter from Lucius and began to read what he had to say. Minister Fudge. Myself and several other prominent pure-blood heads have spoken with our children and feel that their Hogwarts experience is lacking. The education is impeccable, especially potions, but I fear that the students know nothing of wizarding traditions. I brought this to the attention of the other members on the Board of Governors, and they have agreed to allow me to arrange a meeting between yourself or your representatives and the Board of Governors to discuss possible solutions. Please contact me at your nearest convenience so that we make schedule the meeting. Sincerely, Lord Lucius Malfoy. Fudge set that letter aside too and rested his head in his hands. I don't need this. Not only is my popularity already starting to slip, and I have to tell Ludo again that I'm not going to authorize the return of that dreadful tournament, although it is rather impressive that he got Barty to sign off on it this year. And now Harry wants excitement and Lucius wants tradition. Fudge's head suddenly shot out of his hands. I've got an idea, and if we play up the traditional angle, the Wizengamot might agree. Where is that form? Fudge rummaged around the top of his desk for a few moments. Aha! Sign, initial, stamp, sign, seal and send. Chuckling to himself about how clever he was, Fudge sent the form on to the Wizengamot for approval. They wouldn't look at it until the first meeting of the year, which was still a little over a week away. Fudge knew he couldn't let this time go to waste and immediately began composing letters to Dumbledore, Harry, Lucius, Ludo and Barty. Dear Harry, the initial stages have just started, so I can't say anything for sure, but I don't think you need to worry that nothing exciting will ever happen. That said, I'll move on to telling you about myself. As you know, I am the Minister of Magic. I don't know if you know what that entails though. My position is decided by popular vote every 8th year. The next election will be in the fall of 1996. My job is to look out for the interests of all of the people of magical Britain and liaise with Her Majesty's government as well. My favorite color is green. In fact, I have a bowler cap that is green and is kind of my trademark. My closest friend is also my Undersecretary, Madame Dolores Umbridge, although I am also friends with various members of the upper echelon of magical Britain, like Lord Lucius Malfoy, Bartemus Crouch and Ludo Bagman, who, like yourself, was a beater. If you take up my offer, I'll be sure to introduce the two of you, as I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about. I'm afraid the efforts of restarting a long-dead tradition are begging for my time. I hope this finds you well. Sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, M.O.M. Mom. George scoffed. He signs his letters Mom. Hello, I'm Minister Mom. Fred mocked in his best Fudge impression. You guys. Hermione laughed as they sat down for the feast. You know it is an acronym. Yeah. Fred waved dismissively. Since he's trying to become friends with Harry, he might insist on being called Mum instead. Minister Mum. George frowned. We can do better. I know. Fred exclaimed and George nodded knowingly. Minister Mummy. They cried together. Oh Merlin. Tonks said and dropped her head to the table. Ah, it's okay Nim. Harry smirked and wrapped one arm around her in a short hug. Thanks for sharing the letter, but we have to go to our table before Snape gets uppity. Fred laughed. But let us know when you're going to write Minister Mummy back. George smiled. They both waved and walked off. So, do you think whatever Minister Mummy has planned will be more exciting than us? Blasphemy. Fred gasped as they walked out of hearing range. Interesting. Dumbledore thought as he set down the letter from the minister later that evening. I have been looking for a way to bring Harry back onto my playing ground. It would be best if I could find a way to make him unable or unwilling to compete and then force his entry. Then if I also worked in a headmaster tutoring rule of some sort, he'll have no choice but to turn to me for guidance. Perhaps a ban on any contestant from speaking with any non-tournament personnel about upcoming tasks. To increase dramatic tension for the benefit of the audience, of course. Dumbledore chuckled. That will remove Harry from that infernal group of friends and keep GNICC out of the way. Or, I could challenge Harry to enter and implement strict rules that sound mild. Slowly clamp down on him over the year. Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his chair. Either way, it starts with getting the tournament approved. I had better write Cornelius a letter then. I really wish this could have waited until after I dealt with the second possessed professor problem we've had. Master. Barty Crouch Sr. called as he walked into his house. Did it go as planned? The shade of Voldemort asked as it flowed into the room. Yes, Master. Barty nodded gleefully as the other occupants of the house filtered into the room. I am to work with Lucius and Ludo Bagman to plan the tournament and show that it is safe enough for the Wizengamot to approve. Lucius. Voldemort hissed. Yes, my lord. Lucius asked as a tapping was heard on the window. Barty Jr. went to receive the owl. Why did you not tell me of this success yet? Voldemort flew in front of his face menacingly. I was not yet informed, my lord. Lucius quivered. My lord, perhaps this letter for Malfoy is to inform him. Barty Jr. said as he walked back in brandishing an envelope. Malfoy grabbed it and tore it open and read it quickly while Voldemort hovered over his should, doing the same. Voldemort hissed victoriously. It is as you said, Barty. Listen, we all know that Tom is going to fail in his task. He is young and a fool. We're taking advantage of that opportunity in several ways, but this tournament is where we'll have the complete advantage. There are traditionally 3 tasks. Voldemort flew back and forth as though pacing. 3 tasks to break Potter down until we can completely crush him at the end. So, here's the plan. Hey Nim. Hermione yawned as Tonks crawled into Hermione's bed and under her covers. What's wrong? I don't know. Tonks bit her lip nervously. I just don't want to be alone. All right, you can sleep here if you want. Hermione smiled comfortingly and laid down. Thank you, Tonks said with a grateful smile. Just don't bite me. Hermione sighed and turned off the lights while Tonks laughed quietly. Remus, I think we need to talk. Hestia said as she walked into their bedroom. Yay, me too. Remus sighed sadly. Now Lucius, take Barty and do it. Voldemort hissed dismissively. My lord. Lucius bowed an SCD and made his exit. Master. Barty bowed and followed closely behind Lucius. Now Barty, Lucius said as the door closed behind them. This plan is perfect, but we're going to need to add things so that we can barter our way back down to this point. First some things that Ludo can take out and then some that the Wizengamot can. I think we all can agree that a lava pit in the first task is excessive. I agree, Lucius, Barty said as he caught on. And there is absolutely no need to have the hostages with a pride of chimera in the second. Harry woke the day after they returned to Hogwarts with two very cold eyes staring directly into his. Good morning, Hand, Harry hissed softly. You forgot me, Hand stated angrily. No, I didn't, Harry lied with a gulp. Then you abandoned me intentionally, Hand asked. If she had eyebrows one would be raised skeptically. No, of course not, I would never abandon you, Harry swore. Then how do you explain my coming up here to get taken with you only to find a completely empty room? Hand demanded. I just thought that you would rather stay where you were than be disrupted by human holidays, Harry said. Why did you even send me down there? Hand asked honestly. Nothing much ever happens in relation to you. I didn't know how Slytherin would react to my arrival, Harry shrugged. I needed someone to gauge the reaction and I didn't have Blaise or Daphne yet. Your real job doesn't start until the end of my 4th year when Voldemort gets brought back. I expect that by then you'll be able to easily tell who is acting strange. But it's so boring, Hand Ed. Tell you what, why don't you go explore the castle and grounds once it gets warm enough, whenever you get bored? Harry suggested. And, if all goes to plan, next year I'll be able to turn into AS as well and you can show me anything cool that you find. Really? Hand asked excitedly. You'll be AS too? Animagus. Harry nodded. I just have to wait for the next solstice. Yay, Hand squealed. I should go, your nestmates awaken. All right, don't be a stranger, Harry hissed as she slithered off his bed. Oh, one more thing, Ratboy said he was going to set the Mudblood on fire at the next sport I can't pronounce. You might not care, I'm not sure who he was talking about, Hand added as she looked back. Set her on fire, Harry scoffed. Really? That takes a lot of creativity. Harry rolled his eyes. Anyway, thanks for telling me, he was probably referring to Hermione, and she'll be well protected. The next Quidditch match was Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin. Glad to help, Hand hissed as she left the room. Albus. McGonagall whispered to Dumbledore, as an owl delivered a letter to Snape. Have you found the you-know-what? No, not yet, Dumbledore whispered back and smiled genially. What have you found then? McGonagall asked. Oh, nothing, Dumbledore said with a casual shrug. Nothing, McGonagall gasped under her breath. Didn't find anything that registered as dark in any of their rooms nor anything that appeared to be a diplomat bag. Dumbledore chuckled. And I didn't find anything when I scanned their minds. Tom is well hidden in whomever it is that he is hidden within. You seem to be taking this very well, McGonagall huffed. Wouldn't want him to think we're onto him, nor do we want to worry the children. Dumbledore whispered and jovially stirred some berries into his yogurt before leaning back over. It behooves us to behave as though nothing is wrong. Snape wasn't concerned with the deadline in the letter that Lucius Malfoy had sent, nor was he concerned with the difficulties of getting a flask of Polyjuice potion and some of Filch's hair. All of that was easy. What really made Snape anxious was that the letter had declared the orders, from the Dark Lord himself. It was not a claim that any Death Eater would falsify. Snape had to choose whether to go along with the orders and hope that Dumbledore never found out, or go to the headmaster and get a plan together. It would be easier if there was any information in the letter. As it stood, Filch would be able to be impersonated by anyone once the 2 weeks were up. The danger wouldn't pass for years unless they left proof of its use. That Filch is the chosen target suggests that the mission is to get in and out without arousing suspicion, perhaps to find or plant something. Maybe even assassination. No one would suspect the squib. Snape thought and checked the letter again. Or observation, he did demand a lot of Polyjuice. Either way, he is going to be under close scrutiny as soon as I send the potion. Unless I don't tell anyone. Snape looked down the table to where Dumbledore was jovially mixing berries into his yogurt and made his decision. Why couldn't the Dark Lord have sent Barty? Lucius thought miserably as he strode down the slums. He knows I don't fit in here. Finally he found the grey door that he had been looking for and raised his cane and hammered on it several times. Within seconds the window on the door slid open and an angry voice growled from the other side, What do you want? Good afternoon. My name is Lucius Malfoy and I am here with business for your boss, Chief Greyback. Lucius said with a polite smile. What kind of business? The werewolf barked. The private kind of business. Lucius said bluntly. Chief Greyback will understand. Wait here. The werewolf ordered and slammed the window closed. A few minutes later the door slammed open. Well, come on then. You called for me. Walden McNair said questioningly as he walked into Barty Crouch Sr.'s office. Ah, McNair, please take a seat. Barty replied happily and waved his wand, activating the security charms that were standard in these offices. I have a special job for you. That evening Harry sat up in his bed deep in meditation. He was sorting through the library that represented his knowledge. Or rather, the knowledge people were allowed to know he had. He was currently moving his finger along the A section looking for Avada. After a moment he pulled the book representation off the shelf and flipped it open, quickly scanning through all of the commonly known information. Blah blah blah, nothing interesting. Harry sighed and put the book back, right, onto the hidden dark arts sub-shelf. I think I need to work on my naming scheme. Shaking his head after the last thought, Harry turned quickly and took 4 steps directly away from the shelf. He turned right and took 1 step, then turned left again and took 18 steps, followed by another left turn and another 11 steps. Suddenly he jumped in the air and turned around 180 degrees, took a step, then turned left and took a further 18. Left turn 20 steps and then a final left turn and 19 more steps, ending with a hard stomp. A bookshelf silently shimmered into existence in front of him. 2 seconds later he had located the book he was looking for and made to grab it when a shield formed around it. A loud voice suddenly boomed through his mind. It's been taken care of. Hello, Harry called as he pulled his hand back. That's the second time you've said that. Who are you? After Harry didn't get a reply he shrugged and reached for the book again. It's been taken care of. What has? Harry asked and didn't get a response. You're not real, are you? Just a recording. He reached for the book again and got the same response. Eyes glowing he bent closer to examine it. Interesting. You seem to be made of my magic, or rather, the other me's, but why wouldn't he want me to look into the killing curse? Strange, but still, if I can't trust myself, who can I trust? I think I'll just assume I had my reasons and believe what I'm telling myself. I just hope I'm right. Now what to do with all the time I had allotted to research? Harry suddenly grinned and turned on his heel, then walking 16 steps, right turn, 15 steps, left turn, 18 steps, left turn, 14 steps, ending with a stomp. Voldemort was grinning as he walked out of the Crouches' basement. When he was a 7th year at Hogwarts he had been overjoyed when, in Transfiguration class, he discovered that he had the animagus talent. To preserve appearances he openly scoffed at the idea of wanting to become a lowly animal, but he secretly studied, anxious to grow closer to his serpentine brethren. After several long months of work he finally got to the point where he was ready to transform for the first time. He sat in front of a full-length mirror as he felt his body begin to change. He opened his eyes expecting to see beautiful coils, but instead squawked in indignation at the form that wasn't even remotely S-like. It was an embarrassment to him and he hid the ability from everyone. Years later a village burned before his rage settled when he found out about the potion that allowed you to choose. But now, at long last, he had a use for the pathetic form other than appearing suddenly out of a dark corner. His test a few minutes ago confirmed that he could force the body he was possessing to take the shape as well. This test cleared up the last reservations about giving his animagus form a pivotal role in his plan. Excellent. Harry cried in pain with a huge smile as the other gasped. Harry, I'm so sorry. Tonks stammered as Hannah hurried over to Harry and cast a minor healing charm. You're going to need to take bustling lessons, I think. Harry smirked at Hannah. I'll have you know, mister, that I have no plans on bustling anytime before my 30th birthday or my second child, whichever comes later. Hannah quipped as she checked to make sure his shoulder was all better. And Nim, don't be sorry for being the first to break my shield. Harry grinned at the girl. It's what I've been trying to get you to do. Next you can try Hermione's. Yeah right. Tonks scoffed. Maybe in a few years. It's not that good. Hermione blushed. It really is. Tonks smiled at her. Hermione looked to Harry, who nodded, then she looked down at her feet and started playing with a bit of her hair. So, anyway, that is what the stunner-piercer combo is supposed to do," Harry said as he walked back into the center of the Chamber of Secrets. "Overpower the stunner to drop their shield and hide the almost invisible piercer in the light of the stunner to hit your opponent. On to the next order of business. Once we got off the train at the beginning of break, Hermione requested that I teach everyone to see magic." Hermione looked up with an excited smile as Harry continued, summoning a book off a nearby table. "I'm sure we all know the Stinging Hex by now, and in the book Lockhart gave me as a really good starter spell for this. So what is going to happen is that you are all going to cast the Sight Charm on yourself and then pair off and shoot each other with the invisible Stinging Hex, which will force you to rely on the Sight spell to see them." A few minutes later everyone's eyes were glowing and they faced each other, incidentally paired by house. At Harry's signal everyone started. "Ouch!" 8 voices cried together and Harry laughed. "I couldn't see that at all," Daphne complained, rubbing her stomach. "What are you playing at, Potter?" Blaise demanded as a red welt appeared on his neck. "I think I saw something," Hermione said, coming to Harry's defense. "I never said it was going to be easy to see." Harry smiled. "This spell isn't particularly good at its job. Which makes it perfect for training because it will make you compensate." "Oh, I get it." Hermione nodded. "But why didn't you tell us that first?" Susan scowled. "You can't be mad at him for not passing up that opportunity." Fred shook his head and laughed. "Fair enough," Susan said after a moment of glaring at the twins. "So then why are we dodging stinging hexes instead of watching? I don't know, levitation charms or something?" Hannah asked. "Motivation," Tonks sing-songed. "You want to see the stinging hex because you want to see them and because you don't want to get hit." She finished by pointedly shooting another stinging hex at Hermione, who twisted out of the way. "I saw it." Hermione squealed and ran over to hug Tonks tightly, who returned her hug and smirked smugly at Hannah. "Just barely, like a fire moat. I thought you would have a big advantage after using the charm the whole ride home." Harry smiled as she moved from Tonks to him and returned her hug. "Still, that was really fast, good job. Keep practicing everyone, these hexes like the size of snitches to me." By the end of the week Hermione's average would climb to 60% of the hexes seen and everyone else would manage so see them several times, all approaching constancy. When Fred broke his shield, but with the piercer rather than the stunner so he didn't draw blood, a week and a half after they returned to school Harry introduced the group to the second level of shield spells and informed them that this new shield was their new target to break. Harry had taught this shield to Hermione before the break and she eagerly helped him teach the others. "My friends," Greyback yelled to the swarm of Acromantula, "I have heard of the grievous attack on your colony at the hands of Harry Potter. I am here offering you vengeance. In a few short weeks one of my allies will lead Harry Potter outside the wards and into our waiting claws." The sound of hundreds of cheering Acromantula was indescribably horrifying, even for Greyback. Snape's 2 weeks were up and as he sent the owl off with the potion and hair he hoped that he made the right decision. It was really fortunate for him that he kept the various components of Polyjuice prepared and could cut the brewing time down from a month to just over a week. Dumbledore still acted oblivious, which made him a little nervous. The sixth years looked around the room in confusion. Professor Kettleburn rarely called class inside, even during the winter. But here they were, in one of the big classrooms. Being a Newt-level course all 4 houses were together and in typical fashion they stratified as they sat down, with the Slytherins and Gryffindors on opposite sides of the room and the other 2 houses in between. Even with the segregation, news spread quickly through the room that no one knew what was going on. The only things that they had to draw conclusions from was the mysterious projection pensive, the rolled-up chart above the chalkboard and that Kettleburn was tittering excitedly and kept looking at the door the students didn't enter from. Finally the bell rang and Kettleburn walked forward. "Good morning class. We have a special surprise for you today. You see, today's lesson is on basilisks and Mr. Potter has been kind enough to provide a memory of his fight." Kettleburn smiled and his students all began whispering to each other. "But it gets better, he has also offered to narrate the fight for us and tell us why he did what he did when he did it. So without further ado, Mr. Potter." He motioned to the door and Harry walked out as the class turned to look at him. "Hello, everyone, alright, so the first thing that you have to know is that I knew about several advantages I had before I got to the village. First, I had the sword of Gryffindor." Harry held out his hand and called the sword. "I'm not trained with a sword and see no reason to learn, but I knew where this was and I knew that it could cut through basilisk hide. Which brings me to the second advantage, I knew how to fight a basilisk. The rooster crowing thing is a myth. Pretty much the only thing that works is crushing the head or decapitation. You'll notice that I never tried to cut it with spells, because I didn't want to waste energy on its spell-resistant hide. Banished boulders though don't have that weakness, and if I got lucky one could have crushed the head. Don't worry about looking at its eyes, they aren't a threat in memories. Harry tapped the pensieve with his wand and started the memory that had been carefully edited for modesty. Ignoring the giggling and snickering that came anyway, Harry continued. The sky was especially clear that day, and once I saw how big the S was I knew that it would be slow enough that I could judge its location and movement based on its shadows. If it had been cloudy or we had been inside, I would have found a way to cover or remove its eyes, or I would have died. Harry stopped and pulled down the chart that was rolled up, which had an anatomical drawing of a basilisk's head and plans for a leather blindfold. I was going to try to conjure that around the basilisk's head. I'm glad plan A was sufficient. Alright, so there was the first boulder I sent, see how the S moves around it. That's why I didn't expect this to be an effective attack. From this distance you can still look almost at it, but you'll still want to look away if you can. Basilisk venom is one of the most corrosive substances known to wizard kind, and it wasn't something that I wanted to get on me. Cork is a really good thing to conjure for things to sink their teeth into because it is soft enough to allow the strong biting muscles to push the teeth in deep, and then it presses on the teeth. Most animals have very weak muscles to open their mouths, so they generally cannot remove their teeth. Harry said, leading up to the moment when his memory jumped out of the way and left a conjured chunk of cork in his place. Basilisk venom, being so corrosive, will dissolve cork in a few minutes, and if you look you can already see the wood starting to smoke. Still, not many fights will last a few minutes. Severed the spine so everything below there was dead weight, and when it made a desperate move I ended the encounter. Harry summed up quickly as the memory of him killed the basilisk. Long story short, without the sword I probably would have died, without the sunny day I probably would have died, and without knowing what to do I definitely would have died. Incidentally, if the S had been just a few meters shorter it would weigh half as much and would have been significantly faster, in which case I probably wouldn't have been able to keep up by watching the shadows, and I probably would have died. So, any questions before we start talking anatomy and tactics? Where was the sword? A Gryffindor asked. Inside the sorting hat. Harry shrugged. Don't know why, not sure I want to know why either. So, how did it go? Hermione asked excitedly when Harry got back from his class. Tell me everything. He laughed as she took his hand and pulled him over the sofa where Tonks was sitting and pulled him down between the two of them. It was only meant to sit two people, and the girls immediately wrapped themselves around Harry's arms to make room. Harry smiled at them and wiggled to get more comfortable. Pretty good. I believe the woman asked for everything, mister. Tonks squeezed his arm pointedly. I really don't know what to say. Harry shrugged. Nothing unexpected happened and no one was particularly antagonistic towards me. They were okay with a younger kid than them teaching. Hermione asked curiously. I think they would have if I was taking over the class. Harry shook his head. But since I was just giving a presentation I don't think they really cared. But they were paying attention, right? Hermione followed up, sounding on the verge of righteous indignation. They should hope they did. Harry smirked. They'll need it at the end of the year. What's that supposed to mean? One of the sixth-year Ravenclaws who overheard piped up. Sorry chap, can't say. Harry smiled apologetically. The small group of sixth years looked at each other, then pulled out their notes and started comparing to make sure they didn't miss anything. Tonks laughed at them and turned to Hermione. Well, you can be sure they were paying attention at least. House pride should have demanded as much. Hermione nodded. Not many of us will get to teach before we graduate. But we can all do everything we can to get the chance. Tonks replied. Around the room several heads nodded. I kind of feel like now would be a good time to accidentally say incorrect things about basilisks at exactly overhearing volume. Harry thought out loud. Hermione sighed in exasperation and shook her head. Sirius, can I talk to you in here for a minute? Remus called from the den as Hestia walked in with Gwynog in tow. Sure, Sirius said and walked in with a smile. What's up? Hestia motioned for Gwynog to go join Sirius as she walked over to Remus and took his hand. Remus and I have been doing a lot of thinking over the last couple weeks. We have something that we don't think we can wait any longer to say. Remus said somberly. We've really enjoyed the time that it's been us. Hestia motioned inclusively to the two couples. But we think we're spending too much time together. Remus looked down. We need to know how we'll do in a place of our own. Hestia had tears in her eyes. Wait, you're dumping us? Gwynog asked with a frown. It's not you, it's us. Remus cracked a grin. But we can still be friends, right? Hestia said and patted Gwynog's leg reassuringly. You know, Remus ventured. For the children, can you believe this? Gwynog laughed and turned to Sirius. My own sister. Screw's sister. Mooney is a marauder. Sirius started dramatically. Brothers in all but blood, raiders of girls' dorms, saboteurs and swashbucklers. But I understand, just because I have a crippling fear of solitude after my long stay in prison doesn't mean you, the one living man who has never betrayed me and has always been there since I was 11, should hesitate in the slightest over abandoning me. Sirius let out a huge fake sob. If all these years of friendship mean so little to you, who am I to stand in your way? Good, I was wondering if you could help us find a place. Remus said seriously. Of course. Sirius replied just as gravely. A moment later both burst into laughter. That was pretty good. How long were you rehearsing? Like you're one to talk. Hestia scoffed. I always have a serious guilt trip speech and a serious guilt trip speech prepared. Sirius replied smugly. Remus groaned. Lily always said that she could practically feel the copyright mark at the end of that. Hey not. Harry said as he walked up to the Slytherin table. What do you want, Potter? Not sneered. I just wanted to say, that if I have any trouble today that isn't part of the game, I'll probably have to rip someone's face off. Harry crossed his arms. So don't do what you're thinking about doing. This is really heavy-handed for you. Not smirked with a raised eyebrow. I just want to be perfectly clear what will happen to people who hurt either of my girls. Harry glared. Get it. Got it. Not nodded and waved him off. I wasn't actually going to set anyone on fire. It was a figure of speech, just like you'll claim if I tried to get you in trouble for threatening me. How did you hear about that anyway? I don't think either Zabini or Greengrass was in the room. Don't worry about it, Harry said and walked off casually. He quietly slipped into his seat between Hermione and Tonks and took a sip of coffee. All right, we'll still take our precautions, just in case. Right, Hermione said as the others nodded. The conversation quickly moved on to speculation about the coming game as they all allowed themselves to relax for a while. Hagrid was taking his normal pre-Quidditch stroll. Like any true Quidditch fan, at least by his standards, he started his game day with an early day and a walk around the field to breathe the morning. Sometimes he spent a little less time breathing than other times and went back inside to warm up a little. So, Hagrid was walking back up to the castle when the Acromantula started flooding out of a distant part of the Forbidden Forest and crash into the wards. He stood there as stunned silence for a moment before frantically searching his vest. After a few moments he found the horn he was looking for and blew 2 long blasts before rushing to his hut to arm himself. The happy tones of the morning took a sudden shift as all of the fires in the Great Hall dimmed suddenly. Questioning silence filled the hall, punctuated only by 2 long horn blasts. Dumbledore jumped to his feet. Students, remain calm. Argus, Poppy, look after the children, the rest of you, with me. I'm coming too, Harry said grimly and joined the group. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. Snape sneered. You might need me, Harry insisted. The other students need you more. Flitwick said sternly, no one having broken pace yet. If whatever it is actually a threat and gets past us, you'll still be here to protect them. It is probably after me though. Harry shrugged. I've already been attacked twice this year. All the more reason to keep you out of harm's way. McGonagall said calmly. I have to agree with my staff. Stay here, Harry. Dumbledore commanded firmly. As they reached the door, he turned back to the room and cast a sonorous on himself. I'll be closing the doors and activating some of the wards. You'll still be able to leave, but no one will be able to enter until a senior staff member releases the ward. Once again, you won't be trapped, but you shouldn't leave. Madame Pomfrey laid a restraining hand on Harry's shoulder while Dumbledore closed the door behind him. As a white curtain shimmered into existence, Harry turned and started grumpily walking back to his seat. He was halfway back when he realized that Lockhart wasn't with the professors. His pace quickened as he pulled out his mirror. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy for our annual visit. Lucius sneered as the on-duty Auror inspected his pass thoroughly. Narcissa shifted nervously and idly pushed her tongue into one tooth. Wands please. The Auror sighed after another moment of scrutiny. He took their wands into the next room and brought a junior Auror back with him. He'll be taking you to your sister's cell, but first we have to observe the standard security protocols. We'll be check for several potions, search your possessions and scan for transfigured objects. If you object to any of these measures you can feel free to leave and lodge a formal request with the DMLE. Myone, search the Great Hall for Lockhart. Nim, search the grounds for either Lockhart or Tom Riddle. Harry ordered as he dropped into his seat and started searching the Great Hall of Tom Riddle. Why Lockhart? Hermione asked as she and Tonks activated their mirrors. He's not here and he wasn't with the other professors. Harry replied, and with a grim nod the girls turned to their tasks. The rest of the court turned their attentions outward and scanned the room for anything suspicious. The loud hammering noise of hundreds of suits of armor marching past was able to make it through the sound-dampening aspects of the wards on the hall, and it was when the last of them were marching past when Blaise jumped out of his seat yelling and pointing at the Slytherin table. I don't know that one. His declaration was slightly too late because as he was shouting the boy stood from his seat. Without hesitation the fully corporeal Tom Riddle pointed his wand. Avada Kedavra. The whole student body moved as one and looked down the hall as the killing curse found its target. Poppy Pomfrey would wear a surprised expression until the end of time. Her body hadn't hit the floor before the screaming and fleeing started. Tom had placed himself at the furthest end of the Slytherin table, which left him firmly between all of the students and the exit. Predictably all of the students rushed towards the head table. Filch, being trapped alone by Tom, curled up in a ball in the corner and seemed to start crying. Tom smirked as he turned on his heel and fired another AK into the crowd of students. This one's flight, though, was halted by an expertly banished spoon. Ah, there you are, Potter, I lost you in the rush. Tom laughed. And who are you supposed to be? Harry asked, sounding very confused. Tonks looked to Hermione in confusion and she just shrugged in response. Nevertheless Harry walked forward and separated himself from the crowd, pausing only to remove the girl's restraining hands 3 or 4 times each in the process. I am the Dark Lord Voldemort reborn to a new body. Tom cried triumphantly, dramatically increasing the panic level amongst the students. Harry frowned at him in concentration as he kept walking towards him. Finally he stopped and shook his head sardonically. Bullshit. What? Tom asked, face dropping. Well, if you were really Voldemort then, hang on. These tables are going to get in our way in a minute. Harry held up a finger and drew his wand, then activated one of the triggers in the room, and the house tables and benches slowly levitated and tipped onto their sides, before arranging themselves to form low walls ideally placed for students to take cover behind. With a satisfied nod Harry turned back to Tom and started walking again. Where were we? You were telling me why I don't know who I am. Tom frowned. Right. Also, it isn't that you don't know but rather that you're a liar. You see, the thing is that if you were Voldemort, you would have transcended death. I did, clearly. Tom huffed. And if you had, Harry continued, speaking loudly in response to the interruption, then you would have no need to fear Dumbledore anymore and would have announced yourself in front of the professors too. I'd thought of that, but this body is a little too new to risk on Dumbledore or Flitwick getting a lucky shot in. Tom defended. You got into Ravenclaw Tower to rig Luna's gift. You could have done it again and used a smaller distraction than what sounds like an invading army. Harry smirked as he finally got to his mark and crossed his arms casually. Unless of course you're afraid of more than just those two. You killed the only fully trained witch here, by British standards. Maybe you're just afraid of anyone who is finished with their schooling. Voldemort was known as the greatest Dark Lord in this century, and you, who claim to be him, were so pathetic you're only capable of challenging children. Harry laughed condescendingly. Well, I'm already 12, so I might have advanced too far for you, but do your best, you can do it, you just need to believe in yourself and try. He finished as though talking to a 5-year-old. Tom was too angry to say anything, and most of the students were silently shocked, but the rest of the students snickered. There was one thing that was true about Tom Riddle, in every universe, from the moment he was born to the moment of his final destruction. That thing was that Tom Riddle hated getting laughed at. Raahahahahhhhhhh. He bellowed and launched himself at Harry, casting spells as fast as he could. Harry took a quick step to his left and drew his wand as an assortment of very nasty curses flew through the space his had just occupied. Harry had moved while he was talking so that he was no longer between Tom and the students, so the spells just splashed harmlessly into an empty wall. Harry turned the floor behind Tom to ice and then sent 3 banishing charms at Tom. The first met a shield, the second broke it and knocked Tom off balance, and the third knocked him off his feet and sending him backwards, sliding easily down the ice. Harry sprinted forward and Tom recovered just before he smashed into the wall and managed to stop himself with his feet. Tom rolled off the ice as Harry jumped onto it and slid on his feet, stabilizing himself with flight. Avada Kedavra! Filch yelled as he uncurled, his killing curse striking a very surprised Harry, who collapsed and slammed lifelessly into the wall. Barty Crouch Sr. activated the rune like he was told and casually flew home from the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. He only had a few minutes before he was to be ready for his next part in the plan. There are too many, McGonagall screamed. The wards were showing the strain of holding back countless giant spiders, but while it held, those inside could strike with all of their might, barring a small selection of spells, without fear of attack. Sybil should be in contact with the Aurors by now. Dumbledore reassured as he incinerated another score of the monsters. We'll have backup soon. I just hope they get here before the wards fall. McGonagall shouted and transfigured a patch of stones into a dozen wolverines. They rushed into the swarm and used their crushing jaws to devastating effect before they were eventually caught and torn apart. Bella dear, it is so nice to see you. Narcissa rushed forward and hugged her sister. Narcissa, Bellatrix asked breathlessly. It's been so long. I think my wife deserves a moment alone with her sister. Don't you? Lucius asked the guard. We're not supposed to allow these visits to go unsupervised. The guard replied. I'm sure we could work something out. Lucius smirked and moved his hand so it made his coin purse rattle noisily. I don't know what you're suggesting. The guard winked. But I don't like your tone, let's take this outside. As Lucius followed the guard out the door, Narcissa turned to Bellatrix. Bella dear, I have good news. The Dark Lord didn't die, in fact he is right here and wants to talk to you. Here? Bellatrix asked weakly. Here. Narcissa nodded, then bit down hard on her fake tooth, shattering it in the concealment field it contained. Voldemort's wraith billowed out of her mouth and flowed into Bellatrix. My lord, Bellatrix said disbelievingly, then smiled with joy that she hadn't felt in over 11 years. Moments later an alarm started ring throughout the fortress. Madam Bones! Shacklebolt yelled as he ran through the DMLE. Hogwarts is under attack. Acromantula are swarming their defenses. Everyone get your gear. Amelia barked. We're leaving 5 minutes ago. She was taking a breath to shout another order when a large explosion ripped through the department. I'm sorry Lord Malfoy, but you must leave now. The guard stated firmly and ushered Narcissa out of the room. Narcissa huffed arrogantly as she walked by and swallowed the shards of tooth along with some blood. What's going on? Lucius demanded as Bellatrix was taken back to her cell and they were herded back into the front room. There was one impatient Auror there quickly pulling his battle gear on. The Ministry is under attack. The Auror there barked. Now go home so we can do our job. The two of them quickly made their way back down to the boat, stopping only once for the security check. On their way out they did notice that the whole prison seemed to be preparing to be attacked. Narcissa nodded to Lucius as they set out from the docks and he couldn't help but smile at how perfectly their part of the plan went. He didn't even have to part with his bribe money. Lucius did however manage to school his emotions before he was noticed. Harry! Hermione screamed as she scrambled over a table. Tom laughed maniacally. I kill you, you bastard. Tonks shrieked as she got to the top of a table, and then hooked her foot on the edge and toppled over, landing flat on her back. She quickly scrambled to her feet. That was bad, but the sentiment remains the same. The growled and snapped of a quick stunner-piercer combo at Filch, whose shide broke and he cried out in pain and the piercer dug deep into his thigh. Tom rolled his eyes and cast a strong cutting curse at Tonks, aiming to end her life, but it splashed harmlessly against Hermione's impressive shield. Harmless to Tonks at least, Hermione gasped in pain and staggered with the effort of holding the shield. How sweet, Tom drawled. Trying to avenge your boyfriend. Tonks banished a pile of silverware that was on the floor nearby, followed by a jelly legs and a tickling charm. Filch's face started to warp as the polyjuice wore off, but he pulled on a Death Eater mask before his face was revealed. He laughed as he and Tom smashed Hermione's shield over and over while thwarting Tonks' feeble retaliation. Even when the rest of the court picked up the attack, Tom and his Death Eater barely tried. "Enough of this," Tom said and conjured a huge gust of wind that sent Hermione toppling end over end through the air, dumping her unceremoniously on the floor 10 feet back. The Death Eater lashed out with an overpowered cutting curse and cleanly severed Tonks' right hand. Tonks fell to the floor with an agonizing cry and curled up in a ball around her stump. "Nim!" Hermione cried and scrambled to get to her friend. "Crucio!" Tom snarled, effectively ending Hermione's attempts to assist Tonks. Harry knew exactly what to do when he found himself at the train station. With one motion he punted the Horcrux baby thing and used the momentum to pivot on his left foot with the intent of marching straight back into his body. He was prevented from doing this by a very familiar voice behind him. "Wait!" Harry had no choice but to allow his right leg to swing through again and repeat his earlier pivot. He smiled at himself as his right foot came to rest with his left. "Yes, we have work to do, and if we're fast we can save it," the 73-year-old version of Harry Potter said and gestured to the Horcrux baby thing that he had caught. "Why would we want to save it?" Harry frowned. Short answer. Older Harry started and then suddenly produced a scroll out of thin air and jammed it into younger Harry's head. "Oh," younger Harry said dumbly as he suddenly understood that on that night all those years ago when older Harry had given control of younger Harry's body back to younger Harry, he had to give up his consciousness and did so willingly but left behind a fragment to work on the problem of surviving the killing curse. So he locked himself away with all of the information on the subject, knowing that if younger Harry found him the problems of having two consciousnesses in the same mind would start showing up again and there wouldn't be long before the situation would need to be resolved once and for all. The lock in his library with the recording was what was protecting him from premature exposure. Younger Harry was also now caught up on the 11.5 years of research and knew exactly what the plan was with the Horcrux baby thing. What made a human was that they came in two parts, the body and the mind, glued together with the soul. In Wizards the soul can manifest the magical core and become a full part on its own, the now three pieces holding each other together. Because of that it is harder for a witch or wizard to die, thus the longer than human lifespans. The killing curse worked by violently forcing the three pieces apart. However, if there are three pieces that are already separated, the curse shouldn't have an effect. The Horcrux baby thing was a big enough piece of a soul for the killing curse to target, and older Harry filled the role of the mind. Younger Harry's body made up the third part, and once they finished carving the runes into the Horcrux baby thing, it wouldn't be permanent as each successive killing curse would damage both the Horcrux baby thing and what remained of older Harry. Until then though, Harry should be completely protected. Older Harry's research indicated there might be some interesting side effects, but clinical trials were unavailable for confirmation. "Well, let's get to work then," younger Harry said a moment later. The two of them were carving in silence for a few minutes, mind time, before younger Harry spoke again. "You know, there are a lot of shoulds in what you just told me." "Hey," older Harry huffed indignantly. "It's better than nothing." "That is very true." Harry nodded and they finished up. "Hey, just so you know, I also did some of thinking about how to move Horcruxes from one object to another. I'm pretty sure the killing curse is the answer if you can use an appropriate substitute." "So the killing curse only affects the soul," older Harry said. "There is probably something that can help us figure out how to fuse our cores before I'm gone." "Right," younger Harry nodded. "Now get off my lawn," older Harry exclaimed and shoved younger Harry back into his body. The first thing Harry saw through his physical eyes again was the blood flying as Tonks lost her hand. "Righteous fury. I can do righteous fury." Harry grinned inwardly as Hermione got crucioed. Harry rose silently to his feet behind the enemies. "No one touches them," Harry growled, eyes glowing, and banished the Death Eater. As the Death Eater went flying past Tom, he felt himself get grabbed by a summoning charm. As Tom flew towards Harry, he twisted in the air and fired another killing curse at Harry. He smiled victoriously as the curse hit Harry and frowned as it seemed to have no effect. Harry watched amazed as the most feared spell in the world flew at him and he felt no fear. It was beyond confidence in his research, it was almost as if the spell wanted to join him. He wasn't really ready to test the theory yet, but he was too captivated to notice. There was a slight tickle as the curse hit him, and a fraction of a second later older Harry's voice rang out in his mind in an excessively cheesy and cheery voice. "We're okay." Harry laughed as he ducked under a piercer and retaliated with a quick bone-exploding curse. Tom barely twisted out of the way as he completed his journey and landed on the stones at Harry's feet. Time slowed down for Harry as Tom sprung to his feet and leapt away. Harry flicked his wand and summoned Tonk's wand just as Tom cast a disarming spell point blank. Harry flew backwards while his wand was wrenched from his grasp. Harry twisted and got his feet under him as Tonk's wand slapped into his palm, and he cast a cutting curse as fast as he could before he landed. Tom didn't have time to cast a shield, and there was only one way to avoid it. He almost made it too as he twisted and bent sideways, but it wasn't enough. He slammed into the floor, and a moment later his face landed a few feet away. I guess that wasn't just an expression. Not trembled as Harry summoned his own wand and turned to face the remaining enemy, growling. "Screw this." The Death Eater swore and scrambled to the door, opening it quickly with a spell he'd learned for just this reason. A moment later he was across the ward. "Like hell." Harry spat and charged after him. "Harry, don't." Hermione gasped as Harry crossed the barrier. With a grimace she climbed to her feet and started trudging towards the door, wincing with every step. The court rushed forward. Hannah fell to her knees at Tonk's side and started treating her arm. The twins stood defensively over them. Blaise went to investigate the corpse while Susan and Daphne caught up to and stopped Hermione. "Let me go," Hermione ordered as Susan grabbed her shoulder. "Why?" Susan asked bluntly. "Because Harry needs me." Hermione whined and rolled her shoulder. "You can barely walk," Daphne interjected scathingly. "What use will you be?" "I can still cast a shield," Hermione said desperately. "You'll just be in the way right now." Daphne shook her head. Hermione sobbed and collapsed against the Slytherin, wrapping her in a tight hug and sobbing uncontrollably. "But he needs me." Hermione tried one last time. "Tonks needs you more," Susan said calmly and pulled Hermione back to the group. "How are you?" Tonks asked as soon as they made it back, her severed arm not bleeding but still being cleaned. "Better than you." Hermione gasped and started crying again. "What this?" Tonks scoffed and looked at her arm. "This is nothing. Getting your hand cut off isn't nothing." Hermione scolded. "Now isn't the time to be making jokes about it." "I wasn't joking. To a metamorph something like this might as well be a flesh wound." Tonks smiled calmly. "Doesn't even hurt now that Hannah numbed it." "Now what?" Hermione asked as it became apparent there was nothing constructive that anyone could do, that they weren't already doing. "We can watch on the mirror," Tonks said and reached into her pocket with her good hand. "Here, let me." Hermione stopped her and got her own mirror out. Within a few minutes students were crowding in closer around the court as the projection showed not only Harry and his assailant, Walden McNair, but also the professors as they fought just out of sight from where Walden seemed to be running. Another dot was spotted very close to where Walden was headed. A gasp of worry circled through the onlookers as the name Fenrir Greyback was recognized by some. "Harry!" Susan shouted into her mirror, hoping for the chance to warn him of the trap he was about to walk into. The sound of metal rattling on stone echoed through the room, and they soon found Harry's mirror laying where he had come to rest against the wall. McNair, while still anonymous to Harry, was frustrating him to no end. He was managing to run a path that kept him almost completely out of sight but still very obvious and easy to follow. This meant that Harry would catch the occasional sighting and would unleash a torrent of curses. He never knew whether or not he hit until he saw McNair again. So far it seemed that he hadn't. Harry left giant pockmarked scars every time he saw his foe, but it was too late to stop now. He already owed Hagrid a huge apology. McNair left the cover of the safety of the burning hut to make his last dash to the edge of the ward. Harry spotted him as his head disappeared over a small hill. He'd been flying slightly to run faster and finally caught up to McNair just inside the Forbidden Forest. Harry hadn't noticed when he crossed the second set of wards and was now stuck outside with the Acromantula. A tree paid the price when McNair ducked behind it. Harry changed course and moved quickly. He stepped around the tree just as McNair was turning the other way and disarmed him. Stopping just outside of McNair's reach, Harry offered his ultimatum. "Surrender or you start losing limbs." "Ha!" McNair scoffed as a battle cry filled the air behind Harry. Fenrir was charging through the woods in the lead of a small group of the largest of the Acromantula. As Harry turned his head back to dispatch his current foe before facing the reinforcements, he found that McNair was quickly turning to face him and canceling the spell that kept his axe transfigured into a bracelet. Shit! Harry swore as the giant axe head rapidly approached his stomach. Lucius, Barty, someone, I need help. Barty Crouch Sr. wailed from his room. For Merlin's sake, man. Barty Jr. groaned and rolled his eyes. They're not that much harder to get on than normal robes. Just go help him. Lucius glared. And then hurry, he'll be here soon. Fine. Barty grumbled and sulked away to go help his father put on his Death Eater robes for the first time. Harry threw himself to the ground as fast as he could. He pushed himself down with flight too, and the axe still took some hair as it passed. The landing almost knocked the wind out of him. McNair followed through with his swing and brought it up over his head. Harry rolled to the side as the axe started its downward swing. Harry blindly fired a cutting curse with Tonks' wand as he rolled to his feet and sent an array of blasting curses towards the charging swarm. Acknowledging that the scream of pain meant his cutting curse hit something, Harry brought Tonks' wand forward and cast a shield while pointing his own back over his shoulder, summoning the injured Death Eater. A nasty blood-boiling curse from Fenrir smashed into Harry's shield. Harry hopped to the left as Fenrir's follow-up blasting curse broke his shield and left a small crater where he had been standing. Harry flinched in the shower of dirt as the McNair flew past him. He quickly banished the man at Fenrir, hoping to distract him for a few moments. It didn't quite work as planned, as Fenrir simply hit McNair with a blasting curse, redirecting what was left of the man into the canopy. Harry wanted him to stop and try to help his comrade. Harry was going to use that opportunity to make a tactical withdrawal to a more strategic position. As the blood and gore rained down on a laughing Fenrir, Harry decided that he didn't really need the distraction and turned and fled deeper into the forest. No, don't go deeper. Tonks sobbed as she watched Harry's dot disappear off the edge of the map. Her right arm was in a sling, but she clung to Hermione with her left as hard as she could. No one in the court said a word as they watched, anxiously waiting for Harry to show up again. Shacklebolt. Report. Amelia Bones screamed as she climbed back to her feet and drew her wand. Flow room exploded. Shacklebolt yelled back. Even from this distance, Amelia could tell that the worst of the damage was right at the door to the flow room. There would be a lot of minor wounds, but no casualties, except for the flow operator and maybe a few unfortunate souls at the door. Flames and smoke still poured out from the room, but nothing seemed to be getting worse. Are we under attack? Amelia asked, just to be sure. This looked like an accident to her. I don't think so. Shacklebolt responded. Well, Hogwarts is. Everyone who can follow me to the atrium. With my clearance we can flow directly to the Great Hall. Amelia shouted and marched towards the exit. That looks like a perfect spot to set up. Harry thought as he caught sight of a creek that had cut a ravine into some crumbly-looking rock. The sides, while not perfectly vertical, were very steep. Spiders that large should have difficulties on those walls. Even if they don't, they'll probably still just charge straight at me and won't even try the walls. Harry changed his course. And it should be far enough for me to not accidentally destroy the wards on the school. You won't get away, Potter. Greyback taunted loudly. I'll sniff you out wherever you run and hide. Harry smirked as he hopped across the stream, turned and entered the ravine. He raised his wand and started the motions for the Fiend Fire Containment spell. This application wasn't as simple as the shield he'd used at Christmas. I should be able to get them all though. Harry thought as he examined the web of thin red strands of magic that started to crisscross across the top of the ravine. He stopped running when he got to the center. With calm concentration he traced the path the fire was going to follow. Starting at one end, and from both wands, the fire would travel up the walls and away in a large parabola. That would corral all of the enemies before crossing back behind them and heading straight back to the starting points before a final cross to close the opening. They would end up being opposite overlapping ovals. Harry dashed off again and finished the containment field. It didn't take long for his pursuers to catch up. There is no way that kid made this jump. Greyback paused as he contemplated the stream in front of him. His nose was telling him that Harry jumped off of this rock, and he could see deep footprints in the mud where he landed, but it was almost 20 feet away. Greyback grunted and jumped. Even with his werewolf-enhanced body he fell a couple feet short and splashed in the water. He charged into the ravine as the Acromantula swarmed across the water behind him. He felt a spiderweb brush his face but ignored it as he came around a small bend and saw Harry in the distance. He picked up his pace, but didn't realize anything was wrong until he was halfway there and noticed that Harry wasn't scared. Fiendfire. Harry intoned loudly and twin streams of fire erupted from his wands. Not good. Fenrir thought in a panic as his survival instinct pushed his foot speed beyond anything he had ever achieved before in human form. Not good at all. Fenrir knew that he was in a foot race against the fire, and it was only confirmed as he heard spiders dying behind him. Fortunately, he was already running towards Harry so he could keep the same target. The burning in his lungs made him wonder if he was already on fire and just didn't notice it yet. Fenrir was almost to Harry when he finished the spell. Time's up. Fenrir thought and flung himself forward, hoping to clear however much distance he still needed to clear. Screams rang out through the great hall as the giant, and largely ignored, fireplace exploded into bright green flames. The sight of aura blue robes calmed the students down quickly, and within moments Amelia was taking in the scene. What happened here? Amelia regretted her words a moment later as 100 voices cried out to answer her. She could see the head boy making his way towards her, but Susan beat him there. It was all a trap for Harry. Susan cried. You have to help him. Where is he? Amelia asked concerned. We don't know, but Hermione and Tonks can show you where he was. Susan grabbed Amelia's hand and started dragging her away. They need healers too. Shacklebolt, take half and find the professors. Amelia commanded and motioned for 2 of the field medics to follow her. They're on the far side of the pitch. Susan shouted as Shacklebolt and his group made for the door. Amelia was confused when they got to her niece's friends and found Tonks eating a bowl of raw meat cubes at an alarming rate and was washing them down with a gallon of milk. She was using her offhand, so things were a little messy and no one around seemed to be enjoying the view. Amelia couldn't contain her surprise. What are you doing? Fixing my arm, Tonks said irritatedly as she set down her fork and took a long drink of milk before waving her stump at Amelia. Save the questions, till I'm done please. Hermione got hit with the cruciatus, Susan said and shoved one of the healers at her. The healer didn't waste any time being indignant but just got to work checking up on Hermione and administering the post-cruciatus potion. As that was happening, Hermione caught Amelia up on the situation. A few minutes later, as Tonks was finishing her meal, Amelia got up and left with the rest of her aurors, save one healer, to go to Harry's aid. You don't want to see this, Tonks warned as she set the empty bowl and pitcher aside. She removed the bandages from her arm and turned to shelter it from view as much as possible. Over the next few minutes she slowly converted the contents of her stomach into bone and muscle as she slowly regrew her hand. She turned back to the group and held up her new right hand as the color started to flow back into it. Flexing it a few times she gave a firm nod. That's better. You ready then? Hermione asked. Not quite, just give it a second. Tonks gasped and fell to the floor clutching her stomach. Hermione knocked over the aura as she rushed over to Tonks when she cried out in agony. Hermione clutched Tonks to her for a few moments before Tonks sighed and looked up into Hermione's brown eyes. Now I'm ready. Right. Hermione nodded and the 2 girls helped each other to their feet. Just where do you think you're going? The healer asked, crossing his arms. To help Harry, Tonks said firmly, and the 2 of them started walking towards the door. No, you're not. The healer shook his head. I'm an aura first and I'm to keep you here, even if I have to stun you to do so. You wouldn't, Hermione insisted. I would, but I'd rather not, so don't push it. The healer glared. Need I remind you that only one of you has a wand? The 2 girls shared a glance, then broke opposite ways to try and get around the healer. He grabbed Tonks around the waist with his left arm and lifted her off the ground as he hit Hermione with a jelly legs jinx. While Hermione wobbled around trying to catch her balance long enough to cancel the spell, Tonks grew sharp spines all over her body. The healer cried out and dropped Tonks just as Hermione ended the spell and started running towards the door again. Tonks followed after taking a moment to knee the healer in the groin to prevent pursuit. A moment later the court followed. Fred stooped down quickly and grabbed the healer's wand, figuring that he was too worried about his other wand to notice. When he caught up, Fred handed the wand off to Tonks. You look like you could use some help. Shacklebolt shouted as he joined the line of professors and blasted an acromantula apart. Thank Merlin you're here. Charity Burbage smiled as she poured more magic into the wards. She along with the other non-fighter professors had already stopped their attacks and were focusing on keeping the wards active. The reinforcements would relieve a lot of stress. Shit, that was close. Fenrir laughed as he looked back and saw his feet just a few inches from the wall of flame. He pulled his knees under him and shoved himself into a sitting position, breathing heavily. Damn impressive though. Thanks. Harry dropped to his knees panting, both from physical and magical exertion. You're faster than I thought. It's amazing what you can do when the flames of hell are behind you. Fenrir smirked and scooted away from the infernal flames. Fair enough. Harry laughed. He could still hear the occasional acromantula making their agonizing death throes. You were never scared, were you? Fenrir asked as he came to the startling realization. Nope, sorry. Harry shook his head. I didn't expect you to kill your buddy though. McNair. Fenrir scoffed. He wasn't my friend. Fellow Death Eater then. Harry tried again. I never joined up. Fenrir shook his head. I freelance. Working with Voldemort always had some pleasant perks though. I see. Harry was starting to recover his breath. How did you make that jump at the mouth of the ravine? Fenrir asked suddenly. I'm sorry. Harry frowned. I landed short when I tried, and I'm a werewolf so I'm stronger than average. Fenrir shrugged. I just was wondering how you did it. Oh, I'm a metamorph. As soon as I started running I increased the musculature in my legs, and since I weigh less it took less effort than it would have for you. Harry shrugged. And I flew a bit, but you don't need to know about that. Oh, that makes sense. Fenrir nodded and climbed to his feet. Well, back to business. Sounds right. Harry nodded grimly and stood up as well. They're breaking. An Auror cheered, and indeed, the acromantula were falling back deeper into the forest. Without wasting a moment the rest turned to strengthening the wards back to their normal levels. Headmaster. A new Auror cried as he ran across the lawn. Harry Potter is in the forest somewhere. Probably alone with Greyback and a large number of acromantula. Madam Bones is mounting a rescue effort, she wants you to go to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, Phileas, with me. Minerva, you have the ward. Dumbledore called and hastily made his way to Hagrid's hut. Fenrir was an excellent fighter, but Harry found that his werewolf-enhanced senses and speed were negated quite successfully with Harry's Quidditch reflexes and flight-assisted maneuverability. Almost no shield charms had been cast between the two of them as they each preferred to twist out of the way of oncoming spells. All of the ground within 20 meters of them had been blasted, burnt, gouged, electrocuted and frozen, but the combatants had each only a small handful of minor wounds. Corpses of conjured or transfigured animals littered the battleground, occasionally exploding when one of the fighters would take advantage of the other's proximity. He's much more intelligent than I was led to believe. Harry thought as he ducked under a cutting curse and sent back a bright red stunner with an overpowered piercer behind it, slightly to the side. Fenrir dodged as predicted but noticed the almost invisible follow-up and twisted enough that it only left a large gash on his. Fenrir summoned something that was behind Harry, who responded by jumping as far to the left as he could. The telltale sounds of a falling tree told Harry that the last cutting curse wasn't amiss after all. Fenrir unleashed a barrage of blasting curses to keep Harry from moving any further. Harry raised a strong shield and risked the look to see where the tree was going. Straight at me as it turns out. Harry thought cynically. Harry dropped his shield and jumped back to get out of the way. 2 blasting curses hit him and probably saved his life as they threw him back further. It wasn't without a price however, as the first hit his left arm, just above the wrist, and shattered the bone making him drop Tonk's wand. The second hit him in the head and left him seeing stars but fortunately didn't cause any structural damage. Harry brought his own wand up and banished the falling tree as hard as he could, sending it towards Fenrir at great speed. In a surprising move Fenrir charged the flying tree and rolled under it, returning to his feet unscathed. Harry hastily tried to hit Fenrir with a blasting curse but missed due to his dizziness. Fenrir animated a tree behind Harry and it whipped its branches down and into Harry, sending him flying across the field and into another tree, losing his own wand along the way. Fenrir sprinted forward as Harry struggled to his feet. Fenrir dropped his own wand and slammed his balled fist into Harry's stomach as he smashed Harry's head into the tree with his left hand. Lifting the gasping boy up with his left hand and pinning him against the tree, Fenrir drew a large knife with an extreme curve and long taper. Fenrir brought his face close to Harry and asked compassionately, "Any last words, friend?" Harry nodded and took a couple seconds to catch a breath. Surprise. Harry said and called the sword of Gryffindor. Herc. Fenrir gasped as a large amount of sharp silver suddenly materialized in the werewolf's cavity. With his last moment Fenrir drove his knife deep into Harry's left shoulder, and died as the portkey activated. "Where is he?" Albus asked as he rushed up to the oars. "That way," Amelia said pointing off towards where Harry disappeared. "What's happening with the Acromantula?" "They're running," Dumbledore replied. "Where?" Hermione asked as she and Tonks came running up. "I'm not sure from this angle." Dumbledore frowned and Tonks immediately opened her map and projected it. Dumbledore studied it for a moment. "This way." Everyone went silent for a moment in dread before Hermione said what everyone had noticed. "That's straight towards Harry." "Fox!" Dumbledore screamed urgently. "Bing! That's the portkey arrival." Barty Jr. screeched. "Crap, hurry up." His dad swore and hastened his efforts to get the robe on. Too late for that. Barty Jr. shook his head and jammed his father's mask onto Senior's head. "Let's go." Harry didn't pause when he landed and just twirled around as fast as he could with his right fully extended and in a fist. He was rewarded with a jerky stop and a cry of pain. He was fairly sure he felt something break too but was suddenly distracted by a pulling sensation from the knife. The Death Eater staggered away and drew his wand with his good arm. Harry recovered from the sensation just in time to dodge a piercing curse and glanced around, seeing what appeared to be a basement interrogation room, stone walls, 2 chairs, a desk and not much else. He grabbed the inkwell off the table and threw it at the Death Eater, scoring a lucky hit to the mask. The inkwell shattered on the metal and splashed ink all over the Death Eater's face and more importantly in his eyes. Harry closed the distance and punched the Death Eater in the temple. Flight-assisted turn for more force. Harry grabbed the desk and dragged it to a few feet in front of the door and then pulled a chair over and blew out the light. Letting himself glow slightly, he let his eyes adjust before the backup arrived. After everything he'd gone through already, this fight couldn't be over already. Sure enough, not even a minute later the door came flying open and a half-dressed Death Eater stormed in. Harry was waiting behind the door with the chair and slammed the door closed, somewhat painfully, with his left shoulder and jammed the chair under the handle. The Death Eater was disoriented by the sudden darkness and Harry took the moment to grab him by the side of the head and slam it into the wall with a loud thwack. Harry jumped back as the Death Eater rebounded from the wall. Just as Harry made it to the far side of the door, he heard something from outside and a moment later the door exploded inward. An errant piece of wood struck the half-dressed Death Eater, putting him down for the count. Harry figured that all of the remaining Death Eaters would be swarming through now and was somewhat disappointed when only one came through the breach. Well, a plan is a plan, I guess. Harry thought as he tripped said Death Eater and watched his face bounce off the desk. Without wasting a moment, Harry kicked him in the head twice and watched to see if he was still moving. He wasn't. Harry rolled him over and grabbed his wand before settling into a defensive position to wait for more opponents. When none came after a couple seconds, he turned his primary attention to other priorities. Wait 2 days to apparate or warp. Harry thought miserably. I can still probably reverse this portkey though. He looked at the knife with a grimace and, seeing it in detail, recognized what it was and what that pulling sensation had been. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. With a gasp he reached up with his right hand and yanked the knife free. Suddenly there was a burst of fire. Harry's new wand was trained on the area in an instant. "Oh, hi Fox. Are you here to take me home? That's a lot better than what I was planning." "Harry!" The girls screamed in unison as Fox reappeared at Hagrid's hut with Harry in tow. "You look like hell, mate," George commented as everyone rushed over. Everyone took a moment to observe his dirty and torn robes, messier than usual hair and the fact that half of his face was swollen and bruised. "Yay, I think I need a healer." Harry nodded, glad that he didn't have to figure out how to retrieve his vial of elixir without the use of his left hand. "Is it safe for me to take a nap here?" "Yes." Dumbledore nodded. "Oh, good. Don't touch the knife," Harry muttered and passed out. Harry woke up a few hours later in the hospital wing. He didn't move because he could hear Hermione and Tonks talking. "How can you not be curious?" Tonks asked incredulously. "It probably isn't important." Hermione shrugged. "He's always had it." Tonks rolled her eyes. "And it is the first thing he grabs when he wakes up. It has to be important." "He hasn't always had it," Hermione countered. "He got it for Christmas last year." "Even more curious." Tonks huffed. "It doesn't matter. We're not going to investigate." Hermione commanded. It is a locket though, it's probably just pictures of his parents or something. Oh, please. I can express interest in something without acting. Tonks huffed. I have some restraint, you know. Harry shifted gently, then opened his eyes. He looked them both in the eyes and smiled. Morning. Then he glanced around and slipped his time turner down over his neck, missing the pointed look Tonks shot Hermione. Are you two okay? We're fine, Harry. Hermione said, smiling brilliantly. New hand and everything. Tonks added and waved her right hand. You're all patched up too. Hermione reached out and took his left hand to demonstrate. No one mentioned it when she didn't let go. But Mum says you're not to leave this bed for a few more days. Tonks said, shaking her finger sternly. I don't know whether the finger shaking was for your benefit or mine. And the knife? Harry asked nervously. In a box under your bed. They checked it for poisons and curses but otherwise left it alone like you requested. Tonks smiled. And I suppose that standing behind the curtain are Aurors and professors. Harry suggested. Yup. Tonks nodded. Well, might as well get this over with. Let them in. Harry sighed. Amelia, Shacklebolt, Dumbledore and McGonagall all entered the area when Tonks pulled the curtain back. After a few minutes of questioning, Harry gave up and asked for a bottle. Amelia and Dumbledore rushed off with Harry's memory with their subordinates close behind. Harry laid back and sighed as he set his wand back on the end table. The reporters can wait until tomorrow. Harry yawned, reaching out and taking Tonks' hand. I'm glad you're both okay. 3 days after the attack, Voldemort thought it had been long enough. He was anxious to get back to the Crouch home and hear of his plan's success. Lucius and Narcissa had been gone long enough to make it less likely that they supplied the escape plan. Yes, now is a good time. Voldemort thought as he forced Bellatrix's body to a standing position. After one more check to ensure that Bellatrix wouldn't remember his form, Voldemort shifted. 10 seconds later, a magpie flew out of Bellatrix's cell and away from Azkaban. Oh good, don't touch the knife. Harry said and passed out as Sirius threw open the door of the hut. Harry. No. Sirius screamed dramatically and clutched the unconscious boy to his. You were too young to die. Always so vibrant and full of life. It's my failure as your godfather for not protecting you better, but rest assured that I will avenge you. The foul vermin who have done this will tremble at the first hint of my presence, and they will know the price of their crimes. I swear it on the very essence of my being. He'll be fine, Sirius. Hermione said gently. Oh. Sirius blinked and dropped Harry back to the ground with a thud. Well, never mind then. For a while we thought he'd been eaten by the Acromantula. Dumbledore nodded sagely. Whom we're about to hunt to extinction, you know, for the greater good and stuff. Would you care to join us? Sounds delightful. Sirius nodded. Where's Snivellus? Alas, he was eaten by the Acromantula. Dumbledore nodded sadly. Oh well, no one liked him anyway. Come along everyone, you too Hagrid, this is your mess, you'll help clean it up. Be you, master. Hagrid blubbered nearly incoherently, then completely incoherently. 8 Frank Culblan FDRT. Well, you should have thought of that before you brought Aragog here in the first place. Dumbledore rebuked and walked through the giant hole Harry had blasted into the wall when he was chasing McNair. The group from inside seamlessly joined a group of waiting Aurors at the edge of the forest. Dumbledore walked forward and held his hands out grandiosely. Megorian, I seek your counsel. What do we need these filthy half-breeds for? Snape sneered. Moments later an arrow flew out of the forest and struck Snape dead. No one seemed to notice. What do you want, human? The leader of the Centaurs asked as he stepped forward. Many times you have come to me seeking permission to eradicate the Acromantula, and many times I have said, they haven't done anything wrong. Well, now they have. Dumbledore said. We're heading into the forest now to hunt them all down, and I thought you might want to join us. Fantastic, what took you so long? Megorian replied, and his centaurs joined the human ranks as they started into the forest. After many arduous hours of searching, Sirius finally spotted the main nest. They threatened our babies. Molly screamed, and her army of angry moms charged into battle, trampling Snape to death in the process. The Aurors and professors charged into battle with Sirius and Remus. Snape was the first casualty on their side, getting his pierced by a fang, but he was not the last, as a few minutes later Snape had his head ripped off. Not seconds after that, Snape's face was covered with Acromantula web and he slowly suffocated. While that was happening, on the other side of the clearing, Snape was getting torn limb from limb by 4 acromantulas. Molly Weasley however had jumped on the back of the largest acromantula and tore one of its legs off with her teeth before. Okay, stop. Harry interjected from his hospital bed. I appreciate all of the embellishments, and how many times you've killed Snape, and the general mocking tone, but there is no way I can go along with Molly Weasley biting an acromantula's leg off. But, Sirius started to object as he stopped chewing on the arm of the Auror who had been unwillingly drafted to play the part of the acromantula in Sirius' one-man performance. Really, I mean, have you seen that woman? Tonks cut him off. There's no way she can jump. Hermione and Remus bit back a laugh, but Harry and one Auror, who evidently had seen her at some point in his life, didn't make the effort to restrain themselves. Sirius looked at them and sighed. Then, but you didn't even let me get to the part where I single-handedly kill every acromantula on the planet. Sirius whined. Hermione rolled her eyes. So what really happened? Harry asked, turning to Remus. Well, if you account for the, artistic license, Remus rolled his eyes and picked up his notepad. Then the only really major changes are, the single spell that almost took down the wards, actually dumped him on his bum, and only Ginny's timely arrival saved him from further embarrassment. The thousands of angry mothers was actually about 50 or so mixed parents, and only the fathers joined the hunt, which was fairly unnoteworthy. The centaurs herded them, then we set them on fire. The acromantula, not the centaurs. Sirius clarified. Thank you. Tonks glared lamely. And Snape didn't die. After the fight there was just clean up and dealing with the press and politics. Remus concluded. Sirius chased Skeeter off with a broom when she wouldn't. Except that you weren't going to talk today. You should have let me finish telling it. Sirius sulked. It would have been more interesting. But then we wouldn't know what actually happened. Harry retorted. You were more fun before you died. Sirius huffed. Amelia Bones winced as Fenrir slammed Harry's head into the tree and the whole memory went out of focus, a result of his concussion. They had all shared a moment of disappointment when the memory started, and they found themselves at the time when Harry was waking up. They were all interested in what happened during the time that Harry was inactive. Nevertheless, this was a memory that she was going to have to share. Shacklebolt cheered when Harry called the sword, but it was cut off when the portkey activated. The 4 of them, herself, Shacklebolt, Dumbledore and McGonagall, watched carefully as Harry disabled the 3 Death Eaters on the far side of the portkey. They were ejected from the Pensieve just after Fawkes showed up. Kingsley, go to the Ministry, tell Rufus and Croaker to come here, and get me forms 19,473-43C, 213FF and a DMR. Amelia ordered. Amelia, a DMR won't be useful for several more years. Dumbledore cautioned as Shacklebolt flew away. I think it is a bit excessive, don't you? Albus, when Rufus comes out of that memory, the first thing he is going to be worrying about is recruiting Harry. Amelia smirked. That will be a lot harder without the DMR. And you think he'll sign the 43C? Dumbledore asked skeptically. He will if I ask correctly. Amelia nodded and drew a piece of parchment and a self-inking quill from her bag and started writing. Do you mind if I go? Albus asked. I have to speak with Harry. Oh, I do too. If we can wait until Shacklebolt gets back we can go see Harry together. Amelia looked up from her note, smiling, before continuing to write. For a few minutes Minerva watched in the head of the DMLE quickly write paper after paper, signing each with her wand before moving on to quickly write another. It didn't take long for Shacklebolt to return with a large stack of parchment. Excellent, Amelia said and added her papers to the stack before taking all of them off of Shacklebolt's hands. Please wait for Rufus and Croaker, send them into the memory and let them know that I'm down with Harry. Delay Croaker a few minutes if you can. Yes ma'am. Shacklebolt nodded and took a seat. After you Albus. Amelia nodded to the door. You can even talk to Harry first if you want. Kingsley, don't let them disturb anything, there are quite a few delicate devices in this room. Albus warned. Yes headmaster. Shacklebolt nodded as Albus motioned for McGonagall to follow and headed out of his office with Amelia close behind. Shacklebolt idled the time away by calibrating his stopwatch. He was determined to see exactly how long Harry was sprinting. You're not actually trying to guilt-trip me for killing Tom Riddle and the most notorious werewolf England has known for centuries, are you? Harry glared as he cut Dumbledore off mid-speech. Not to mention the man who murdered me, although it wasn't actually me who killed him. Harry, it is a terrible thing to take a life. Dumbledore restated. I don't know why you think you have the authority to say something like that. Harry said, suddenly reflective. Harry, show some respect to your elders. Dumbledore scolded. And of course murder is a terrible thing, how could you think otherwise? I haven't murdered anyone. Harry rolled his eyes. And is the only one in this room to have experienced. Harry trailed off as he tried to figure out how to end that sentence, scratching his head. It's just, well, the whole thing is not for the living to know, you know. Anyway, experience trumps theory, and while I can't explain it, I know better than anyone what it means to kill someone. So you're saying it is okay to kill whomever? McGonagall asked dangerously while arching her eyebrow. Murder is a part of killing, and is always immoral. Harry stated. Killing is ending another life, and is not necessarily immoral as circumstances matter. Like squares and rectangles. Unless you can separate the two concepts, this discussion will get nowhere. Mr. Potter is absolutely correct, Minerva. Amelia said from the nearby table where she had continued writing as soon as the three had arrived in the hospital. Many of my men and women have been caught up in that very issue, and that is almost word for word what we tell them. I wasn't aware you were part of this conversation. McGonagall replied snootily. Well, I wasn't at first, but at that time I thought that the conversation was between the headmaster and Mr. Potter, and that you were only there to make sure nothing was forgotten. Amelia fired back. Once you spoke up I figured there were no requirements. Well, I never. McGonagall cried, affronted. Ooh, Madam Bones with the takedown. Harry announced, earning himself an angry glare from the professors and an amused smirk from Amelia. He then turned to Dumbledore. So, was that the only thing you wanted to talk to me about? Why aren't you dead? McGonagall spat out, and then clamped her hands over her mouth and blushed. It just isn't your day. Amelia chuckled. What I believe Professor McGonagall meant to ask was, could you please enlighten us to the method in which you survived the killing curse 2 more times? Dumbledore smiled. Well, it isn't because Voldemort turned me into a you-know-what, Harry said with a pointed glance at McGonagall. That Halloween night all those years ago, in case that's what you were thinking. Are you sure? Dumbledore asked after he sat there blinking for a few seconds. Quite. Harry nodded. It seems that the first is the hardest to survive, but after that it is easier with practice. I don't really know, it is still rather new. Fascinating, and you won't tell us anything that happened on the other side. Dumbledore tried. Sorry, I'm fairly certain it is subjective though. Harry shook his head. Else, someone very high up has an unhealthy interest in me. Anything else? I'd like to caution you against the overuse of fiend fire, any dark magic really, and the dangers that are inherent with it, but I can't help but feel that you already know all of that. Dumbledore shrugged. So consider yourself cautioned. Albus, don't you want to know about the Death Eaters at the end point? McGonagall reminded, belligerently ignoring the quiet laugh from Amelia. I'm sorry, Minerva. Amelia said, covering for herself. It's just that is why I am here. Oh, of course. McGonagall said. Investigating criminals should be left up to professionals. You may feel free to start your questioning any time, Amelia. Dumbledore said and motioned McGonagall into a chair, taking one himself. Right. Amelia frowned at them before turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, can you tell us any details about the people in the building you arrived at? Other than that they were dressed as Death Eaters, no. Harry shook his head. I can't really remember much of anything after Fenrir. I suppose I got a concussion against that tree. He looked to Amelia who nodded her confirmation. What sword did you stab Mr. Greyback with and where did you get it? Amelia asked. Sword of Gryffindor. Harry replied. He held out his hand and called the sword. And I can call it to me at any time, perk of owning it, you see. I see. Amelia did in fact see as she bent over to examine the blade. I presume that is Greyback's blood. Interesting reaction with the silver. You should let Croaker take a look, but you can put it back for now. Okay. Harry said and dropped the sword, allowing it to vanish, then immediately groaned and called it again and leaned over to set the sword down under his bed. It goes back to where it was when I called it, which was, in this case, back with the Death Eaters. As I don't have any further questions, I will call this complete. I have a few pieces of paperwork to go over with you and your godfather. Speaking of whom, Minerva, could you be dear and go let him and the girls back in, please? Amelia smiled sweetly. Harry almost laughed as McGonagall looked at Amelia indignantly. Albus, why don't we get one of the Aurors to take care of that? Dumbledore suggested quickly. However, I wouldn't complain if the two of you stopped acting like children. Hey, Harry squawked. Don't lump me in with them. So, how long? Scrimgeour asked as he, Croaker and Shacklebolt were ejected from the Pensieve. 11 minutes and 38 seconds, full sprint and over rough terrain. Shacklebolt summed up, awed, as he checked his stopwatch. The boy isn't human. And fast too to stay in front of a werewolf. Croaker hummed. Where is Mr. Potter? Scrimgeour asked eagerly. I have a few questions for him. We thought you would. Madam Bones is down in the hospital wing with him right now. She said you should feel free to go right down. Shacklebolt smiled. I think I'll do just that. Scrimgeour nodded primly and walked out the office door. I'll head down myself. Croaker smirked. I'm guessing that's where Dumbledore is, since he isn't here. You would guess correctly. Shacklebolt nodded. But Madam Bones asked me to stall you for a while, so I intend to do just that. Oh, really? Croaker laughed. And how do you intend to do that? By asking you about your thoughts on Harry's use of fiend fire. Shacklebolt smirked. Oh, yes. Well, that would work. Croaker nodded and the two of them started in on a short discussion on said spell work. Scrimgeour shook his head in disgust as he walked into the hospital and found his target surrounded by non-ministry personnel. You all need to leave. Oh, Rufus, there you are. Amelia said, happily cutting him off. I have some things I need you to sign. Can it wait? Scrimgeour asked impatiently. I really want to talk to Potter before Croaker does. That can wait, he's already made his statement to me. Amelia frowned. However, if I were him I wouldn't be too happy about talking to the head Auror if there were still charges potentially hanging over my head. What charges? Scrimgeour asked surprised. There was only one time when he wasn't acting in self-defense and he took that moment to try and capture his opponent rather than kill him. Hell, I think we should get a copy of that memory to show during training. Yes, well, McNair had friends in the pure blood community that could try to get Harry on vigilantism, aggravated assault, attempted murder and actual murder for that matter. Then there is the whole contingent who will be after Harry claiming that he couldn't have survived without resorting to dark magic. Amelia replied matter-of-factually. I don't think they could really do anything other than an unlicensed fiend fire charge, but that's what the 213FF is for. Alright, fine. Scrimgeour groaned and picked up a quill. Just point. I already highlighted all of the relevant places. Amelia smiled as he started signing. I should probably get him a DMR too. Scrimgeour said a couple minutes later as he finished signing. You can just add your name to mine if you want. Amelia offered. Oh, yes, that would be sufficient. Scrimgeour nodded. If there is nothing else, do you think I could go in now? Oh, hello Rufus. Dumbledore said as he and McGonagall walked towards the doors. Hello Headmaster. Scrimgeour smiled politely. I'm sorry if you needed something, but we can't stay any longer. Everyone is having meals in their common rooms for the time being, at least until after Poppy and Gilderoy's wake. Dumbledore said sadly. The children might need us. Of course. Scrimgeour said somberly. You do what you need to. As the doors closed behind Dumbledore, Scrimgeour rushed into Harry's area and Amelia rearranged the paperwork, thereby reassembling Form 19,473-43C. Scrimgeour found himself re-evaluating his plan as he walked towards Harry. He was going to use the slow and subtle approach, but after Amelia ate up so much time he didn't know how much longer it would take for Croaker to arrive. All I have to do is get Harry to start thinking about joining the Aurors before Croaker makes him think about being an unspeakable, or, Merlin forbid, one of those infernal hit wizards turns up. Harry Potter, hit wizard, would be such a travesty. He considered himself lucky that Croaker wasn't there yet, so he decided to get straight to the point. Mr. Potter, as the head of the Aurors, I would like to say congratulations on your victory, and if you ever wish to become an Auror I will do everything within my power to make it happen. Thank you Mr. Scrimgeour. I'll keep your offer in mind when I am thinking about careers. Harry smiled when Tonks' jaw dropped. Of course. Scrimgeour smiled. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to talk over the next couple of years. You have plenty of time to come to the correct decision. I'm sure I do. Ah, Mr. Potter, so nice to meet you. Croaker said as he walked up, Scrimgeour sighed quietly, relieved. My name is Algernon Croker. I'm a retired unspeakable turned liaison between the Ministry and the Department of Mysteries. I know now isn't a good time, but I hope that at some point we can find time to discuss your fascinating use of fiend fire. Good luck with the slow approach. Scrimgeour laughed internally and cleared his throat. Well, there was a minor accident in the department today. I need to check in with the people I assigned to investigate the issue. I also need to check on my teams here. You know how it is. Always something happening. Right. Croker rolled his eyes as Scrimgeour started walking away. Anyway, we'll have plenty of time to talk once you recover. I'll be here for the rest of the year filling in as defense professor. What? Scrimgeour protested angrily as he spun back around to face Croker. When did that happen? I ran into the headmaster just outside this wing. In fact, he accepted my offer without a moment's hesitation. Croker smirked. Scrimgeour turned and stormed out, thoroughly beaten. Croker, could you please sign the 213FF and the 43C for me, please? Amelia asked after Scrimgeour was gone. The 43C. Croker repeated and took the forms from her and took a look. And you got Rufus to sign. Why would you do that? Not many people know this, but I received the 43C when I was 13. Amelia replied. Trained with the Hit Wizards for a year or so just out of Hogwarts before deciding that Auror was a better fit for me. Huh. Croker shrugged and signed the appropriate places. Excuse me, what is a 43C? Hermione couldn't help herself from asking. And why wouldn't Mr. Scrimgeour sign it? It is a legal loophole. Amelia replied. Normally it is the first part of the process of joining the Hit Wizards, but when the proper spaces are left blank and dates are filled in years in advance, it does little more than make the recipient a law enforcement officer. That's a pretty big deal though. Hermione replied hesitantly. Isn't it? It will make Harry a trainee. Croker replied as he finished signing. Everything will be the same for him except for when he is with his Hit Wizard trainer. So you're getting Hit Wizard training? Tonks asked, surprised. Don't be ridiculous. Amelia scoffed. There are very clear laws about the earliest time that training can start, which is why all of these training times are dated for August 1998. You'll also note that the space to name the trainer is blank as well. Croker held up the document and pointed to a space that clearly had nothing written. Meaning that he can't just happen to be with his trainer all the time despite the fact that there is no training going on, as he has no trainer. However, no one can claim he is a vigilante now. Amelia replied. And once Sirius and Armstrong, head Hit Wizard, sign, you can claim the bounty for Greyback if you wish. Sirius quickly walked over and picked up the quill. This isn't obligating him to anything at this point, is it? Not until he signs. Amelia replied and pointed to Harry's space. But we'll just keep it on file, unsigned, until he knows what he wants to do. Should I sign it? Sirius asked, looking to Harry, and signed the document when the boy nodded. So, why would Mr. Scrimgeour object? Hermione asked again. There is a long-standing tradition of rivalry between the Aurors and the Hit Wizards. Rufus never dropped it as he moved up through the ranks. Croker said. It is probably the reason he isn't my boss. Amelia replied. He tends to take political things personally. Croker nodded. And the 43C is essentially him giving Harry his blessing to work for his rivals. Ah, the three children said in comprehension. The second thing you need to sign, Sirius, also needs to be signed by Harry. It is the 213FF or Fiend Fire license. Amelia slid it over. Basically, we've seen 2 instances where Harry has used the spell in ways that we've yet to explain and with more control than anyone we've ever seen before. I couldn't justify withholding this. What she said. Croker agreed and took the document over for Harry to sign as well. You'll receive a nice shiny card in a few weeks. The rest of this paperwork is simply clearing him of any charges I could imagine anyone drumming up. Amelia patted the stack on the table. Wow, thank you. Sirius smiled brilliantly at Amelia. Not at all. Amelia replied. I accidentally killed the wanted son of an influential pure blood while he was trying to rob our home. I was 13 at the time but still would have spent time in Azkaban without the 43C. It is really the least I can do to pass the benefit on. I expect Harry to do so if he can as well eventually. Yesterday morning there were 2 simultaneous attacks on Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The first was an easily defended and thwarted attack on the wards at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, which drew the staff out onto the grounds. The second, and much more devastating, attack took place inside the school itself. Albus Dumbledore took the best actions he could with the information he had at the time as he led the staff out of the Great Hall, where all of the students had assembled for breakfast, and activated the wards, ensuring that none of the attackers would be able to get inside. As an extra precaution he left the school nurse, Madame Poppy Pomfrey, well known for her ability to calm children down, and the only squib on the staff, Arthur Filth, who would, naturally, be useless in a fight. I obtained a memory from a 7th-year student, who shall remain unnamed, and what I saw was truly shocking. The memory started as Harry Potter was offering his help in repelling the attack, only to be refused by the headmaster. Historians will speculate for centuries on what would have happened if Harry had gone with them. We do know what did happen, however, as Harry turned back towards his seat as the wards activated. As Mr. Potter returned to his group, something obviously occurred to him. With a mad dash back to his seat and a few quick words, which were indiscernible in the memory, an image of Hogwarts appears in the air. Mr. Potter and his two closest companions, N. Tonks and Hermione Granger, start searching the image for something while the other 6 members of the group survey the student body. What seemed like only moments passed before one of the members of the group, Blaise Zabini, 2nd-year Slytherin, stood up, having spotted something, and pointed. It was clear fractions of a second later who he was pointing at as his target then stood and used the killing curse on Madame Poppy Pomfrey. The students all panicked and fled from the attacker, as did the squib, Filth. Filth, however, was cut off from the students and curled up, hoping to go unnoticed. The attacker claimed to be you-know-who Reborn. Harry Potter kept calm and confronted the attacker, taking steps to protect the other students by moving the house tables to form a barrier. Mr. Potter unleashed a short verbal attack against the attack, arguing very convincingly that he could not in fact be you-know-who. We here at the Daily Prophet agree with Mr. Potter's assessment and would also like to note that if he was a reincarnation, the oldest he could possibly be is 11.5 years old. This impostor was clearly in his late teens. Unable to continue his charade, the attacker resorted to violence and attacked Mr. Potter outright. Within moments Mr. Potter had the upper hand, but as he was going to finish the fight, Filth, who everyone believed to be incapable of magic, attacked Mr. Potter with a killing curse, striking him dead. It was quickly revealed that Filth was not actually the squib but a second attacker under the influence of Polyjuice Potion, and was later identified as Walter McNair. Incensed by the death of their dearest companion Ms. Tonks and Ms. Granger attacked their 2 opponents, only to get held back with ease. Minutes rolled by before the unknown teen grew bored and ended their resistance, Ms. Tonks losing an arm and Ms. Granger being held under the cruciatus. As if hearing their cries of anguish, Mr. Potter then rose from the dead and returned to the fight, immediately freeing the girls from danger. The unknown assailant turned to Mr. Potter and lashed out with another killing curse. Mr. Potter stood there and allowed the curse to hit him and merely laughed in condemnation of his opponent's feeble attempt to slay him. Raising their wands, the two fought in a rapid but fierce battle, far too impressive for me to adequately describe, that left the attacker dead and Harry holding 2 wands. Walter's courage broke under Mr. Potter's gaze and he fled the hall with Mr. Potter close on his heels. The student from whom I received this memory did not follow, so that is where the details stop. The Aurors investigating the issue were understandably tight-lipped about the incident and only a few details slipped through. I overheard one Auror state that it had taken 3 Aurors 4 hours to get all of McNair out of a tree. Gilderoy Lockhart was found dead hours after the attack, but no comment has been made into the details. Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf, was mentioned several times, but no hint of a body was seen nor any explanation given. A walk of the grounds showed many large marks in the yard where spells hit and included damage to an outlying building. A large-scale usage of fiend fire was also reported. A large explosion disrupted the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the time of the attack, delaying Auror response. The official report is currently claiming it to have been an accident, but what if it was a diversion, just like the larger attack on Hogwarts, simply to set a trap for Mr. Potter? When I tried to get in to talk to Mr. Potter himself, I was most rudely turned away by his guardian and godfather, Sirius Black. It is night now, but it will be morning when you are reading this, and I will be trying once again to speak with Mr. Potter about the day's events. We can only hope that he will be able to speak with me. DMLE Explosion, Connected. PG 2-3. Biography of Madame Pomfrey, PG 4. Biography of Gilderoy Lockhart, PG 5-12. Excuse me. A voice drew the on-duty Auror's attention away from his paper. Yes, he asked, looking up and recognizing the face. Could I speak with Harry Potter, please? Rita asked, smiling. The Auror blinked at her and reread the last 2 sentences of her article and looked up again. You either have really good timing or you're really creepy. Either way, you're third in line. The Auror shrugged and motioned her towards a nearby room that they had converted into a waiting area, where Joan Fellows, from Teen Witch Weekly, and Luna Lovegood were already waiting. The Sheart family had a long and noble history even amongst the other pure bloods. The family had fallen on hard times, and most of the family had been wiped out by the forces of light during the First Blood War. Red was the last of the Shearts and was drawn to Voldemort's cause because of how many Muggleborns made fun of his name. He'd been out getting coffee for everyone earlier in the day when Potter was here, and so he was saved the brunt of the damage. He'd gotten back though and helped with everyone's injuries, and now they were just waiting for the Dark Lord to return. Malfoy had suggested that they study the Sword of Gryffindor while they had the time and sent Red to remove it from Fenrir. When he got back and passed the sword around the room, letting everyone take a look. The sword got back to him while Lucius wrote a header for the sword on the blackboard. Red stuck the tip of the sword in the floor and leaned on it. I don't see what the big deal is. It's just a stupid silver sword. The moment the words left his lips, he felt the sword disappear from under him, removing his support and dropping him to the floor. After a moment of surprise, he laughed at himself and started to stand up, only to have the sword rematerialized in the same place, which happened to be through the middle of his left hand. He screamed in pain even after the sword disappeared again, as the basilisk toxins, that had been impregnated into the blade, started coursing through his system. Red Sheart died in under a minute. Lucius turned back to the blackboard, and under the Sword of Gryffindor header he wrote. Single quote. I heard them and I just turned around to come back. Julie quoted from the Daily Prophet as she and Tony walked back into the first-year Ravenclaw girls' dorm, where Ginny was. Isn't that just the most romantic thing you've ever heard? Yay. Tony sighed wistfully as she flopped onto her bed. What do you think it would take to get a man like that? Julie asked, dropping her bag and sitting down on her own bed. Well, what do we know about Hermione and Tonks? Tony asked. They're both only children. Yay, that's probably a big thing. I mean, Harry is an only child too. Julie shuddered. Can you imagine him trying to relate to someone from a large family? That would be horrible. Tony Ed. Their childhoods would be so different. What else? Julie frowned and tapped her chin. Hermione is Muggleborn, and Tonks' father was too. They both must know a lot about the Muggle world. And Harry was brought up by his Muggle aunt and uncle. Tony nodded. Speaking as someone who knows a lot about the Muggle world, I know that I would never be able to take someone seriously if they couldn't say electricity correctly. Julie laughed. Oh, for sure. Tony nodded earnestly with a huge grin. I couldn't agree more. Hermione and Tonks are both extremely talented too. Julie added. They're the 2 top girls in their year, and Hermione scored the highest on every test that Harry or Tonks didn't. That's true, so to sum it up, only child, knowledgeable about Muggles and really smart. Tony asked. Don't forget pretty. Julie quipped. And pretty. Tony amended. Is that it? And brave and powerful. I mean, they tried to avenge him. Julie said. But I think that sounds more like what Harry Potter is looking for rather than what great guys are looking for. You're probably right. Tony nodded. So what do you think? Julie asked. Well, I don't know, but it sounds like everything Ginny isn't. Tony said, and Julie laughed. That's for sure. Julie gasped as she stopped laughing. But grab the rest of your stuff. We need to go before we're late. Right. Tony nodded and bent over her trunk for a moment before withdrawing a quill. Well, that's what we came for, let's go. Oh, hey Ginny. We totally didn't know you were here. Julie laughed and threaded her arm through her friend's, and the 2 of them skipped out of the room merrily while Ginny knelt, still frozen over her trunk, where she had paused when the 2 girls entered. She closed her trunk and crawled back into bed, pulling the curtains closed and completely forgetting about her study date with Luna in the library. Finally, Harry roared triumphantly, though, admittedly, his roar was silent and completely within his head. Harry did not really think it was prudent to let Tonks' mother know how excited he was to get away from her. It wasn't that he didn't like Andromeda, but he'd just spent the last 3 days being poked and prodded with all sorts of diagnostic instruments that were as indescribable as they were inhumane. He thought that Healer Smethwick's arrival on the second day marked the arrival of an ally. Then Smethwick opened his case and Harry realized how wrong he was. Fortunately, during the first night he had been able to time turn while he was supposedly using the restroom and popped off to Lockhart's room. He left the diary to be found, which it had been, and took the diplomat bag back to his headquarters. He sent the blood-draining knife and the vial of forcibly taken blood, under a stasis charm, to be stored too. He also missed the release of the articles, which was good in his book. Rita only wanted to talk to Harry, and Joan, from Teen Witch Weekly, only wanted to talk to the girls, for some reason, and both of those interviews were done simultaneously. Luna had joined them, oddly, and took part as both an interviewer, for the Quibbler, and as an interviewee, due to her status as a fringe member of Harry's friends. TWW pushed up its publication and the Quibbler delayed it slightly so that both copies of the article came out at the same time. Harry found it very entertaining and Luna said that it satisfied her duty to get a scoop, so when she visited she was able to just be a friend. It was nice, and Hermione and Tonks seemed to appreciate the gesture as well. He really wished that he could act as relieved as he felt. It wasn't just while he was in the hospital wing either, because the rest of the castle was still mourning. Naturally, it would be fairly counterintuitive for Harry to admit that he found nothing sad about death. At least it is easy to fake, Harry thought as he and the girls approached the Great Hall for breakfast. All you have to do is stare blankly at the floor 2 or 3 meters in front of you. Maybe act angry if someone doesn't leave you alone. Then make lists of things that are not funny. Avoid eye contact and general interactions and walk slowly. No one will know the difference. The Great Hall fell silent as the three walked in and every face turned towards them. Tonks reached out and threaded her fingers through his and pulled him gently towards the Ravenclaw table. Ignore the creepy people. Despite his facade, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. She looked him in the eye and smiled brightly and led on, ignoring the trailing eyes. Maybe this won't be so bad after all, Harry thought. It isn't as though I was asked to speak for them and say they were special and will be missed. Probably best that I ignore the situation altogether this time. I didn't know either of them very well after all, at least not in this life. By the time the post arrived, Harry's mood was markedly more relaxed. He didn't even notice the gasps around him at first, but within a few minutes a copy of the Daily Prophet was passed to him. Oh great, Harry thought cheerfully. This might be just what I needed. I'll have to check with the goblins though. Harry sighed disdainfully and dropped the paper with a sneer. Oh, great, because that's exactly what I needed. He drawled out sarcastically as Bellatrix Lestrange's face glared back from the front page. She had mysteriously escaped early yesterday morning. Narcissa shifted her weight nervously as the Aurors searched Malfoy Manor. The Dark Lord had warned them and, before they had even gone to Azkaban, Narcissa and Lucius removed every illegal item from their home and stored it with the Crouches. They even emptied out the secret compartment under the drawing room floor, although it still hadn't been discovered. There was always a chance that they had missed something and that the Aurors hadn't. Her dear sister wasn't there either. That would be foolish. After all, this was the first place to get checked. Narcissa didn't even know where Bellatrix was, although she figured Bella was with the Dark Lord. What really made Narcissa nervous though was the Aurors' definition of cursory search. She could understand opening doors and pushing coats aside, but she was still unable to figure out the logic of checking the silverware drawer, but nevertheless her finest silver was scattered across the floor. Worse yet was that she was told not to have the mess cleaned up. Dobby. Crack. Yes, mistress. The abused elf asked warily. Prepare a cup of tea for me, she ordered imperiously as she walked out of the room. It's totally hinged, one Auror said and pointed at the base of a cabinet. See, right there. Look. I don't know. This looks like a normal china cabinet to me. The younger Auror, Auror Tyler, replied skeptically. Well, we were told to be cursory. The older, Auror Smith, argued. Do you even know what that means? Auror Tyler, his arms Of course, but my best friend was killed by a Death Eater in the war and the last thing did was accuse Malfoy. The Smith said sadly, then forced himself to cheer up. So was I the only one who noticed a dark aura behind this expensive china or what? Besides, they're undoubtedly involved, they did visit her the morning of the attack after all. He received the answer from his young partner in the form of a very loud crash that brought Narcissa back to the dining room at a full sprint. She found one aura performing various spells on the back of her precious china cabinet and the other performing the same spells on the wall where the cabinet was. As though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. My china! Narcissa gasped weakly, and it was only the start of their 5-hour search. On this, the 11th day of February, 1992, I call to order the year's second session of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore announced. Our first order of business today is directly from Minister Fudge. At the request of Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, the Triwizard Tournament has been tentatively scheduled to take place during the 1994-1995 school year. In light of the tragic events of this last weekend, I can only concur with the request that we select a committee to work closely with Misters Crouch and Bagman to ensure the safety of all of the students, both contestants and not. As I am the headmaster at the proposed host school, I would like to be the first to volunteer to join the committee. Does anyone have reason to object? Dumbledore was silent for a few moments. Very well. I open the floor for other volunteers at this time. Due to the nature of the Wizengamot, everyone already knew that this was going to be discussed. A letter had gone out to all of the members 2 weeks ago, and because of that there was very little discussion before the first offer was made. Lord Malfoy, you have the floor. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Lucius said, graciously nodding to Dumbledore. As a prominent member of Hogwarts Board of Governors and with my own son attending the school, I feel that it is only appropriate that I offer my own services to this committee. Does anyone have reason to object? Very well. Dumbledore noted Lucius' name and turned back to the chamber. Ah, Lord Black, you have the floor. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Sirius said with a bow. As you are all aware, my seat in this august chamber was only ratified last month and I am still very inexperienced in the methods employed here. I am similarly inexperienced at being the guardian to a child, but nevertheless I am one, and, over the summer and winter breaks, I have found that the only way to learn is by doing. Not only do I wish to employ a similar theory here, but I am given my first opportunity to do so in a way that is also my responsibility as guardian to Harry Potter, who has already been targeted several times because of his name. I can't help but feel that he will be the target of any nefarious activities at the school, and I will do everything I can to prevent that. Sirius finished passionately and drew applause. He had to fight the feeling of satisfaction at a good performance that showed up without regard to the subject of said performance. Does anyone have reason to object? Dumbledore asked and waited his few moments. He was about to move on when Lucius activated his touchstone. Lord Malfoy, you have the floor. It seems to me that Lord Black is only concerned with the safety of his charge. Lucius sneered. Do you really think he will be looking out for the rest of the student body? He will be the most paranoid person we could get to work on this committee unless we could somehow manage to convince Auror Moody to delay his retirement for a 10th time. Madame Longbottom sighed as she climbed to her feet. Lord Black will be paying very close attention to the most inconsequential details, and I'm sure he will be able to point out problems that less paranoid minds would miss. I support him, as a committee needs the extremes as much as it needs the moderates. Dumbledore called it to vote and was not surprised to see that all of the families that were suspected Death Eaters or were Death Eater sympathizers all voted against Sirius. There weren't very many of them though, and Sirius won with a fairly large margin. Most of the Wizengamot members were surprised that anyone would even bother to object to a committee appointment. Generally no single member mattered. Then Augusta Longbottom joined the committee, as the only other Hogwarts governor who was also in the Wizengamot. One of the Scamander boys, who was sitting proxy for his father who was off researching for yet another book, also joined for his expertise in handling dangerous animals. Once that was settled, the Wizengamot moved on to policy decisions and Dumbledore moved on to thinking about how to approach Alastor Moody about filling the empty position at his school next year. Good afternoon, ma'am, the older Auror said when they arrived at their second stop for the day. My name is Auror Smith and this is my partner Auror Tyler. We're both terribly sorry to bother you, but several family members of the escapee,
Bellatrix Lestrange, take residence here and we have orders to perform a cursory search of the premises for evidence of her presence.
Yes.
Hestia stammered uncomfortably. It's just, well, I'm just the girlfriend of a friend. Lestrange isn't here or anything, I just don't know if letting you in would be overstepping my boundaries.
Hang on, just a second.
Hestia stepped back from the door, but left it open, and turned in towards the house and shouted.
Remus, Gwen, Ted, please report to the front door, immediately.
She turned back to the Aurors with an apologetic smile. We'll figure out what to do. While we're waiting, would you mind telling us where Mrs. Andromeda Tonks and Lord Sirius Black are? Auror Smith asked formally, although they already knew.
Andy is at Hogwarts filling in as healer until summer.
Hestia replied. If you came a few hours later, Ted wouldn't be here either, he's just packing some of their things.
Sirius is at the Wizengamot meeting, and if you had been a few hours later he would be here.
Those blasted few hours. Auror Tyler joked as he marked down her response.
What's wrong, Hestia?
Remus asked as he walked up to her side.
Oh, hello.
Good afternoon, sir. Auror Smith replied. Auror Tyler was busy gawking at the sudden appearance of Gwenog Jones off to the side moments before Ted followed her from the same direction.
Eyes front, boy.
Sorry. Auror Tyler said and blushed.
Now, as we were telling this Ms.
Jones a moment ago, we're looking for Bellatrix Lestrange and have orders to perform a cursory check on all family members' homes.
Auror Smith informed the newcomers.
I'm sorry, but Andy was disowned, she's not part of Bellatrix's family anymore.
Ted replied angrily with a frown.
Our records show that the current Lord Black has reversed that and welcomed her back into his family, thus the living arrangements. You are living in Lord Black's home, are you not?
Auror Smith smiled.
Right. Ted nodded. I forgot about that, it's just that, well, Bellatrix is the that got my wife kicked out in the first place. I don't like considering that woman my sister-in-law.
Just how cursory is cursory?
Remus asked cautiously. We'll just be opening doors and pushing aside coats.
Auror Smith smirked.
After all, we have no reason to suspect you.
What's with the smirk?
Gwenog asked, having seen the same smirk on Sirius' face countless times. He defined cursory differently at Malfoy Manor.
Tyler grinned.
I would really prefer it if you would refrain from insinuating that I am unfair or biased in any way.
Auror Smith reprimanded.
Even when it is true.
Tyler shot back.
Especially when it is true.
Auror Smith rolled his eyes.
Good God, man, haven't you learned anything? For some reason I feel like these two are on our side.
Remus laughed.
Madam Bones picked us specifically.
Auror Smith smiled.
The four residents of number 12 conferred for a moment before allowing the Aurors in and giving them a tour of the house, while, true to their word, they opened every door and moved every coat, but that was it. The only room they didn't enter was Harry's bedroom. Instead they stood reverently at the door and peeked in, glancing around quickly before withdrawing and declaring the room cleared. All told, the Aurors were only inside the house for just over 15 minutes and everyone was smiling when they left.
Really?
Sirius asked speculatively.
Just because Bellatrix is family.
Yay. Gwenog nodded into his and yawned. It was fine though, they were in and out. It was still an invasion. Sirius grumbled and pulled the blankets up closer around them. In the morning I'll go see the goblins about formally disowning her so none of us have to put up with this again because of her.
Gwenog replied sleepily and closed her eyes.
Within moments she was asleep. Sirius quickly followed her example. I wonder if this rain is natural. Harry thought as the wake for Lockhart and Pomfrey soldiered on around him, completely filling the Great Hall. I wouldn't put it past Dumbledore to conjure some clouds so they day would be appropriate for morning. Harry bit back a yawn and tried to subtly check his watch.
Stop fidgeting,
Hermione hissed out of the corner of her mouth.
Sorry,
Harry whispered in reply and settled back in his chair.
Bored.
The next hour and a half felt to Harry like 3 days, and by the end he was convinced that everyone there had surely used up all of the morning they had allotted for their entire life. Harry was grateful that they were doing both wakes at once, and that he was not required to attend the funerals. At long last though it was over and Harry could go back to doing anything else. In this case anything else happened to be sitting quietly with the girls in their common room. Dumbledore had cancelled all of the classes for the week to allow for morning, but that left Harry without anything to do. He was about to run up to his room to grab his notebook and get back to work on one of his secret projects or another, but before he could, Hermione sniffed loudly and leaned on him. "Shit, comforting, let's see." Harry thought for a moment and then slowly slid his arm around her, pulled her head to his shoulder and made calming noises. She turned and hugged him tightly, crying into his shoulder, while he mentally patted himself on the back for taking the correct action. "Good afternoon, class," Croaker said as the second years looked back at him. "As Headmaster Dumbledore said this morning, I am Algernon Croaker, retired unspeakable, and I will be teaching this course for the remainder of the year. I'm not the best with children, so please forgive my gruffness, and I have no idea where you are at as a class, so today is simply an evaluation. We'll start with a written quiz and then transition to some practical exercises." Hermione got excited while the rest of the students, aside from the other court members, looked worried. As Croaker started passing out the tests, he noticed the apprehension. "Don't worry, this will have no bearing on your grades." Harry looked down at his test and read the first question. "You find yourself stranded alone in a room with 3 Grindylow, a Kappa, a bucket of mashed potatoes, some red thread and no wand. What do you do to get out alive, and why?" Harry looked over the rest of the questions really quickly and noted that they were all along the same train of thought. With a small smile, Harry set in on the most entertaining test he'd ever taken. All too soon Croaker called time and the class passed the papers back in. "What did you write for the first one?" Tonks whispered, leaning in towards the other two. "I put the thread in the mashed potatoes and fed them to the Grindylow, hoping to make one choke so the others would need to help it. Then I brained the Kappa with the bucket." Hermione whispered back. "I walked out the door and shut it behind me so they couldn't follow." Harry offered. "What?" Hermione gasped. "He never said you could open the door. He never said you couldn't either." Harry shrugged. "Bu. Hermione trailed off. Tonks' snickering didn't help. "Potter!" Croaker yelled while he expanded the front of the classroom to add a demonstration area, cutting off any further conversation. "Front and center. Time for the practical portion and you get to be the target." "Oh goody," Harry remarked and strolled up to the front of the class. "All right, first I want you to cast the strongest full-body shield you can." Croaker paused for a moment as Harry cast the Pugnaculum Parietis shield. It wasn't the strongest, but it was the one that he was currently working with Hermione on. Croaker smiled as the cloudy gray bubble covered Harry. "Very good, Potter. Now then, it is up to the rest of you to bring his shield down. I'm looking for variety as well as power, so please, show off." After the class sent everything they could think of at Harry's shield for a little over 10 minutes, it finally started to break. Laughing, Croaker held up his hands and ended the onslaught. "Very, very good. Now then, let's switch it up a bit. Harry, you're on offense now and the rest of the class are your targets. Stun them as quickly as you can. Class, use any means necessary to defend yourselves." There was a full second where everyone just stared disbelieving before the first person moved. After that, the room grew very noisy as students began overturning desks in hopes of gaining cover. Croaker stopped Harry 5 minutes later when the only other students standing were Hermione, behind her own Pugnaculum Parietis, and Tonks, who was standing behind Hermione, using her own Protega to take the strain off of Hermione when her shield started to falter. Croaker looked pleased as Punch and the 4 of them finished the class by waking up the other students. January 25, 2066. Journal. It has been 2 weeks since Harry's tomb split open. The unspeakables have yet to determine a cause for the perfectly preserved state of his corpse. He still looks as though he could wake at any moment. Today they found a conduit that is, evidently, the source of the continual killing curse exposure that keeps showing up on the scans. They were unable to trace it back to its source, claiming that it just seemed to fade into nothingness. We've been assured that they won't stop working until they have the answer though. Ted Lupin. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.